Hey everybody, how you all doing? I hope you all doing well. My name is Paradise and welcome to the Paradise League Tournament cycle number 4. We're gonna have here is the winner bracket semifinals number 1 and 2 and the winner bracket finals. And we're gonna start off here with Buskno GG against Team Tim. And I'm joined here by the one and only Easy Full Clan and Trolte. How you guys doing today?
Thank you for that introduction, Paradise. Doing just fine today. Looking forward to casting some HoN matches. Seen these two teams battle it out before. Really excited. Trulta, what's on the table for us?
Some high action games, I hope. That's what we usually see. Some, some well-known bands that are going to be repeated over and over.
Yeah, it's safe to say that these are some pretty meta bands. Lodestone, the Corrupted, the Andro versus the Nymphora, Wretched Hag, the Pebbles. Not going to see them in this game. And then, wouldn't you know it, another hero that we've seen shake up the meta or make its way into the meta, the Valkyrie pick. Yep. So a pretty solid first pick. Prism, always difficult to deal with. The Javelin, excellent laning tool. I mean, this hero just is so flexible, does so much for its team at all stages of the game. and they typically like to run it these days as like a position 1 farmer. Wouldn't you say so?
The Valkyrie?
Yeah, that's what I've kind
Yeah.
of seen it.
Yeah. That's what it was literally Team Tim bringing it into the meta of this tournament. They were the ones to pick it first, right? And now instead of banning it, they're just going to be like, well, we can play Valkyrie too.
Yeah, and we actually kind of see this Valkyrie picked up because the Nymphora ban was on the table, and we know that What You Got is actually, just from the experience of watching these recent tournaments, he loves to pick that hero first. So, and it pairs really well with the Valkyrie, but obviously not in the game, but Valkyrie is. Moving on, though, we've got a Magnus and a Forsaken on the side of Team Tim. What do you think about these 2 heroes?
These are also very typical Team Tim. Or the Forsaken has also been a very meta carry in this cycle. That we've seen done a lot. And it doesn't really have to do good early, which is we always see Imba being good at this, just taking a step back, just farming and then coming back into the game, which is exactly what Forsaken Archer does.
Yeah,
so it fits him. It fits him a lot. And then the Magma's just all around good +4. They usually run him as like a roamer, and Volka is. Well, it's not gonna be Volka now that they have a stand-in, but pretty sure Masera is a pretty good roamer as well.
Yeah, we'll see. Oh, I was just going to say thank you for pointing out that roster change. I didn't notice it myself, and I think there actually is a new player on the side of Busno GG as well. Right there, Pop Me Sweetie. Thanks for making me say your name, dude.
Yeah.
Thanks for making me say your name. Because I don't know what else to call him, but
Pop.
Anyway,
just call him Pop.
Yeah, we'll just call him Pops. Gotta have my Pops, really gotta.
It's probably one of the. If I had to guess, it's one of the Danes, or like one of the Danes or Swedes that are in that crew with the Sluskin and Busk. That is my guess, but I don't know who it is. I don't know if Team Tim knows who it is either. But that's always like people like to do this, where they're like, "Oh, I wonder who this guy is." Everybody knows who Masera is, so like that's not a problem. We know that guy.
Yeah.
He's been with Tim, the old team that Zane and Imberboy played for, Reason Gaming, and then ECX. Masera was always in the background.
Yeah, now that you mention it, that name is very recognizable. But taking a step back from that, I had to contain my excitement whenever we were talking about Magnus and FA, because by the time we got around to that, Balfagor made its way into the lineup alongside Glacius, which is obviously just an all-around great support pick. But what about this Balfagor pick? We have seen, I believe it's Doze, who wreaked havoc with Balfagor in a previous match. And I'm really excited to see if they're going to give it to him again and if he's able to perform as well as he did. He played it in the solo short, if I'm not mistaken, and it was really, really effective. They ran it with a straight-up push lineup. I think they had a Defiler mid, which has been banned this game in the second wave of bans. Just rounding out those, we have Defiler Electrician Salforus being banned by Busno GG versus Ophelia Tempest Flux. So, some really reasonable bans coming out, especially on the side of Team Tim. They don't want to have a powerful Flux mid, paired up with that Balfagor ulti. Seems like it'd be a pretty nasty combo. And then just taking away some really solid junglers that What You Got typically likes to play, the Ophelia and the Tempest. A little bit surprised, I don't know how you feel about it, seeing What You Got ban out the Defiler when he had Balfagor on his team. Let's see, I think...
He didn't have first pick. He didn't have first pick after the ban. If he had, he probably would have picked it himself. I think you're right about that. But we've seen the mid player on Team Tim do pretty good on Defiler. And
that is true.
And since What You Got didn't have the chance to pick that out. The Ophelia ban and Tempest ban, those are early team fight push lineups. So not only is it good to ban them against What You Got, which plays a baller jungler, is what it's been doing for 10 years, but also it's good for the lineup that they're going for with the Balfagor, which is a quick end kind of round.
Yeah, and but as we've seen in the past, Balfagor is a one-man push machine, so it doesn't really, it feels like you can kind of pair anything with this hero. He just does everything. He's an all-rounder, except the only thing I guess he suffers a little bit later in the game. But anyway, we have a Monkey King and a Deadwood rounding out the draft on Busno GG, which is pretty solid draft. It seems You know, the only thing I'm seeing lack from the side of Busno GG is just kind of AoE presence in team fights. I mean, of course they have Glacius and Balfagor. You know, those are two monster AoE abilities, but
Yeah.
there's no like AoE CC control. Right?
No, exactly.
Whereas on the flip side, you know, rounding out the draft, we've got Bomb, Geomancer, Meraxis. Just really, you know, Bomb, huge AoE presence, sticky bombs, a little bit of a stun. Meraxis, Geomancer, Magnus, all stunners. But before we get into the game, guys, need to make sure I tell you about the sponsors for the tournament. The two sponsors for our tournament are Polydoge and Community Gaming. We have Polydoge, which is a digital currency with one of the most vibrant communities on the powerful Polygon network. It offers a wide variety of fun interactions to its holders in the form of NFTs, apps, airdrops, and access to different DeFi platforms ready to use on Polygon. So make sure you go to polydoge.com to experience it for yourself. And Community Gaming is a platform for running weekly tournaments for games like Valorant, Super Smash Bros., Hearthstone, and others. They're all in one, and they help supercharge events at all levels, from community grassroots tournaments to the tier 1 professional events that you see on the main page of Twitch, for example. Experience it yourself at communitygaming.io or join their Discord and learn more. And make sure that you give their links some traffic, guys, because they have the potential to increase the prize pool for this tournament to an even greater amount based on the amount of activity that they get from their sponsor links. So make sure that you go to the links, create an account, check it out, type !ad in the chat, or scroll down to the panels and check out the links. So back to the game, Trulta. What did I miss while I was going over the ad?
Nothing. People are just rotating to the lanes. I think we're gonna get to see something funny that we haven't seen in a while, which is the dual mid. We don't see that a lot. Like, we see a lot of rotations, sure, but we don't see a designated, like, you're gonna sit mid and you're gonna watch the mid player and make sure he wins his lane. Which tells me that Team Busk is just, we're gonna win our lanes and just win this game, because that's our ticket out of it.
Right, and they're kind of sacrificing the Balfagor on the top lane, so we'll see exactly what kind of rotations, or what Doze is able to get done here in the top lane. Just kind of having to play it safe for a good long while, as he kind of already suspects that Forsaken Archer is being protected by one or maybe two heroes in the top lane. But yeah, this decision to run a dual lane has to be because they picked such a monster mid.
Bottom.
Bombardier. But yeah, bottom lane, Meraxis already running into trouble against Deadwood and Valkyrie. He's trying to juke and jive for the trees, runs through the lane. Valkyrie has a javelin up in 5 seconds. The shield is off cooldown though, so he might be able to absorb it. But in the meantime, a bloodlust in the mid lane from the rotations of Magnus and Geo find a kill onto Glacius, and then Meraxis was not able to make it out from the bottom lane, in fact. So 2 missed kills, kind of caught half of each of them. But wow, not even a minute into the game and 2 kills for each side, so not bad.
Cameraman is better than us.
Yeah, definitely. I can't believe I didn't see that rotation of Magnus and Geo, but
we did see. I mean, I saw them move, but I was like, they're not gonna kill anyone. It's like, Meraxis is taking damage. I mean, yes, Valkyrie got a kill, but I mean, he missed I think he missed the full creep wave chasing this Meraxis around, which is not what you want. So, I mean, obviously it's not good that you're dying, but, I mean, you're wasting their time as well.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of it's a tit-for-tat type thing, you know. Exchanges are always made, but, yeah, I mean, in the end, I think the kill is slightly more valuable just because it sets the enemy player down a little bit. But actually, looking twice at that, Meraxis is now on the tower getting a lot of XP.
Yeah, exactly, yeah. He messes with the creep wave to make this happen. So yeah, he dies once, but now he's getting free farm, which he's not supposed to be giving, like free farm for at least a creep wave or 2. Which is not, there's a part of it. But yeah, I don't know, there's some strats around it that are beyond my understanding, at least.
Yeah, just trying to, maybe sacrificing that bloodlust or that first kill, but, eventually just getting the lane in a position so you can get some levels, because really that's kind of what you need, especially as the offlaner, right? And see Balfagor doing the same thing. I was watching him a little bit. He rotated briefly into the jungle, and I think he took the small camp like twice, but here he is now in the top lane. on his own tower, getting some XP. So, you know, doing the same thing that Meraxis was. But Meraxis very low here in the bottom lane, so he's got to be careful. He's got the shield up in 8 seconds, but if he tanks a Rotten Grasp, it could be game over for him. It's a pretty decent hero, though, against a Deadwood Valkyrie lane. A lot of projectile type abilities that he's able to absorb with the Arcane Shield. So I do love the pick of Meraxis in this game.
Yeah, I like it too. It's also one of Zane's staple heroes. Like, he's pretty confident in that hero.
Right. It's actually a bit of a treat now that you say it, because yeah, it is a type of hero that he plays. But I've actually seen him play. You know, we've seen him play Lodestone, Electrician, Pharaoh. Haven't really seen him pilot Meraxis yet. So.
No, it's from the old days, I guess.
Okay.
The people that watched the good old ECX will know that.
Watch out, Deadwood. Able to dodge the bomb, but still takes the damage from it. Very low here at the bottom rune. Just Bombardier and Magnus securing that bottom rune. Cast the Rotten Grasp, just kind of divert them away. Is able to. A little skirmish between Geomancer and Glacius at the top rune, but nothing happening. So 4 minutes into the game and still only have that first kill, but watch out, Valkyrie going very aggressive on Meraxis, but getting flanked by Magnus. Meraxis and Magnus trying to make a play onto Valkyrie. She burns the leap, so it's not going to be available to her. She does tank a Lava Surge. Here comes the arrow, though, and meanwhile, in the top lane, we have a dive onto Balfagor, but Valkyrie is going to fall, so it's a double kill across 2 lanes in favor of Team Tim, so very nicely played across the map by all of their players. Not really sure what happened to Balf. Were you able to catch it?
I was watching the Valkyrie. But they killed the +1. Like, they killed the Valkyrie, and then the offlane, they just dropped 2 cores for free. I don't know.
And we see. Yep.
No, I just... Like, it's a weird question, but where are the supports? Oh, mid.
Oh, but yeah, Bombardier. Yeah, Glacius is just making sure that Monkey King has a game, which he is having a pretty good game. He's at 380 GPM, so safe to say he's probably going to be their main farmer this game, more than likely if he keeps up this momentum. But you know, you got to watch out for this Forsaken Archer, who actually dumps the volley and piercing arrows onto Balfagor. He's going to fall very quickly, gets stunned by Geo, but now it's Forsaken Archer who is pressing the attack onto Deadwood, who seems to be a bit out of position, tanks the crippling volley, and he will fall. So double kill in the top lane. So things looking very, very swimmingly for Team Tim in the early stages of this game. 6 minutes in, 5 kills, 2k gold lead. It's looking pretty bad. This is almost a 500 GPM Forsaken Archer. And we know what Embo can do even if he doesn't have a start like this. So you got to watch out.
Yeah, and also it's double painful for this Legion team who was banking on winning their lanes, right?
Yeah, that is what we said.
They wanted to do. Yeah. Or like, as far as I understand this draft, you want to win this early.
Yeah, but Meraxis, I'm looking at this. Magnus and Meraxis kind of keeping their eye on Valkyrie, but not going to be able to make anything happen. But the Valkyrie leap has been used, so she's got to play it safe for a little bit. But this is a level 6 Meraxis, and it's safe to say he's going to feel pretty comfortable farming this lane. We already talked about the strength that he has against Valkyrie innately, and then just the fact that he's got the Matrix, or Matrax, ready to go just makes him one hell of a target to bring down, even if he gets ganged up on. So this is probably going to be a pretty early portal key for Meraxis at this stage, in my opinion. But you know, one hero we haven't talked about, and I really don't feel like I've mentioned, is Geomancer. Just having a phenomenal game, 2-0-2, just in the majority of the kills for his team. But yeah, Deadwood here is going to be able to sidestep that dig, but doesn't matter. Too much damage coming out for Forsaken Archer. So she chooses to go the Brass Knuckles. How do you feel about this item? You know, on Forsaken Archer, maybe skipping, you know, foregoing a little bit of the lifesteal in order to pick that up.
I mean, we haven't. First of all, I have very few feelings about the Brass Knuckles, because that's after my time of playing HoN at all. So I don't have much to say about that one. But I mean, it's call it a farming tool, I guess. There's some stats there, which is nice to have. But the thing that we see on Imberboy when he plays Forsaken is that he doesn't always buy the Whispering Helm, right? He's bought
that
like
is true.
one game. He's bought it like one game that he's played this hero, which is completely different to what What team was it that also played the Forsaken? The one that played it first. Do you
There's
remember?
got to be yeah. I'm not exactly sure. It's probably either Donava Brigada, maybe.
It was Gianco. Oh, middle. There's a party. We're gonna catch the Magnus
Yep.
there.
Yeah, Magnus
Oh,
is going to get
sorry,
caught up
Geo.
by Monkey King, or yeah, Geo and Glacius, which is a nice target to find. That hero is very difficult to bring down. You know, they actually have two of those Magma stat. Well, you know, sometimes I think of Geo as like a second Magnus, even though the stun isn't quite as strong. It's still kind of the same style. But Haste and Meraxis, you know, looking at mid, but not going to be able to find anything. Balfagor able to get level 6 here in the jungle. So, you know, despite having a slow start, dying twice, has the levels at least to maybe make a play if a team collapse happens. But Valkyrie just getting swarmed here in the bottom lane. She is able to use the Valkyrie Prism, and there is a Rev Orb, but she's able to walk away from it, you know. Sometimes I'm just surprised to see that they just aren't willing to carry dust.
I like when Dutch was like they're allergic to dust. It just has to be like that.
Magnus getting gone on. Is able to escape with the Lava Surge, but the Rotten Grasp is going to connect. He is going to fall. And Monkey King is going to take a Piercing Arrows underneath the tower, but is not going to be able to be finished off. And Bombardier burns everything on Deadwood, but he's going to be the one to get finished off. Maybe he's able to bottle sip up, but gets caught by the Rotten Grasp, and the Tundra Blast is going to finish him off. But here's the stalking Geo. Looking to catch a target, is able to find Deadwood, and then maybe the Glacius trying to keep it coming in hot. Can he make it? He's got a Blood Chalice up. Dig is up in 2-1. He's going to go for it. One more auto attack, not to do it, but the Golden Apple saves the day! Well played by what you got. Excellent, excellent return kill. So it's a 2-for-1 there in the mid lane.
Making three people move though for a tiny Geo's Geo bug. I like it though. It's fun.
Yeah, it's not ideal, but you know they're getting something together. You know, it wasn't, you know, they've evened up the kill score at least more or less, but you know I would say the main thing that they have to be concerned about is this FA. You know, every other hero seems to be more or less under control. You know, Merax is having a decent time.
Yeah, I was about to say the Meraxes, they need to shut down him a little bit.
Yeah, once you get the portal key.
Yeah, exactly.
Mm-hmm. But the arrow's going to connect, but you know, Valkyrie needs to be careful here. Leaps away, but it's a long cooldown.
Yeah, I was about to say he uses his leap very early. Like that killed him on the first gank. He leapt just like, oh, people buy, like what? No, they're gonna catch up to you.
Mm-hmm.
Patience with that skill, because you only have it once. It's not Dota where you have like 3 charges or whatever it was on the Miranda.
God, I don't even know that game's mechanics anymore. Monkey King, yeah, tanks a Lava Surge and a bomb. The bomb is on his head. The airstrike is 10 more seconds, so not going to be able to be used. But Bombardier pushing very aggressively. Geomancer's there, flanking from the back, but here comes the Hell on Newerth. Going to finish off Bombardier. Geomancer tanking the Glacius ulti. Gets finished off by the Tundra Blast, and Glacius once more. He's the man of the hour. Finds the double tap, finally backing away. But the Valkyrie's Prism is active, but Forsaken Archer is here, is able to dump the Crippling Volley, the Piercing Arrows, and is enough to finish off. But Glacius kind of in no man's land here in the middle of the river, getting caught by axes. He's so slow, almost certainly going to die here. Here comes the Javelin of Light to try and save the day, but it's not enough. Valkyrie thinking about it, but just, you know, there's 3 there, Valkyrie.
I'll throw an arrow and pray. That's all I got.
And Deadwood, you know, here's Deadwood. He actually was spotted, yeah. So here's 3 heroes on top of him. He wanted to punch somebody, but he's going to end up killing, and it's a hat trick for Emba Boy on Forsaken Archer. Now 6-0, level 11, 11 minutes. This is looking, dare I say, fairly grim for Busno GG at the moment. Geomancer able to just do a little cheeky rune steal here at the top rune. Ruins Monkey King's day. So, you know, what does Busno GG have at this point? You know, they're dealing with this near 600 GPM Forsaken Archer who's got the full farming setup basically. He's got 4 charges on the knuckles, you know, 1 more for the great movement speed bonus. And you're actually kind of right. It is like a combat item, but it's a great farming tool, right? Especially for a hero like FA who's got the innate farming utility of split shot. You know, that's when it's fully charged, it's an extra 30 damage.
And then he
So-
bought the Whispering Helm just to taunt me, because he doesn't usually buy that.
Right.
And he buys it. No, but it's one of the things that BustGG has to struggle with is they don't have the ganking ability that Team Tim is sitting on. Like,
Right.
like they're gonna make a move here and probably get a kill because I just said that. But the point is that their setup is so different.
Yeah, I mean, Busno GG does really have this. Okay, but they are going to find a very important kill on a Forsaken Archer. The dig is going to miss. The Crystal Field connects on Balfagor. Here comes the airstrike, getting him very low. There is no hell on New Earth. The Vagabond is pushing on Balfagor, but Monkey King is in a lot of trouble. He's got the sticky bomb on his head right now. Going to be able to get the distance, but it's Deadwood in the Valkyrie's Prism, throwing a log, and now he's getting pursued by Meraxus. Geomancer going to find the dig. Deadwood's certainly going to die, but here's Balfagor trying to make something happen, and Valkyrie ready to call the Valkyrie on nobody, and having to back away himself. So, okay. Did you see a dust that team fight? Tell me if you saw one.
The fact that I didn't see one doesn't mean that it wasn't there, but I didn't
Right.
see one. No.
I'm gonna look.
Oh, yeah. Sorry.
No, I'm just gonna keep looking at it, inventory to see if they buy it, because these teams buy tons of rev wards. No disrespect at all, right?
No,
I see rev wards and invis counters all over the map all the time, but it feels strange to me to not see a dust picked up in this game, and it could be lack of attention. Okay, Geomancer has one in his inventory.
Oh.
All right.
No,
So
but look
that-
at top lane. Look at where they fought. There's 2 sentries covering the entire area where they are fighting, right?
Mm-hmm.
So instead of carrying dust, because I mean, later on I would understand going for the sentry over the rev ward over the dust because BKBs and stuff, but it's I would like to see them have dust anyway. Like, I get it. I get your point for sure.
Glacius and Monkey King may be getting into trouble here. There's a lot of players from the Hellborn side there looking to make a play on the Forsaken. But here is Magnus is going to be able to connect the stun, and then Monkey King is just going to be dead to rights here. Glacius burning the port, knowing that all the stuns are down. So Monkey King trying to make a play, but just not able to. Just getting, counter ganked there. They were ready, unfortunately.
They knew that. They knew that was coming. They were like, they're gonna come up here, just sit and wait, and then we kill them.
I mean, it makes sense. They're just so content to let Imba Boy farm. It's such a 4 protect 1 strat, and it makes total sense, right? This hero just has the amazing lead, and it wreaks havoc once it gets farmed. We see right now she's got a level 1 nullifier, missed the kill in the mid lane onto Deadwood, but not really surprised. Yeah, I told you, Geomancer's got it. Geomancer's got it. I'm surprised to not see it on the side of Busno GG, because they are going against Magnus and Geomancer, right?
Yeah, you're right. It's true. Oh no.
Yeah. But, item pickups, very important portal key pickup on Meraxus. I'm not sure if that was the entrance of the portal key into the game there, but it was able to pick up that kill on Deadwood, probably because of it. And it's a big item. They have to be really careful. Perpetual cogwheel going. Okay, Bombardier getting caught out in the Hellborn jungle. I think he's got Spell Shards 1 at the moment. Valkyrie, big kill for Team Tim on that one. 4 heroes in the bottom lane looking to push this tier 2 tower maybe, or just run into the jungle. Gonna let Forsaken Archer solo push it, while the other 3 are out for blood going into the mid lane. So using kind of the posturing of FA here in the bottom lane to their advantage, but deciding not to go for Monkey King and Deadwood, which is a little surprising. I feel like they could have actually killed Monkey King very quickly between those 3 heroes.
Saw everybody on the Hellborn team bottom, and they're like, just grab this bomb. Because the Legion team takes pickoffs, right? They do that quick, but if they meet more than 3 people, they're not going to fight that. It's not going to be a good fight for them.
No, we've already talked about how they kind of lack
that.
stuns, right? So
they lack the AoE control. They have AoE damage, but they lack AoE control. So
yeah, exactly.
Like, Meraxus can stun 5 people, Forsaken can stun 5 people.
Oh, Monkey King just going to get picked off again here in the mid lane. No chance, but Meraxus is here, but doesn't have enough mana for the Matrix. Stun connects onto Glacius. A big fight. Geomancer with the 3-man stun. The Crystal Field. Balfagor wants to use the ultimate, but is not able to get it off. But Bombardier uses the airstrike, but it basically misses. Valkyrie getting stunned out by Magnus and finished off by Geo. But that was a pretty good team fight for Busno GG, all things considered. I mean, they got the FA. It was 3 for 4, but you know, FA is such a high value target that, you know, picking her off, or at least getting her.
They killed all the cores, right?
Right.
So like, yes, they lost the fight, but as you said, like, considering how they're looking, there's 4 Revorts mid. Like, they don't need dust.
Yeah. That's actually kind of.
No, but
I like how they're stacked on each other. Like.
Yeah. I think everyone just placed one. Like, instead of buying the dust, they're just like, I got a Revort. It's like, I got one too.
Right.
But no, it's good kills for them. It's a means to an end, because even though they lost the fight, there's nothing the winning team can do about the fight, because only their supports are alive, and those two, the Geo and the Mag, can't like push towers alone.
Right. But we see that Geomancer actually has a portal key now, so the second portal key pickup on the side of Team Tim, which is, you know, it's going to be a pretty big boon for them, having both of those long distance initiation abilities at their disposal. And clearly Magnus is trying to make progress towards his own, but only about a third of the way there, so still going to have to wait. But you know, FA still having a good game despite dying there and smoking near the mid tower, so trying to wait for something to happen and then maybe pouncing in after the initiation has been completed. But she's clearly going for Shrunken Head on her side as well, which is going to be fantastic if she's able to get it with good timing. And Bombardier is going to go hard on Bombardier. Bombardier is almost dead. Hell on Earth connects. Balfagor is in the fray, takes the Crystal Field. Glacius in a lot of trouble as well, but he's pushing forward, puts the Tundra Blast out. Forsaken Archer uses the grip to find Glacius. The crippling volley comes out. Here comes Magnus with the line stun. No, it's the ice imprisonment. Valkyrie, Glacius trying to use the ultimate in the trees, but not able to finish it off very long. Geomancer running away. The Valkyrie's prism is activated. They are on the pursuit. The Geostalk is revealing them through the fog. Deadwood trying to push forward, running over that Rev Ward. And Geomancer taking a pause here. Deadwood going to be able to find it. Geomancer able to blink away, not going to be able to be finished off. Well played by Taipei there, able to get away. Just
to laugh at that one, that was just comical.
Which one?
The whole thing there, the arrow misses, the guy blinks out, and the monkey jumps the wrong way. It's just.
Well, it's just
the frustration to get in there, but it just wants to get in, and then someone misclicks, and it just looks weird. Like,
yeah, the more I look at this.
Yeah.
No, I understand what you're saying, and it just goes along with kind of what I'm thinking. The more that I look at this Legion draft, I just feel there's a steep disadvantage, you know, especially against two support heroes like Geomancer and Magnus, right? Like, yep. Geo and Magnus are the main supports for Team Tim, and they are hard to kill, right? So slippery, and they just don't have the tools outside of the Ice Imprisonment, say, or perhaps like, you know, a well-placed Javelin or a Rotten Grasp to be able to control those heroes. And you know, when you're not able to find the easy kills, Meraxis pops the Matrix, is going to follow up the stun with Geomancer, the Crystal Field, and Monkey King just gets demolished off of this map. Slew of ultimate abilities.
You're super right, because Legion has no secure catch. Right, they're banking on a rod to connect from Deadwood, which is, or a grasp, the grasp to connect, which is a hard spell to hit, right? Doesn't matter
it's certainly not guaranteed.
It's hard to hit. So, and then contrast to that, you have Meraxis on the Hellborn team, who is not only able to make sure that he has a much more secure of a stun with his blink stun, but he also has follow-up.
Right.
From every single hero on his team. So no matter who's ganking with him, they can help out. And whenever Bomb gets his Aghanims, Staff of the Master, he can help out too wherever he is.
Yeah, and Bombardier has the, on top of the spell shards, he actually has a blink of his own. And I just saw the finished Shrunken Head on Forsaken Archer, so this is, you know, though Busno GG, certainly not out of it yet.
No.
It's an uphill climb for them. I mean, down 9k gold. They're just lacking some items. And honestly, you know, they're going to want to blink on Deadwood to get things going for them. Maybe even a blink on Balfagor after he finishes Staff of the Master. I mean, we'll see if they're able to get a Staff of the Master on Balfagor. It will be a very big deal for them. It alters that ulti so much. The Miraxus Illusion going to be able to bait out some spells and reveal the position. Glacius, the frontliner here, lands a pretty big Tundra Blast, but he's got to be careful. Geomancer are able to catch Balfagor, but is it the target they want to go on? Can they drop Balfagor before he uses Hell on Earth? Yes, they will. And Monkey King also very, very low in the back lines. Deadwood taking a lot of heat, being pursued by Geomancer and Forsaken Archer. Going to be falling here. It's a 3-for-0 kill exchange for Team Tim rather. Almost called them Team No Tim. But yeah, Forsaken Archer just, coming over here to the Hellborn Ancients. Looking like she's going to farm that on top of doing the Kongor. So they're going to be able to get a Kongor kill, and it doesn't feel like Busno GG has any path to being able to complete their own, at least in a timely manner. So this is going to be at least a 1 Kong advantage for Team Tim, if not a potential token, if they're able to.
Can't they just cross over and take the other one?
Well, they're certainly going to have to heal, and they've only got, what, 3 minutes to do this, so...
like, taking Kong is one thing, facing the opponent team in the Kong pit is a different thing, and they have no spells to do so, which means they probably can't do it. They have Geos and FA's ult, the Miraxus ult, but you kind of need the Magus one, which is the one with the big cooldown.
They have time. I mean, they might try.
Yeah,
they've got about a minute on Magnus's ulti, so maybe they might just be choosing to prioritize farm. I mean, I think this is the play that I would do.
Here they come.
Yep, here we go. A fight brewing here in the mid lane. Miraxus going to find Deadwood. Deadwood going to fall very quickly. A lot of big cooldowns burned for it, though. But Balfagor trying to get in the middle here, but just not able to get that Hell on Newerth out before he falls. And it's a 2-for-0 again. Forsaken Archer pushing forward. Here comes Bombardier, going to be able to find the Glacius. The Bound Eye is up on Miraxus, and Crippling Volley is going to ensure Glacius' death here. So Glacius, unfortunately, going to fall, and it's a 3-for-0 again as they set their eyes on Kongor and potentially the token. GPM 700 for Forsaken Archer.
Yeah, almost. 670 is pretty baller, and there's the Kongor kill. Yeah, I don't know how Legion gets out of this, because if they had like a monkey carry who could build up to something great, but he needs to get so close, and there's no way of him to get close to that Forsaken or the Bombardier or anything, because he just gets stunned. He has no BKB, he has nothing. They have no tools, as you called it.
Right. Yeah, I mean, it seems like they did okay in the mid. The only lane that had anything happen for them was the mid lane. Their dual lane, Glacius, Monkey King mid, but unfortunately that just wasn't able to propagate into anything, particularly useful for them in the long run. Forsaken Archer taking over the Ballista for the high ground siege. You love to see that. Miraxus tanking. It's just FA here in the front lines with that token, just raining down arrows on this defense tower. Fortification has to be used, waiting for that next creep wave. And this is almost certainly going to be a broken tower. Busno GG has to make a move, and I mean, how do they carry it out? They just have no initiation here. Team Tim just going to wait for everything. Miraxus, nice little arrow tank right there. And Balfagor just deleted alongside Glacius, but with the ulti combo, and Valkyrie trying to leap away. Token was used, but now they're down 2 players, and Forsaken Archer can just keep sitting up here in the front lines. Doesn't have the shrunken head up though, but what kind of catch do they have? Deadwood just going to get caught by a slew of stuns, and now Valkyrie and Monkey King have to back away. It's a 4-for-0 now. Buyback from Deadwood, but the Rax is taken. It's a double Rotten Grass, but there's just nothing. They can't do anything. They just have to watch their Raxes die on top of another lost team fight. It's a 24k gold lead for Team Tim. Finish Geo's Bane on FA. Yes, please.
Yeah. No, it's... Oh, I can't even talk because there's a party mill already as it's Deadwood.
A 5-second arrow comes out on FA, but there's the team response, just able to just stop the advance completely, and it's Deadwood with the dieback now. finished Hellflower on Meraxes. This looks disastrous for Busno GG. And now a double damage rune in the Bottle of Bombardier. Going to be using that with no doubt. Yep, and there's the concede. Quick concede. And understandably so. I mean, 26,000 gold lead.
It's not like
Seems
they were like, yeah, they
insurmountable.
took our racks, we can't defend our base, so we're gonna do CC. They're just like, whatever. It's a weirdly timed CC, but I mean, yeah, I was thinking, I guess they were doing the same as I was to an extent. Like, how do we get out of this? I don't see a way. Do we just CC? Yeah, great. Just get out. Go next, right?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, it was kind of looking very downhill for a while there, and obviously you don't want to try and carry that mindset into the next game, but they have another chance of coming back here. They are down 1-0, Busno GG against Team Tim. Keep it here. We'll see how match 2 goes. right, everybody. Welcome back to cycle number 4 of the Paradise League HoN tournament. You're watching the second game of the best of 3 series between Team Tim and Busno GG. Team Tim is up 1-0 over Busno GG. This is the semifinals of the winners bracket coming at you. I am going to be your main shoutcaster, Easyful Clan, joined here by Trulta in the co-casting seat. Trulta, what happened last game? Why is Team Tim up 1 game in this series?
Because they had many stuns. Now, I just think they had a better composed team, just in general. They had, like, let's put it like this. Their team was easier to play. They didn't have a hard time finding targets. They had an easy time executing ganks. And therefore, they could just do that and then win the game.
Right.
And also, yeah.
Yeah, we talked about it briefly, kind of after the broadcast, went on break. The Legion lineup was very ambitious, I think, is kind of the idea that we settled upon, where, it had some synergy, had a lot of things going for it. Obviously, the 5 heroes that they picked were all very strong. It's just they, making them synergize together, as you said, maybe not the easiest thing to carry out. So Team Tim had that to their advantage in game 1, and they took it pretty handily. So we'll see exactly what Busno GG has to do to swing it back their way in game 2, as we see some familiar bans on the board as the last game, except a Forsaken Archer banned out as the first in the first wave of bans by What You Got. Briefly going over them, we have Forsaken Archer, Lodestone, and Corrupted Disciple banned out by Busno GG versus the Nymphora, Pebbles, and Wretched Hag bans of Team Tim. So I can't remember exactly what hero replaced the Forsaken Archer in the first game as one of the initial 6 bans, but I do know that the other 5 were the same.
Wait. Andromeda.
Andromeda, you're right. Thank you. Nice. Thank you for
wild guess, but yeah. There we go.
No, it was Andro. You're very right. But we see a Magnus first pick, so at least different bans and different picks. Well, I mean, it's the same pick. However, Magnus was on the side of Team Tim last time, so just a very, very secure and safe hero. And wouldn't you know it, Andromeda not banned?
Yep.
Looks like we're gonna pick it. So banned for a reason, but you can't ban every hero. So obviously, you let something slip by and it gets picked. But maybe it's to their advantage to not have to play against Forsaken Archer, as we know that Imba Boy can be one hell of a force behind that hero. However, it looks like he's going to be playing Bensington this game, as we have seen him do very well on that hero in the past. So, it just seems like it's a give and take with this guy. I mean, it's all about what style do you want him to be playing in any given game. You certainly can't shut any of these players out through bans.
No, absolutely not. And I think the strat of like trying to shut down single people is not the way to go. Like pick the ones that you think are the worst and get those out, but don't focus on trying to shutting down one dude or like have the focus like, oh, we can't play against this Forsaken. Well, you're gonna ban our Forsaken, we're gonna take our Andrew, and we do pretty good with that one too. So I think it's much better to focus on what you want to play yourself and then play around that.
Right. Ban accordingly to what the strengths of your draft are and the weaknesses of your draft.
Instead of, of course there's a combination there of banning what they're good at and what's good against your plan of draft. There's like a combo there, but try to focus more on your own strength.
But they have a very
others,
good... Yeah. They have an extremely good team this time. We were talking about last game where they just had a lack of AoE control on the side of Busno GG. Just not really a whole lot of, AoE stuns. It just seems like AoE and line stuns are just the bread and butter of this game sometimes. And they certainly have that at their disposal now, especially with these last 2 picks. I mean, they had the Valkyrie in their hands last game, but pairing it with the Magnus is very strong.
Exactly. Yeah.
And then they also have the Moira. So Moira, this is a hero that really hard to deal with sometimes. Just has such great utility at all stages of the game, global presence that can help deal with Bensington. And honestly, the Arcane Vortex, just one of the most powerful abilities in the game, double utility of just being highly defensive, able to nullify some of the best AoE ultis in the game, but also, as we talked about, setting up, initiation for your team by just, capturing 2-3 heroes, and then, maybe they fall prey to the Magnus Eruption, for example, shortly thereafter. So, really great pick. I love that as their third pick.
Apex. Sorry.
Yeah, Apex is a good one. Yeah, but before we need to talk about what was banned out this game.
Yes,
So
we need to talk about what was
Monkey
banned.
King.
I saw. I'm sorry, but Monkey King, like they banned Meraxus, Tundra, and Electrician. These are Zane heroes, right? These are the ones that he likes to play. So that's why this Apex makes sense, because that's also what he likes to play. So like they ban everything. Sure, I got more. Like you can't ban out one single person in these games because they always have more to go on.
Well, and we know that he had, just another example. We know that he had the Pharaoh able to be played.
Exactly.
Play,
yeah,
right?
it's the Pharaoh as well. Like, you can't focus down one hero because what the.
And also, correct me if I'm wrong. Keeper, right? Isn't he a known keeper player?
He is a known keeper player, but they haven't been able to use that as much as they wanted.
Mm-hmm.
But
okay, so finishing off those bans, we got a Monkey King, a Gladiator, and a Defiler. So Monkey King, Defiler, Gladiator. I understand all three of those bans, especially the Defiler. Defiler is such a meta mid hero, but now going into these picks, the Riftwalker, very interesting one. I like that hero. It feels a little weak in the early stages of the game, because it lacks the stun, but man, it is a huge damage presence. And one of the things I like about it, obviously on top of the Wormhole being a fantastic teamfight utility, is how easy this hero is able to accumulate items over a longer duration game. So if you can kind of get past that 30-minute mark, this hero is finding its way to, tablets, sand scepters, storm spirits, maybe even a sheep, right?
Yeah.
It's able to provide fantastic utility from the standpoint of items on top of one hell of a nice team fight ulti, counter initiation most commonly. But I'm really excited. We have a Dr. Repulsor pick in this game. This is an action-packed hero, and it seems like it is a very, very strong pick against the heroes that we see on the side of Team Tim. Do you agree?
Say that again. I'm sorry.
The Dr. Repulsor pick. I'm loving it. It just feels like a super strong hero against what Team Tim has to offer. They don't, they've got a few stuns, but, Andromeda's Comet stun, for example, able to be disjointed. Seems like the only reliable stun that they have against Doctor is Bensington's Joust, if he's already caught. So I'm really, really curious to see exactly how Pops over there on Dr. Repulsor is able to perform this game.
But doesn't the spider?
The spider will restrain them if she gets a staff. So if she gets a staff, that will be very interesting.
Yeah. I was like, wait, doesn't that hold on to them? No, if he gets a staff,
And I'd be very interested. This is an item that I hope she's able to actually get the gold for later in the. I think Staff of the Master on Arachna is a very interesting item for obvious reasons. It buffs the spiders, buffs the spider ulti as we talked about, just making it restrained, which would be fantastic utility against Doctor, but. That push potential that it offers seems like it kind of opens up a lot of options for the team in general if she's able to get that. So that's something I really want to see her able to get. But, she's a monster mid laner. It looks like she's going to be going against Dr. Repulsor here in the mid lane. So Arachna versus Doctor, got to say the advantage is heavily in favor of Arachna, but we'll see exactly how she's able to stop the progress of Dr. Repulsor in the early stages in the mid lane. Looks like a tri-lane of Magnus, Moira, and Valkyrie. And the bottom, solo short Pharaoh versus the aggressive tri-lane of Bensington, Andro, Rift. So both of these heroes, Apex in the bottom lane, of course, Pharaoh in the top lane, gonna need to be very, very careful. But here's kind of the thing that I'm looking at right now, just based off of the way Moira and Magnus are positioned. Now, they are under the cover of this ward, so obviously Arachna is going to be aware of their position, but I imagine since Dr. Repulsor is at such a steep disadvantage in the 1v1 matchup, that they're going to be trying to make a lot of rotations to put pressure on Arachna to open up the ability of Dr. Repulsor to have success in this mid lane, because it is I personally think, I'm not sure if you feel the same, I think this is a fantastic hero this game, based off of the draft that he's going against, but he's just going to have a hard time in the mid lane.
Yeah, absolutely. He's a, and it's not only that it's a good hero itself, but it works well with the others. The fact that Pharaoh can fly in and catch someone, the ganking ability that Valkyrie provides to his team with his ulti, and he works well with Magnus and Moira together. Like, you can put the shards on the dock and then he flies in, right?
Yeah.
It's the combination that makes it so good as well, not just the hero itself. So I like their team composition way more this time. There's so many more options for them and possibilities as they go bottom already.
Yeah, Apex is going to fall to the Bloodlust. That was a fantastic combo. I wanted to let you finish before trying to cut you off, but yeah, that was just a fantastic stun combo. The, Arcane Shards, or whatever they're called. What are they called?
Harken
The Shards of Heart. Yeah, Shards of
Oh,
Harkon connecting onto Apex, and Valkyrie just putting in auto attacks the whole time. So, clearly going to be a different game here right out of the gate. And I love the way that Magnus is just making himself. They found that ward there on the hill, so this is such a tough spot for Arachna, and Magnus is just here the whole time for Dr. Repulsor to feel safe. But Andromeda is flanking the Dr. Repulsor, so this could be a kill on either side, as Magnus is actually walking away. So now Dr. Repulsor has to be careful. Looks like Magnus is maybe camping the rune a little bit, but a couple more auto attacks onto Dr. Repulsor. If Andromeda flanks him right now, this could be a dead Doctor.
Yeah, it's just that you said, like, until he gets level 6, he needs to be careful.
However,
when he gets level 6, he can sneak away, but...
Moira and Magnus. Magnus with the... looks like a dive. Illusion Rune, fantastic ability, fantastic tool for diving a tower. Shards of Harkon is going to connect. Is the Lava Surge. The Illusion for Moira is closing it off. The Magnetic Trap giving the vision, and they find a second kill in the mid lane on Arachna. So 2-0. For Busno GG, looking fantastic here out of the gate. This is a different game.
Already it is a different game, yeah. But then again, like, this Bensington top is free farming, and this Apex is doing pretty good against the Valkyrie. Like, is it worth it? That's the question. I don't know the answer to that question, but that's the question they need to ask themselves, right?
Well, Apex is getting levels, but now he's getting flanked by Magnus. So again, Apex having a decent time in lane. He's able to haste away, but that cooldown is used. He's got the leap up, but he is just in no man's land here. Takes the Lava Surge into the Call of the Valkyrie. It's a third kill. Apex now 0-2. So Dr. Repulsor putting a lot of pressure onto Arachna. Here comes the Shard of Harkons. It's going to connect, but they might have to commit too much. 2 more auto attacks auto do it, but Dr. Repulsor getting creep locked. Here's the Comet Stun. Can Andromeda finish him off? 1 more auto attack, 2 more auto do, but Moira able to stop the advance with the Shard of Harkon. And Magnus is here now with the Striders. The Rocket comes in. Do they want to try and make a play under the tower? It looks very risky. Just playing it patiently.
The Doctor has no HP though. Here comes the HP pot for him.
And he's got the Golden Apple as well. So it's now 4-0, 1,400 gold lead. But we have seen, just to try and take away, or try to pull it back into Team Tim's favor after this kind of rocky start, we have seen Imba Boy pull miracles off in positions like this before. Moira taking a lot of heat, taking the web shots, gets the double stun. The Comet Stun is able to come out, but a nice double Lava Surge is going to stop Apex and Arachna, but Moira will fall in the end. And Magnus taking some web shots. Riftwalker with the Veil Rod active is going to use the Cascade event. Magnus very, very low. Dr. Repulsor getting slowed by Riftwalker, and the web shots are coming out, but Dr. Repulsor able to find the distance. This is insane that both of them live, and the Javelin is going to find its way onto Andromeda, and it's a dead Arachna as well, and maybe even a Riftwalker over here at the Hellborn Kongor pit getting pursued by the Hellfire Pharaoh, just dumping in the auto attacks. Riftwalker with no escape. Moro, nice little TP cancel with the wall, the mummy wall from Pharaoh. Will find that third kill. It's 7-1 for Busno GG, coming in strong here in game 2. So much action, and Magnus finds the stun onto Apex. Here's the call to Valkyrie, and Apex has to be careful. He's able to leap away, has the haste speed available, gets arrowed. Nice arrow from Valkyrie, but here comes the Joust and the Bensington ulti. The Joust hasn't been used yet, but the Shards of HoN are going to find their way on top of the Lava Surge. And now it's Bensington that has to be very, very careful. He's getting trapped in the trees. He's going to try and joust out the Comet Stun, find Sway into Magnus. It's Magnus that's actually going to fall. Shards of HoN not able to find their way onto Bensington. Bensington with the Joust in 5 seconds, looking like he wants to go in on Moira. Uh-oh. Moira, the blind Joust is not going to connect, and it's actually Bensington who takes one more auto attack. A nice play from Slaske on Moira, finds that important kill on Bensington, the only hero that hadn't died that game. The Valkyrie's Prism is going to help make the escape from Moira, and Andromeda able to almost escape there from Valkyrie, but the last auto attack is there. Here comes the Invis rune onto Magnus. And now Arachna has to be very careful. Look at this HP on Moira, just coming up here, willing to put the life on the line to get that Shards of HoN into the play, and a quick little gank onto Arachna. It's a 3k gold lead. Wow, it's just non-stop here. They're diving Pharaoh here in the top lane, it looks like.
They've been chasing him for a while. Oh no.
Yeah, okay, the missed Joust. So now Pharaoh feeling pretty safe.
And now it's the Legion that has the harder to execute lineup, right? Because they don't have these secure stuns that the Hellborn has. Legion, yeah.
Yeah, keep finish your thought. I'm sorry.
No. But it's as simple as that, right? Magnus hits a stun. The Doctor just can jump wherever he wants. The Moira will always, like, quote unquote, hit her stun, right? And then the Pharaoh can have a stun running around him. Like, there's so many options for them to take advantage of. And then you have to hit your Benzi stun. You have to gather up charges to ulti on the Apex, and then the Arachna, if she gets caught, she's just dead. Like, it's very different dynamic.
Yeah, and actually Pharaoh is going to get gone on by Bensington, but Magnus and Moira are here ready to respond. The Lava Surge connects onto Bensington. Bensington, in a lot of trouble here, is not going to be able to survive. Pharaoh gets almost finished off by that Riftwalker combo, but the Arcane Vortex putting a lot of pressure. Apex is here with the Armageddon. He's not able to kill anybody yet, though. Andromeda falls in the midst of that. Magnus pushing forward with a sliver of HP, has the Lava Surge ready in 2-1. Looks like he's going to connect it onto Apex, and Pharaoh, there is the Rift Burn to finish off Magnus, but Pharaoh being very ambitious here, going in on Apex. They want this Apex so badly. Dr. Repulsor is here to finish him off, but now Dr. Repulsor takes that Joust stun underneath the tower, puts a lot of pressure on Andromeda. They know the stun is used on Bensington. Dr. Repulsor has to be careful. Bensington does finish off the Moira, and he's in pursuit of Dr. Repulsor, decides not to go. It seems Dr. Repulsor being very, very bold here, sticking in the lane. Doesn't know that Arachna is here, but Magnus is there behind him to react to any kind of pursuit. Dr. Repulsor just content to farm the creeps here in the jungle. So, if I could take a breath for just a moment, we certainly have to have some big items coming out here on the Legion team, or on the Hellborn team, right? Yep. They have 5,500 gold up over the Legion side. You know, they've got finished Steam Boots, finished Knuckles with 5 charges on Valkyrie. A huge start for her. She's got 500 GPM. Haven't even had a chance to look at it. What a start. In contrast to the last game.
Oh yeah, that's the big part. It's such a contrast. Now it's the Team Busk that's in the leading seat. In the leading seat? That's not a way to say it. The
leading position seat. Maybe? Yeah, driver's seat. There you go. Yeah, Apex getting caught here in the bottom lane. The Wrath of the Pharaoh was used, but Shards of HoN are going to find their way, and missed arrow, but it doesn't matter. There's just too much lockdown. Way too much lockdown on the side of Busno GG. So they find another kill onto Apex.
Do Legion just go as 5 now when they get their level 6s and just go as 5 and kill people because they have ults? I mean, poor Andrew.
Yeah.
Poor Andrew, she's level 3, dude. Oof, that's a big oof. That's so not fun. The struggle of playing support in this game, dude.
Yeah, it looks like she's not going to be able to find boots anytime soon. In the mid lane, they have to be very careful. The Hellborn is postured so aggressively around this tier 1 mid tower. They want it though. 4 players here now. And look at, it's just crazy to me how aggressive this Doctor can be because he knows that there's just no reliable stun from the side of Team Tim. And Riftwalker just gets deleted by the Moira Valkyrie combo. So now they're already up another player. It's all 5 heroes here. 4 Hellborn in the mid lane, swarming this Andromeda. Here comes the Lava Surge, just going to connect. She just dies instantly because, as you said, she's level 3. And now Apex is here, finds a pretty good ulti, and the Benzington ulti is going to slam down on Pharaoh, but a nice avoid using the Wrath of the Pharaoh to go invulnerable briefly and avoid the damage from Benzington. What a play from Doze.
That was quick thinking
Wow.
right there. That was pretty baller.
Love that. Yeah, it's something that you don't have that much time to pull off, but he pulled it off wonderfully, and how it's just a dead Arachna and Riftwalker here. 8k gold lead. Whew. Safe to say that Bust No GG is exactly where they want to be in this game. They have a near Nullfire Blade on Valkyrie. Their supports have everything that they need. I mean, look at the Moira here. Finish Sackstone on the position 5 support, in contrast to the no boots level 3 support of Andromeda.
She got 4.
She got 4, yeah. But obviously she needs that level 6 for her to feel comfortable in her spot in this game. But
for her to be useful, like, I'm sorry, but the hero needs the level 6 to be what it's meant for, right? Obviously, she can use her Aurora to scout. She can provide wards.
Pharaoh gonna find his way onto 2. Finds a nice 2-man wall into the 2-man Lava Surge, and it's just a dead Andromeda to neutrals at least. A little silver lining there. They don't get the level 4 golden XP, but they do. That is a double kill in the end. So just a lot of space on the map opened up for them, and Benzington, 400 GPM, still having an okay time, but geez, the supporting cast is just struggling at all fronts.
Valkyrie is sitting on 907.
Yeah,
He's
I haven't even paid attention to the scores. I mean, if you look at the GPM chart, it's just crazy.
Yeah, that too. I suppose it was the same last game, but then they swapped sides, right?
Right. Yeah, this is just getting out of control for Team Tim at this point. I'm not really sure exactly what they have to muster up in order to... they might be able to find this Valkyrie, but the Moira is here. And just a well-timed Valkyrie's Prism is going to stop any kind of advance from Team Tim. They are going to spot the Apex, who just gets so much of his HP deleted almost immediately. And Riftwalker, in the meantime, finding a death to Pharaoh and Magnus. And they're not done yet. They do find a Benzington who gets used Arcane Vortex, Shards of Harkon. It's all there. Just another kill. 3 for nothing. Just gank, gank, gank. Such a fantastic gank squad that they have.
Oh, he bought back.
He bought back. Going in on the Pharaoh, just trying to find something. I would say it's a worthy buyback at this point. Just trying to find some kind of momentum for their team.
How much do you think he paid for the buyback?
It's probably only a few hundred, like 400, something like that. It's pretty cheap early on. I think it goes up with game duration on top of levels.
For sure.
But and it is a worth.
How much he got for the kill.
Yeah. Well, just to stop the advance, but here's Dr. Repulsor getting surrounded by 3. But once again, just feeling so safe because this hero just doesn't get locked down by the Legion side. And now it's Arachna who's just going to fall very quickly.
I haven't seen Arachna use her spider once.
Yeah.
Or is that just me?
I haven't seen it either.
That's kind of sad when you have such a strong ulti. I'd like to see it be used more, right?
Right. Arrow getting gone on by Benzington and Riftwalker. The full combo is here. He's very tanky, but not able to live. But Dr. Repulsor coming in from the flanks, has an illusion rune active, is going to try and find a quick kill onto Riftwalker. Here's Benzington trying to stop a little bit. Riftwalker able to walk away on a sliver of HP. Andromeda is very low, but Dr. Repulsor has to be very, very careful too. The joust is up in 5 seconds. Does he have the time? They will find a kill onto Dr. Repulsor. The spider comes out finally onto Magnus. The Lava Surge connects onto Arachna, but it is a 4-for-1 pursuit. And not only that, they are not finished. They are going in on the Benzington. The arrow is actually going to miss through the Arcane Vortex, but it doesn't matter because they have so many tools available. But a 3-man Armageddon is going to rain havoc, and a second buyback comes from Emma Boy. He's going to look for blood, trying to find some kind of return, get some value out of his buyback, but the Valkyrie's Prism is going to stop anything that he wants to accomplish. The Shards of Harkon are actually going to miss on Bensington, or it does end up falling. So not a very valuable buyback from Bensington, but you know, they did pick up some big kills there. They at least stopped Dr. Repulsor, who is at least 2/3 of the way towards his icon, has the glowstone. So it's certainly a hero they need to shut down. But yeah, just this 12-0 Valkyrie, Trulta, like, what do they do about this?
I don't know. I think they're done. Yeah, I was about to say they did call the concede vote earlier, but it's the same thing for how it was for Bosk last game. Like, they had no tools. They didn't have any tools, and they were just too far behind to be able to execute the few tools they had. Like, if they had a good combination of the Bensi and then the Apex and then the Riftwalker, they could stunlock 5 people for how many seconds, right? Never got the chance to get it off because they were constantly struggling to get back into the game. So it's just the whole history turned back around.
You're absolutely right. So in the end, Busno GG turns it around in commanding style, dominating style, evening up the series to 1 versus 1 in the semi-bracket of this winner's bracket. Keep it here. We're going to be back with Game 3 very soon after this. All right, welcome back, everybody, to the Cycle 4 of the Paradise League HoN tournament. You are watching Game 3 now of the best-of-3 match between Team Tim and Busno GG. Both of these teams are 1-1 against each other. They have dominated each other back and forth in the first 2 matches. Just Busno GG finished dominating Team Tim in Game 2. Team Tim had the much better performance in Team 1, dominated Busno GG. So we're going to see exactly how Game 3 plays out here. I'm going to be your main shoutcasting host, Easy Full Clan, joined here by Trilta. Trilta, anticipation or expectations for Game 3?
Anything can happen at this point, it feels like. Because they both did the same thing to each other, like you just said, right? Team Tim just, like, obviously it wasn't a stomp, but it was pretty hard anyway. And then Busno GG just completely turned it around.
Yeah.
And now it seems like the Magnus is back on the table for Team Tim.
Yeah, and we have seen that Magnus was on the winning team in both of the first, both of the games. So we'll see if we can make it a 3-for-3. Magnus being perhaps the predictor as the first pick, because I believe it was the first pick in all of these games, at least on their respective sides. Ban's looking very familiar. Obviously, the only change from last game is that there's no Dr. Repulsor, as it's been banned out in the first wave of bans. But that does leave I believe it's the Wretched Hag on the board for Busno GG if they want it. But we see Valkyrie and Rally picked by Busno GG. So 2 very, very comfortable hero picks. Valkyrie, just again, a first pick worthy hero. Tell me about these picks.
So we see, again, Bus GG going with the send that they did first game. These are 2 unpredictable or like unreliable stuns, right? And then the Rally ulti is very unreliable. You need a You need to oh my god. You need to have a combination with that to make it happen, to get that ulti off. And then, in contrast, you have Magnus, Meraxus, Geomancer. Those are the ones they saw first game. You have more secure stuns, easier to play. So if they, I mean, already with just Meraxus, Geo, I'm like, okay, Team Tim got this. They just need some sort of a strong hard carry. And,
I know that is a triplet of AoE stuns, isn't it? Like that's just insane. We know that Zane can play a beefy Meraxus. It was banned. I think it was banned last game. Is it banned in the second wave of bans? So they pick it up here in the first wave of picks. But Geomancer and Magnus. So we know that those are going to probably be the main support heroes for Team Tim, and they're going to have to pick up some reliable lockdown to try and capitalize on farming those support picks. A lot of times, those are your easy pickoffs, right? That's kind of your pocket change almost, that you want to have available at your disposal is finding easy pickoffs on a support picks, especially after you find a big kill. So, but I do like the Rally. Right, exactly. Yeah, just eliminating them from the start of the fight. But it seems like Magnus and Geo are 2 heroes that can really get all their spells off pretty easily in the course of one of those bigger team fights, which is really a boon whenever you talk about what position 4 and 5 are trying to do. But the Rally pick, I like it just because it's such a flex pick. We talk about it all the time, flexibility being something that's an advantage in the game, that Rally can just do a lot of things, right? He can be a soloer. Even though I don't really like him as a soloer, he can do it. But he also just performs really well in a tri-lane, which these teams are prone to do very often. But, taking a step back, we see bans of Defiler, Shadowblade, and Electrician from Busno GG. So taking away, strong mid, strong carry, and a strong soloer, find it a little bit surprising to see the Electrician ban, honestly, given that Meraxus has already been picked and is probably going to be going to Zane. So maybe they didn't want to see an Electrician mid for whatever reason.
Yeah, he's been playing that mid a few times as far as I remember. So that might be the one, yeah.
But and then we have Balfagor, Ophelia, and Moira banned out by Team Tim. So those bans make a lot of sense. And Balfagor didn't perform very well in game 1, but Hero always has potential, especially if you're able to combine it with some kind of lockdown, which they certainly have this game between Rally and now Kraken on top of the Chipper. So how do you feel about Kraken and Chipper, starting to put the finishing touches on the Legion lineup?
I mean, Kraken is your setup, right, for the Rally ult. So there you have it. Or it can be used for a setup with the Chipper. And Chipper has been played a lot in the last few years as some sort of support. And the rockets are so strong for any reason, like just quick cancels, cheap cancels of stuff.
Yeah, the rockets. I'm a big fan of Chipper as a support. It doesn't, obviously, it's not going to provide the same kind of lockdown that Geo or Magnus do, but I talk about it over and over again. Rocket Barrage just being 3,000 cast range. If you're able to get level 7 on this hero, quick math tells me that 4 rockets do 540 damage from a 3,000 range as a support. It can really be a big difference in finding some quick kills in the earlier stages of the mid game or even later in the mid game. So on top of the stacking potential that this hero has. So
yeah, and then there's the force buffer, right? 425 magic damage were just removed.
Yeah, and it's actually
some Meraxes and Geomancer and Magnus that are the first picks. It just fits him perfectly.
Yeah, but now we see now that the Hellborn draft has been completed, this looks like a very scary draft. They pick the Wretched Hag as the mid, more than likely, and then they have a Kronos carry. So this is, talk about some wombo combo on top of the Chrono Field. Now, Chrono Field, not necessarily an ability that you have to have wombo with, because obviously a farmed Chronos can, a lot of times he can just kill anybody he wants to inside of a Chrono Field, but talk about one hell of a setup for a Bat Blast, for a Crystal Field follow-up to extend the lockdown of Chrono Field, and then obviously the Eruption inside of it. Pretty crazy AoE control and damage over here on the side of Team Tim. And we see it, Oogie pick on Busno GG. So interesting 5th pick. Do you like it as the main carry? Obviously, it's got to be the main carry, right? It's Oogie.
Yeah. Oogie's the carry, yeah. I like it. It can play active, right? It doesn't have to farm that much. It can play active and fight a tad earlier.
Yeah.
And yeah.
I'm actually liking it. Against, especially if they lane it against the Meraxes. We talked about Meraxes in game 1 having a really good time with the Arcane Shield against, I believe he was laning against Valkyrie and Deadwood, right? Just shines against those projectile-based abilities. Not going to be the case going against an Oogie, right? Tarkwake is a fantastic spammable ability, spammable slow at long range that is not going to be mitigated by Arcane Shield. On the flip side, he is going against a Chipper, so he does have that lane strength available to him. If he's able to take a rocket with his shield, he will get the movement speed buff. But overall, I do like Oogie as the farming hero against Meraxes in this bottom lane. And just being a tanky hero in general gives Meraxes a much harder time to be able to push him out.
Yeah, he's not. I don't think Oogie is super strong in lane as a solo. I mean, he's fine, but he would definitely benefit from having a backup. I was about to say backup cheerleader, but some sort of a support going with him. And I mean, they can rotate that in if they want to, but still.
Right. And I think, honestly, if it were me, I think Chipper is not the one to rotate down there. I think eventually, as we see Rally with boots, I think Rally will be the first one to show up there in the bottom lane to support Oogie. But we've got Try versus Try, it looks like here, of Chipper, Rally, Valkyrie against Kronos, Magnus, Geo. So who's got the leg up here in this Try lane versus Try?
That's Legion.
Legion, you think so?
Yeah, Kronos is not a laner.
Yeah, it doesn't provide much, but it is two good stuns between Magnus and Geo. So if there is the misstep on the Legion side, they could capitalize it. And Kraken versus Hag here in the mid lane. So this feels pretty even. I think Kraken is one of the best melee mid laners, but Wretched Hag just has a very good time against melee in general. because of the Haunt auto attack combos that she's able to just rain out constantly. So we'll see exactly how Kraken's able to do in this mid lane. But if he's able to get a fairly well-timed level 6, I think Hag falls prey to any kind of rotation because of the way that Whirlpool restrains now if you just get caught inside of it, irrespective of getting immobilized in the center. So
I think the Kraken is also a very good pick as he gets some nice harass onto this Hag mid, but I think it's a good pick because there is a Geo, there is a Magmus, and now there's a Kronos and a Hag, and everybody wants to just blink or jump out, but they can't because of the, what's it called, the restrain?
Right, yep.
Yep, the restrain. That one is clutch. If he gets a decent ulti off, nobody can move on the Hellborn team, and if there's something the Hellborn team wants to do, it's move with those heroes.
Right. Yeah, it's very even right now, but I'm actually surprised by the amount of harass that Kraken is able to put onto Hag. She actually has to be very careful at this point. Seems like she might be being a little too aggressive with her auto attacks, getting into range of the splash on Kraken,
I think so
already
too.
has a very good creep score against a Wretched Hag, 9-3 versus the 6-0 Hag. So safe to say Kraken having a fantastic time here in the mid lane.
Who's getting the farm top? It looks like it's Kronos.
Yeah,
I mean,
there's
obviously he's farming, but...
The Lavasaur is just going to connect onto Rally, followed up by the dig stun. Just putting about half of Rally's life bar under pressure. But there's a haste here at the top rune that Chipper is watching. Just kind of saving it for somebody maybe, but Mirax is taking a lot of damage here in the bottom lane as well.
So you have a mana battery against the Oogie spammy boy.
Yeah, he picked that up right out of his starting gold, so, you know, just anticipating him to use... Okay, Hasted Chipper is making his way towards Hag in the mid lane, but Hag is aware of it as he picked it up underneath the cover of vision there at the top rune. So Hag just forced to play very careful here. And Doze, I think just Doze having a very good start here, and Wretched Hag getting pursued here by this Hasted Chipper now, able to get close to the second tier tower, not going to be able to go, but Rally, surrounded by 3 heroes, takes a stun combo, will be the first blood and the top lane. So punishing the rotation of Chipper, and Chipper gets blinked on by Wretched Hag, but Wretched Hag forced to back off, not able to find all the damage she wanted to, and now a smoked Magmus with boots might find his way towards this Chipper. Chipper taking a very nice path to avoid getting killed by that Magmus. Almost certainly maybe would have died. But now Magmus looking at potentially going on Kraken. Taking the flank path. Has 3 seconds left on smoke. Going to be camping the top rune here. Rally walking towards it. It's a Merrick's. The bottom rune is an illusion rune. Kraken going to bottle it.
I don't know if the rotation mid from Chipper was worth it. In
It
any
didn't
shape
seem
or
like
form. It didn't seem like it, because they already have the stronger tri-lane top with the Valk and Chipper and the Rally.
Yeah.
They choose to leave it, right? So then they struggle in that lane anyway. They should be able to just force something top, because right now I think Hellborn is getting what they want, because the Kronos is farming, Veraxis is
Geomancer
also
gonna
farming.
get gone on by Rally. The Compel Stun connects, followed up by the Javelin, and it's a dead Geomancer. And there you go. I mean, that stun lockdown is
Crazy.
one hell of a burst if they're able to catch the ideal target.
They just do it, right? Just do it. No, but they just they just have to do it. There's no point in rotating to mid or trying to catch a Hag with a Chipper. Like, you're not gonna catch the Hag. She's gonna blink away, unless Kraken has ulti, of course. Then I see it. Then you can go in to try to get a gank off. But I think that rotation was I mean, in the best intentions, but it didn't really go that way.
Oh, release the Kraken does come out onto Hag in the mid lane. Here comes the splash damage. So much damage. Wretched Hag able to blink away on less than 20 life. So the release the Kraken has been used.
What?
Yeah, and he's surprised. I think he's surprised that the Tsunami Charge didn't find the stun. Here comes the stun combo onto Magmus. Will he be able to Lava Surge away? He does find the Lava Surge onto Valkyrie, who is now taking Lots of auto attacks. The time leap comes out onto Valkyrie. It's a 1-for-1. Chipper getting pursued by Kronos. The dig stun is going to miss. Connects to Rally. There was a canceled port, but now it's Geomancer underneath the tower. So in the end, a 2-for-1. Both supports fall for the Valkyrie, but you know, maybe Kronos happy to take that. He is at 400 GPM, but you know, Oogie now going very hard here, trying to walk away from Meraxis, drawing out the port from Magnus in the bottom lane. But yeah, I mean, Oogie and Kronos have about equal farm, but the difference being that Oogie has the solo XP right out of the gate, so he is the highest level in the game. On top of that massive gold accumulation that he has early on here, and looks like he's probably going to be going for a mana ring as his next purchase.
And he has so many last hits because he probably farmed the jungle at the same time, right? On the Oogie, so he's at 43 last hits at 6 minutes. That's a lot of last hits, dude.
Yeah, and he's especially in a 1v1, right? Just having a very good time.
Uh-huh.
But Hag actually...
Yeah?
Uh-huh. I was just saying Hag ported to the bottom lane with haste active, but what did I miss?
No, in the top fight, did you see how Magnus first dodged the Call of the Valkyrie and then dodged everything by just steam bathing? It was so good. He almost got out of it there. It was so well played.
Uh-oh, Meraxis getting gone on by Oogie and Rally, but Oogie backing off, deciding he doesn't have the mana. Looking like he wants to go farm, but missed the kill in the top lane. You know, if Rally is not there to save Chipper, then Chipper is such an easy target for these 3 heroes. But Rally, this is what I'm talking about. Rally coming down here, has his eyes on Meraxis, but Oogie, does he have the mana to pull this off? Compel Stun is going to come here, but here's the rotation from Kronos and Magnus and Geomancer. They're all here, going to find a nice kill onto Oogie inside of the Chrono field. And Rally falls as well. It's a quick 3-man rotation. Wonderfully done. Kronos here farming in the bottom lane now, but Kraken putting a lot of pressure onto Geomancer, but Geomancer uses the dig stun to get away. Here comes the release of the Kraken. It is going to fully catch Geomancer. So they get a return kill, at least on the Geomancer support. Meanwhile, Valkyrie in the mid lane farming, but has to watch out for Hag, who has the Bat Blast ready. Looks like she's going towards the top rune. It is an Envis rune, so this is a stark contrast. If I can just take a step away. Yeah, from the, well, just from the previous 2 games, right? This looks very even so far, which is what we want to see in a game 3. You know, we don't want to see another one-sided stomp. We saw each of these teams have one hell of a time against each other in games 1 and 2, so now it's time for both of them to buckle up, you know, strap in, get ready, and try to prevent either side from accumulating that. But Oogie getting gone on, but he has the Primal Surge ready, is going to activate it, and now it's Magnus who is running away with his life, but he's going to be falling after Meraxis. So Meraxis and Magnus both falling. Here's the Wretched Hag with the Invisibility rune. Just be careful she doesn't walk over a Rev Ward. We know how they love to place them in plenty. Still coming down here and positioning aggressively with the ulti ready.
No, he does not.
Kronos does not have, but he is going on Oogie. Here's the dig. They're just putting a full combo onto Oogie. Doesn't have the Primal Surge. He will fall. And now the HoN connects onto Chipper, putting in auto attacks, walking towards the tower for it. Has the Sonar Scream ready, but opting not to tower dive. Rally here. Looks like he's going to find a Compel onto Hag. Dodges the Javelin, and the Rocket's just going to be able to blink away. So a nice kill that they found onto Oogie there when all is said and done. Such an even game. 6-6. Gold is basically neck and neck.
Yeah.
But we're not done here in the bottom lane. Geomancer might get compelled. He's able to dig away and Rally, not able to close the distance.
The 2 supports from Hellborn just sitting bottom, creating space, pretending that they're still there.
Yeah,
making 4 people from the Legion side, as Kronos and only Kronos it seems is chasing this Kraken. I mean, Kraken has ulti, but so does Kronos.
Right.
That's mid.
Yeah, it's fight mid. Geomancer needs to be careful. Valkyrie thinking about using the Prism. Here it comes. Okay.
Did they see that?
Not sure. They may have seen it. No, I don't think they saw it. I don't think they know. Rally, not level 6 though.
Now they know, because Kraken didn't hit creeps. There we go, now they know.
Okay, they're aware now. But Wretched Hag, are they going to be able to have the damage to finish her off? I don't think they will. She's going to be able to blink away.
Oh yeah, exactly.
But she's going to blink into Kraken, who is spotted by the Geostock of Geomancer, and now Kraken opting to play defensively and charge away. So, nice avoidance there of falling prey to the Valkyrie's Prism.
There's a party top, the Hellborn is like, let's go make a party of our own, let's go mid.
Yeah, we have a smoked Magnus looking like he's going to be able to catch an Oogie, but are they going to have the damage to burst Oogie through this?
Geo.
Yeah, but okay, in the meantime, they do find a nice kill onto Kronos, but they're going to get Oogie in return. So carry for carry. And you're right, Magnus and Hag, or Geo and Hag, find their way to the party, and now Rally's got to be really careful walking into Geo. But let's check out the progress of some of these items. I mean, Kraken, 1,600 gold amassed at this point, making his way towards a portal key. That's going to be a big power curve that he's going to meet once he's able to get that item. There's nothing in comparison on the side of Hellborn. Looks like Kronos is probably going for the route of Elder Parasite, if I had to guess. Those gloves of the Swift. I doubt he feels like. Yeah, I doubt he feels like he can go Thunderclaw right out of the gate. Which I like. I think I love Elder as a first item pick here on Kronos. Just able to do multiple things for him. Makes him a threat for getting solo killed. Or getting solo kills, as well as allowing him. But actually, we see the Alacrity band picked up, so he is going Thunderclaw. He's going the greedy route.
Wow, I mean, sure, I would have liked either, but I wouldn't have minded the
and Kraken has to be careful here. Magnus only level 5, so not going to have the eruption damage, but I was worried for Kraken. They have a lot of lockdown on Kraken between these 3 stuns, one of them being the Chrono Field, and Hag is actually making her way as well. So this looks like it's a dive incoming. The Chrono Field does come out. The Bat Blast comes out. Here comes the Chain Stuns following, but they're going to miss because the Tsunami Charge was able to get off, but the release of Kraken's going to catch Magnus and Hag, followed up by the Seismic Slam, and they are going to get a kill. Get those 2 kills. Geomancer able to go into the trees, but he's going to take the stun! Rally trying to get in range for the Seismic Slam, breaks the trees, or the Compel rather. So it is a 3-for-1. So they get a very important kill on Kraken, halting the progress of his portal key, but, at what cost, right? 3 kills in return?
Yeah, no, it's... I mean, if only Magnus and Geo died, it wouldn't have been the worst thing in the world, but Hag died too, right?
Right. And in the meantime, Oogie just able to use the space on the map to farm up. Looks like he's going to be having a Noma's Wisdom very soon after having completed Mana Boots. And this is very scary because Oogie, as we kind of mentioned in the pre-game, or pre-match rather, this hero farms extremely well with nothing but levels. And we can see that here, he had a very good time in the bottom lane in his 1v1, but he actually got halted with some of those early ganks. But Rally looking like he wants to go on Meraxis, pushing very aggressively, but there's just no follow-up. And here's Hag going on Rally at the moment. Meraxis pushing forward, thinking about stunning, but opting to back off. And Oogie just doesn't have the mana to participate as well. There's 3 players.
In on his PK, and so is the Kraken has his now, and he has a. Does he have a TP? No, he doesn't.
Oh, Compel comes out on a Hag. She is going to fall prey to the Chipper Rally combo. So a nice Compel. Rally compelling Chipper onto Hag. Excellent. So they all said and done, they do find that kill onto Hag, and they get a tower kill in the mid lane. So things are starting to shape up for Busno GG here in Game 3, now amassing a 4,500 gold lead. Kraken trying to put the kill onto Geomancer, but not able to find it.
But
so
he
does have his blink now, and 200 gold, 300 gold away from Meraxis' blink. But here comes the Valkyrie's Prism in the bottom lane, but they are walking over. Yeah, this is a dead Kronos, is tanking the Whirlpool and the Kraken damage. Geomancer tries to save him, but ends up falling himself. But here comes the 2-man Compel stun, but a Lava Surge is going to put the cancel onto Rally's combo, and they find 2 kills of their own.
Literally the same kills. But I mean, that favors Hellborn, right? Because they're behind.
Oh,
Legion
absolutely.
is ahead. Legion is ahead. They don't want to trade. Hellborn is behind. They can take trades.
Yeah, finding a kill on that level 12 Oogie, very key. Who has, you know, he's super beefy at this point. I'm kind of curious what he's going to make now that he has the full core setup between the boots, mana boots, and the Gnome's Wisdom. So we'll see exactly what he transitions into. Whether it's a, I don't think it's going to be a Shrunken Head. Honestly, I'm kind of expecting an Icon, but could see something like, who knows, Frostfield Plate or
Backstone.
whatever. Sackstone, yeah. I think you're right. I think you probably will look to finish his Sackstone before anything else. But we have a finished Thunderclaw on Kronos as well, so
Hey.
you know, Kronos I would say that Kronos has been having a better game than Oogie. After all is said and done, I mean, Oogie just able to naturally farm up levels if he has a reasonable start. But Kronos, you know, I think he's the one that's kind of finding more plays and just keeping his team in the game.
I think Kronos had a better landing phase than Oogie, and then now Oogie is having a better time at this point because of just how he farms, right?
Yeah, Kronos was deciding to play more aggressively too, though. I mean, he put some ganks out onto Oogie. You know, the 1-4 Oogie score versus the 2-2-5 Kronos really kind of shows that. And I think Kronos, in the end, if this game, you know, it's looking very, you know, somewhat one-sided here, as they have a 7k gold lead for Busno GG, but I think that in the end, Kronos might outshine Oogie if it's able to get to that.
Too. If he gets the chance to do that, then it's most certainly a plausible outcome.
Yeah, I want to talk about, you know, I like Rally as a natural counter to Kronos. I mean, they picked Kronos into Rally, so it's actually, they have great tools to be able to deal with a Kronos ulti. Here comes the Miraxis Blink, is going to catch Rally. Crystal Field and Geomancer stun is going to connect. Rally is going to fall. Miraxis takes the stun, but here's the Primal Surge. Oogie getting activated. It's a disastrous team fight. It's 2 for 2 so far, and Oogie is putting the terror into Geomancer as he's chasing him very aggressively. Valkyrie misses the arrow. It's 2 versus 2 here. Chipper's trying to make his way out. Valkyrie able to walk away from Magnus, who it looks like he canceled the eruption. Maybe it got canceled.
No, I think it was just a tad too quick.
So after
Maybe
all
he
is
meant
said
to
and
shift
done,
click.
right? So 2 for 4 rather.
Yeah.
And Oogie with the Warhammer in his inventory after the Sackstone is opting to go for Shrunken Head. So not a bad decision considering how many stuns are avoidable through
the fact that, yeah, sorry.
Well, it's through Shrunken Head, right? The only true counter that he will have on the other team is the Kronos ulti, preventing him from spamming Tarquakes, so...
There was a single spell that saved that whole fight for the Legion. That was the Valkyrie arrow, because it hit the Kronos as he was about to ulti.
I missed that, but thank you for that recap. Oh, a huge kill onto Geomancer, but now Rally might fall himself, making it a 1-for-1. Oh, Rally is able to walk away on no HP, gets finished off by Hag. The arrow is going to find his way onto Magnus. 3 quick kills for Busno GG, just extending their lead. And now Wretched Hag has to be careful as Kraken has his sight on her, finds the Tsunami Charge into the Kraken ulti, and she is going to fall after that Javelin. Just the full lockdown. Kill after kill, it's a genocide.
Yeah, even...
Not even sure what happened.
Miraxis died bottom to the Oogie.
Goodness.
Yeah, I didn't see
Level
it, I just caught the announcement.
It looks like Busno GG has this one all but wrapped up now.
Yeah. I mean, Hellborn has tools though. This is a little bit different, and they have good high ground defense.
Right.
But Hellborn most certainly have tools to be able to win this. It's not like they're sitting there with with nothing to go on. They have plenty to go on. They just need to be able to execute it properly, right?
Right. And I mean, Oogie, as strong of a carry as he is, he's definitely not the best hero to break buildings with.
No, he's not really a
Really.
pusher. I mean, the Valkyrie is a little bit of a tower hitter, I guess. But the rest are pretty useless for tower hitting.
So, I mean,
that's so easy.
it seems like it's still going to be Legion's game to lose at this point, in my opinion. Obviously, the stats show that, but even if they find difficulty in going high ground, it seems like they're almost guaranteed to have the map control at this point, as they have taken 4 of the 6 outer towers and haven't lost a single one themselves.
That's right. I didn't even notice that they haven't lost any. That's pretty huge. That's a lot of gold lost for your supports as well, and you can see that on the Magnus. He has 700 gold. He doesn't have a blink for a guy.
Right. And all of the core items are out on the Legion side. They've got the blink on Rally now, the tablet on Chipper, fantastic item. Yeah, tablet Sackstone. And I mean, just think about how difficult it is to find the ideal Chronos ulti now, that you have to go against a tablet Chipper on top of the Rally Compel. The only person that it would probably guaranteed lockdown at this point is Oogie through a Shrunken Head, but you're not going to be able to kill him inside of the ulti with his Shrunken Head up. So it just seems, Miraxis going to get spotted out by Kraken and Rally. Here comes the Compel stun. It's all coming out. They just find a quick kill onto Miraxis, one of the main initiator for Team Tim. Probably have their sights on this mid tower at this point now. They do get a bottom tower. Geomancer finds it. Elder Parasite was completed on Chronos. Rally misses the Compel stun, but the Tsunami Charge connects onto Hag. She falls very quickly. Magnus the one in trouble now. Rev Wards come out. Lava Surge is on cooldown. It's 3 for nothing now.
Why
Legion
do they
decided
stay so far out? I'm sorry to cut you off, but why do they stay so far out? Like, their Miraxis is dead. We can't defend this. Why are they sitting there? It feels like they kind of just threw themselves into the hands of Legion.
A little bit, yeah. I can't really tell you the reason why, but we have buybacks on the Hag. Here comes Miraxis. Miraxis and Chronos are smoked. Miraxis is going to catch Kraken, but the Rally Compel is going to catch Chronos. But Chronos going very, very heavily on Rally. Chronofield is going to halt Rally and Oogie. Rally falls, but Oogie has the token now. Miraxis falls. Port comes in from Magnus. Oogie pushing forward with the active Shrunken Head. Has the token as well. Chronos finding a kill on Kraken in the back. That's a big one. And now it's kind of 3 heroes kind of out of position here for Busno GG. Chronos thinking like he wants to go in. He kind of has the mana after that mana battery usage, but deciding not to ultimately. And the pause. Whew. These team fights are pretty hectic. Obviously, Busno GG still getting the better of it. They have 2.5 minutes on the Oogie token with 4k gold in his pocket. What does he go now?
Sheep?
Just sheep? I feel like, yeah, sheep is certainly
Straight
something. Yeah.
Lockdown.
I also kind of like Frostfield, personally.
Yeah.
But I think sheep might be the right option. Just additional lockdown for Hag, Magnus, well, just all those heroes, honestly. Because they, that they want to get that kill off of Chronos, who is basically their main team fight control at this point, because they don't have blinks on Magnus or Geo. They have it on Miraxis, but he's kind of their main, and he's like their catch, right? He's not going to be catching usually more than 2 heroes, and that's pretty ambitious as well. Probably just going to find a stun on 1 with proper spacing.
A lot of AoE spells on the Hellborn side, so Legion really are playing it well by being spaced out.
Right. And, one of the heroes that we haven't really talked about this game at all, because it just seems like it's been the Oogie show, is Valkyrie, here in the auxiliary carry role with 450 GPM, 8-1-10 score. So it's going to get to the point where even if you're able to get some momentum going on the side of Team Tim, they're still going to have to deal with a farmed carry Valkyrie as well. Not sure what she's going to be going item-wise. Kind of surprised she only has that Nullifier too with a GPM like that, but
probably has a BKB on the way. There's a courier flying out from the mid here that I can't click on and see what's in it, but it might be the courier to Valkyrie because she probably just bought something. I'm guessing she's going a Shrunken too.
Yeah, Shrunken would certainly be a good choice. Yeah, they're just missing some major item pickups. You know, what do you go... So Kronos has the Elder Parasite now. What do you go on? Kronos and Hag, probably the only 2 heroes that are able to get anything luxury-wise, as Magnus and Geomancer are still making their way towards Blink.
Is it the Shrunken Head game? I mean, Rally is physical, Kraken is magical.
It could be a Shrunken Head
Oogie
game.
Oogie is completely magical, so it could be for sure a magic game where you just go for the Shrunken, be able to move, be able to get your spells off. Like if Hellborn gets their spells off, they have a lot better spells, I think, than Legion, but they seem to just never get them off, as the pick off potential on the Legion is just so quick, right? They just kill someone super fast.
Yeah, I mean, maybe I'm in a minority here, but a lot of times whenever I'm this far behind in a game, I actually like to try and not go Shrunken. Maybe that's crazy, but my thinking is that you have to... It feels like when you're this far behind in a game, playing defensively isn't the route that's going to find you the victory. You have to be able to take out important targets in the team fight. So I almost feel like you have to build towards some sort of damage source. Maybe I am completely in the wrong, but that's just my feeling.
I don't think there's any wrong or right answers either to stuff like this, because it depends on your gameplay. And to the same way you can make the argument, if you want to get that damage out, you need to not to be stunned. So
Right.
you need the Shrunken to be able to get the damage out, right? So you can argument it back and forth as much as you want.
and
As
Valkyrie-
Magnus gets the stun though onto this Valkyrie.
But she's able to leap away from the eruption.
Yes.
Oh, but Wretched Hag not able to get the haunt off, and there's just no dust in the inventory. That was a dead Valkyrie if they had the dust, but now Chipper pursuing, and Magnus gonna get gone on by Chipper. Is gonna lava surge into the trees here, but it's not gonna be able to help him escape. And now Wretched Hag getting pursued by Oogie, not able to blink away. There's no buybacks on Wretched Hag or Magnus, so actually Magnus probably has one.
Magnus has one for sure. Yeah, he does has one.
But that is those are 2 big pickoffs. They're going to be able to take out that final tier 2 tower and put some pressure on the tier 3 here in the bottom lane. Still has the token for 1:20. As the rest of the Legion team does make their way towards the tier 3 tower. Here comes the Meraxa stun onto Oogie, but it's really just a scare tactic. Now Oogie activates the Primal Surge, decides to go full force onto Meraxus. Has the Frostfield plate, like I suggested. Still has the Shrunken Head available to him. Meraxus is going to fall, and one final Tark Wake is going to kill Magnus, who used the buyback to try and come and assist. So now Magnus and Meraxus both out of commission here for at least 30 seconds. And this tier 3 tower looks like it's going to be breaking. Meraxus actually does have the buyback. Oogie is going to fall, maybe? He does, but he still has the token. So now he's going to respawn fully fresh with the Shrunken Head available to him, just putting an auto attacks into the melee barracks, dumping Tarquakes to zone the Geomancer. Gosh, that Frostfield plate, just impossible to approach. The Legion team with this Oogie as the frontline carry. Here comes the rain of rockets connecting onto several heroes, showing their position. Meraxus finds the stun onto Kraken. They're trying to make something happen. The Lava Surge is going to connect onto Kraken following the Bat Blast, and they are going to find 2 important kills. 1 important kill on the Kraken, but Oogie is just in the front lines with the activated Shrunken Head. Raining terror, Magnus with the 2-man Lava Surge. Kronos with the Chrono Field now, trying to put in some damage into Oogie, but where's the damage source? He's just too damn tanky with that Frostfield plate, able to turn it. Gets pushed out of the base by the Compel. It's a hat trick for Chipper. And the barracks does fall now. So Hellborn trying to make it happen, just unfortunately not able to. So many buybacks used to try and defend their first set of Raxes that fall, but in the end, to no avail. And now, Busno GG almost certainly going to take game 3 with this 30k gold lead.
That's gonna be a struggle for Hellborn at least. They don't seem to be able to get their spells off. Like, it sounds weird, but it's just because of their composition. They are in the position where they can make pretty big combos, right? The Chronos with the Magmus, with the Geo, with the Hag. Like, on paper it looks so good, but they just seem to not be able to just get that off.
It's just, you have to hand it to the Legion team for playing it right and the position that they're in, right? Because they know how formidable Oogie is, right? I mean, just playing it perfectly, letting him absorb all of the damage, making it so hard for the Hellborn side to go on the back line, which is what they need to do, right? You have to avoid this Oogie. There's no way that you can kill him, especially through a token with the Shrunken Head up. So you have to find some kills on some of the important supporting casts, but just not allowing them to. You know, Chipper pumping in rockets into the back line with a 3k range. Oogie just there behind the tier 3 tower, let the creeps do the work, spamming Tarquakes as he is right now. But has to be a little bit more careful this time as he doesn't have the token. But I mean, if you look at him, he's got the Frostfield play, and here comes the full initiation onto Wretched Hag. The Whirlpool is going to catch Geomancer as well. Crystal Field not going to do too much, and Magmus now has to be careful as Oogie is now diving towards the fountain. Meraxis finds the stun on the rally, but Magmus falls as well. Now Meraxis getting base dove under the tier 4s, 4 for nothing. Chronos wasn't even there, and the concede vote comes out nice and quick, and Busno GG advances to the winner's bracket, or the winner's bracket finals. So that game, even for a while, but just the momentum. Once it got going, Legion team just couldn't be stopped.
No, they kept the momentum going, which is also pretty hard to do sometimes in these games, so you gotta commend them for keeping that momentum going and just not stopping it. Because if you stop, you give the opponents a chance to get back, right?
Oh, of course not. I mean, of course, yeah, you can't, sorry, I just meant to say, of course. You can't, especially on a hero like Oogie, right? Once you have that start, and you cannot allow, like, it's just as I was saying, right? Chronos seems like a pretty good natural hero counter, right? If you're talking about even item slots, you know, Chronos actually might have the leg up onto Oogie, because that is a really, really powerful hero counter, just preventing Oogie from being able to spam Tarquake for up to 5 seconds, right? On top of, you know, additional lockdown stuns. You know, if you're able to lock him down with his Shrunken Head activated inside of your Chrono Field, you basically let his Shrunken Head expire while you're dealing damage inside of the Chrono Field. Then your team potentially follows up with stuns. Like, it could be bad news for Oogie if it were to get to that state, but they didn't allow that to happen, right? They just had this massive presence with Oogie and just made it so difficult for, you know, they just took all the towers, made it so difficult for Chronos to farm. The supporting cast on Hellborn couldn't even get their blinks on Geo or Magmus, it felt like. So just fantastic. Hats off to Busno GG. They advance. Team Tim, obviously, going into the losers bracket, probably going to be able to claw their way back. We've seen them do it before, so they're certainly not out yet. But, you know, well played, Busno GG. And that's it for the first match of the day.
Yeah, we're gonna be back very soon watching the Nova Brigada versus Doghouse.
Yep, thank you for announcing the teams, and keep it here, everybody. We'll be back after a short break. All right, everybody. Welcome back to the Paradise League HoN tournament. This is cycle number 4, going to be the second semifinals of the winner bracket today. This is the first of 3 matches of Donava Brigada versus the Doghouse. Both of these teams very, very strong. I'm going to be your shoutcasting host, Easy Full Clan, not joined by a co-caster this game, so be prepared to hear a lot of me bringing the coverage of this match to you, as we have both of these powerhouse teams duking it out. Obviously, Doghouse being the slight favorite, as they have taken the previous 2 cycles in commanding fashion. So we'll see exactly what Donava Brigada has to bring to the table to try and stifle their advance towards taking out the cycle number 4 as the grand champions as well. So bans on each side. Donava Brigada bans out the Devourer, the Rally, and the Doghouse bans out the Devourer, Rally, and Gladiator. In contrast, we have Corrupted Disciple, Engineer, and Balfagor banned out by DB. 6 different bans that we saw. Much different than we saw in the last match of Team Tim versus Busno GG. Actually, the only common hero being Corrupted Disciple. Always kind of, surprised when I see that Devourer ban. I'm sure anybody who's been watching these cycles hears me talk about it over and over again. That is a target ban. I must say, I'm not sure. Do they have the player that plays Devourer over there on DB? I guess they do. Sunk Bob is somewhere, and those must be Blett. But anyway. Regardless, bans are finished. Now we have an Andromeda pick, followed by a Behemoth and an Nymphora pick. So, Andromeda, a first pick worthy hero, but boy oh boy, Nymphora, this is a tough hero to play against. We've seen it banned in the first wave of bans several times, and for good reason. This hero is just a powerhouse. It just does so much in a tri-lane, always puts the Reign of Terror into you during the middle and late stages of the game, having to juke and jive a potential team port onto you if you're out of position. This is a really scary hero to play against. I'm actually I'm very surprised to see it not banned in, not making a replacement ban for the Nymphora. But here it is. It's in the game, and they've got Behemoth to boot. Behemoth just obviously one of those heroes that's a lasting HoN staple, provides so many things throughout the early stages with the roaming, and then obviously some of the best high ground defense in the game if it's able to get a portal key. So we'll see if they're able to manage that on Donava Brigada. But we have a Sir Bensington and a Kinesis pick in response. 2 heroes that I like to see, especially the Kinesis pick, especially whenever you are playing against something like a Behemoth. Being able to steal a powerful Q ability like Fisher is always a reason to pick up a hero like Kinesis on top of the other abilities that it has in its kit. We saw bans of Dr. Repulsor, Lord Salforus, and Defiler being banned out by DB versus the Forsaken Archer, Valkyrie, and Shadowblade. So banning out some mids makes sense that they banned out the mids, as they have the Bensington pick already. Looks like they have their main farmer on Doghouse, so they are going to need a mid. We'll see exactly which hero they go with. And then carry picks being banned out by Doghouse, but we see them go with the Silhouette pick as the main farmer. So this is an interesting one, not one that we have seen very often. Actually, we have seen it in the hands of, I believe, Puppet Soul plays it mid from time to time, so it actually might not be the main farmer, position 1 farmer for DB. They might actually run it mid. A hero that I'm actually very excited to see is the Fade pick. I don't think I've seen Fade picked up in a competitive setting recently. And it surprises me, so I'm very happy to see it here. This is a hero that, if it's able to get, obviously level 6 is what you want on this hero. It has a great line stun with the Burning Shadows, but it's more like level 11 and beyond where this hero becomes very scary, especially paired with an Nymphora on your team. The the tree walking Fade with the clear vision around her, able to scout out key parts of the map, and then having a Nymphora port shortly behind is going to make it very difficult for Bensington, for example, to do one of the things that he likes to do, which is kind of farm away from his team while his team kind of starts an engagement and then come in later. So it could be the Bensington that actually gets picked off multiple times if he's not careful himself. But we see Draconis and Lodestone rounding out the draft for Doghouse. Two great heroes. Obviously, Snooki is going to be playing this dragon, as we see it swap to him. And it's always kind of a toss-up. Not sure if he's going to be running it in the jungle right out of the gate, or if he's going to kind of take it into a lane for a little bit. We know he always transitions into the jungle at some point, but it's just a question of how early. And the Pebbles being the final pick for the Legion side, so this is going to be a mid Pebbles more than likely. So it is going to be a Puppet Soul silhouette, but probably as the main position 1 farmer. But guys, I have to tell you, we wouldn't have this tournament, the $10,000 grand prize or prize pool available to us, if it were not for our 2 sponsors, Community Gaming and Polydoge. Community Gaming is a platform for running weekly tournaments for games like Valorant, Super Smash Bros., Hearthstone, and other games. They're all in one, and they help supercharge events of all levels, from community grassroots tournaments to the Tier 1 professional events that you see. You can go to communitygaming.io, experience it for yourself, or join their Discord to learn more. And Polydoge is a digital currency with one of the most vibrant communities on the powerful Polygon network. It offers a wide variety of fun interactions to its holders in the form of NFTs, apps, airdrops, and access to different DeFi platforms ready to use on Polygon. So go to polydoge.com and experience it for yourself. Make sure that you do visit these links, guys, by typing !ad in the chat or scrolling down into the panels, because if you do give them traffic at these links, go create accounts, they have the potential of increasing that $10,000 prize pool to an even higher amount to stir up even more hype for better and stronger teams to join the tournament. Now back to the game. We have looks like a flanking Andromeda and Kinesis here in the middle lane, looking to potentially make things very difficult for Pebbles to have an accomplished mid lane right out of the gate. We see that Thought Steal has already been picked up by Kinesis, so he's ready to silence Pebbles and put the Stalagmite stun out on. There is a 2-stun combo with a Dragon mid, so interesting to see Dragon in the middle lane. I feel like this is something that we don't see super often. This is a Fade solo bot, so very, very different than what I was expecting. I was kind of expecting Fade to be run as maybe a position 4 support in a tri-lane, but it makes sense that Behemoth is kind of fulfilling that role. As we have a pause here. But a pause is called out by the Legion side, so they need a second to start the game. But Lodestone going to be going solo in the top lane against Behemoth, Nymphora, and Silhouette, so we'll see if he can keep it together and maybe not get sniped out by these 3 heroes. But an interesting lane is going to be the Bensington versus Fade. We'll have to keep our eye on that one, but clearly we have to watch this mid lane because it could be Pebbles that falls prey to a quick bloodlust. So, my read of this game is that Hellborn has a slightly better time right out of the gate, but in the mid to late game stages, if Hellborn can get there, I think that they have a pretty clear advantage with what I was saying about the Nymphora potential. But Pebbles gets Thought Stolen. Here tanks the stun combo. He's very low immediately and falls quickly before the first creep even dies in the mid lane. So Draconis with a very quick lead here in the mid lane. Kinesis does get the Bloodlust kill. Not sure what he picked up with his gold. We'll see. Pebbles has to be super careful. Kinesis and Andromeda looks like they're rotating up to the top lane to support Lodestone. They are going to be spotted out by the vision wards of Novi Pirate. So they are aware that Kinesis and Andromeda are here now. So it's going to be a 3v3 in the top lane, and that's a red boots picked up on Kinesis immediately. And actually we have a rotation from Bensington. into the top lane, and Lodestone decides to go play the 1v1 against Fade in the bottom lane. So interesting decision to go ahead and switch up the lanes very quickly after that Bloodlust kill, but I would say they do have that at their disposal because they are up the gold advantage at this point. And another rotation, Silhouette deciding the tri-lane, just dodging the other tri-lane, and Fade putting the stun out onto Lodestone. The tree grapple is going to miss, but there's the Fisher follow-up, but the rocket drill is going to be able to buy Lodestone the distance. And Draconis coming into the top lane, the top jungle, making a couple of stacks for himself, deciding to find the top rune. It's an illusion rune at the bottom. Fade's going to find it. Things slowing down, but yes, very interesting decisions to just rotate lanes so quickly. But it makes sense. I mean, both teams really trying to prioritize farm on their main carry heroes, but Fade now flanking Draconis. Kinesis is here, still has the Slagmite stun ready. But both Behemoth and Fade are ready to act, and they're thinking long and hard about how they want to set this up. Looking for Draconis and Kinesis to commit their positions, and now they're starting to walk in. So Draconis might be getting caught out, or is it Kinesis? Kinesis could potentially get walled here. Behemoth trying to find the stun, not able to wall him off. The Stalagmites is going to miss. Behemoth and Fade take damage from the Draconis breath. Lodestone trying to find the follow-up stun, but not there. So just so much movement from both sides of these teams so early in the game, just trying to play unpredictably, it seems, which in a lot of ways just makes them that much harder to play against. You know, really just prioritizing farm on Silhouette and Bensington, and then it just doesn't really matter who else they need to move around. Draconis now farming 2 triple stacks in the jungle, going to be able to find a nice burst of levels, but Behemoth not going to let him get it for free. Looking to maybe steal, but Lodestone is here. Here comes the Fisher stun. Now Lodestone going to put the rocket drill. It's going to miss on Behemoth, but the head smash is there. The Dragon's Breath is going to connect, and now Fade needs to be careful. The Burning Shadows is going to stun too, but the final auto attack is going to kill him. Kill credit goes to Andromeda. So a nice double kill cleanup for Doghouse. Now they are in a pretty good spot in this game. 4 minutes in. Draconis with the double damage. Going to be continuing to farm these creep camps and just giving the mid lane over to Kinesis. So interesting that, you know, this is kind of like what I was saying. Draconis starts in the mid lane, you know, just gets a couple levels, give him a decent time. Pebbles takes the Stalagmite stun, the Comet stun comes out, the Stalagmites is going to connect onto Andromeda, the auto attacks are coming out, the telekinetic lift going to finish off Pebbles. So Pebbles having a really, really hard start here in the mid lane, only 270 GPM. But they have this 440 GPM Silhouette. So Puppet Soul, a really, really good spot as the Silhouette carry. But on the flip side, Bensington also having a really good time, 390 GPM. Lodestone needs to be careful, but Andromeda's here. So, we have Silhouette. Probably looks like he's going to be going Ghost Marchers this game, as he has 960 gold saved up, opting not to buy the Steam Boots, though he has enough gold. Bensington with completed Steam Boots. Fade going on Bensington, but Bensington... Okay. Things really slowed down here, but now it's Andromeda that needs to be careful. Behemoth with the flank. Silhouette ports back in. Andromeda able to get in the distance, but Lodestone getting stun locked. But is he going to be able to get the rocket drill? No! The Death Lotus finishes him off. That's a very, very nice kill. So Nede, unfortunately, not able to escape that one. The rune spawn, it's an invisibility rune. Behemoth has the bottle. Is he going to use it himself or give it to somebody? That's Silhouette's bottle that he's picking up. He uses it himself. He's going to be stalking somebody perhaps, or maybe he's going to make his way towards Kinesis in the middle lane. I don't think Andromeda actually saw him use it. But Doghouse has a pretty good spot in this game at this moment with the level 7 dragon. Just making circles between the mid lane and the jungle. All the while Bensington, also level 7. Uses the ulti here in the bottom lane, is going to be going in on Silhouette. Silhouette trying to juke and jive, but not able to avoid that joust. Now Behemoth gets caught as well. So Doghouse, 2 quick kills underneath their tier 1 tower, and they deny the tower. Unfortunately, Denava Brigada just not able to get any momentum going for themselves. As Fade puts a stun onto Bensington. She's level 6 now though, so I expect Fade needs to make some kind of play with this level 6 ulti. She's got the Striders and the Wind Whistle. She's very mobile with this Reflection ulti that she can have. There's no Rev Wards here. She does use the Reflection, so Bennington has to be careful. Silhouette is ready. They're going to be able to avoid... Bennington able to avoid death. Is able to gain the distance, but is he? The Burning Shadows comes out. Death Lotus, not able to finish him off. That was so close. It just feels like there's a slight communication error there. Fade feels like he needed to go on Bensington ASAP as soon as he saw the both of them enter the lane. Unfortunately, just wasn't able to get the damage from the ulti out onto Bensington. That would have obviously been the difference maker, given how much HP Bensington survived with. But meanwhile, Andromeda finds that tower kill in the bottom lane, so now it's a 3k gold lead. This is a huge gold advantage this early in the game. So if Doghouse keeps this momentum going, it's certainly only going to grow. Kinesis has to be careful in the mid lane, but Kinesis is aware that Nymphora is behind him. Andromeda as well, though. In the meantime, there is a dive under the top tower. Snooki going in hard with the Draconis, trying to find that kill onto Silhouette. He does find it at the cost of a Bensington, so a pretty even trade there. But Snooki, obviously, having one hell of a game, showing up with this double damage on Draconis. 460 GPM now, just going to be farming non-stop. It seems like he's unstoppable. The Stasis Smash comes out onto Pebbles. Full combo is imminent. Puts a nice stun to halt Andromeda, but unfortunately not able to survive the assault from Kinesis. The Bensington ulti is going to catch Nymphora as well. Behemoth puts out a double Fisher, but he is the one that is under fire now. Going to be taking a Shattered Storm under the tower. And it is a 3 for 1, 3 for none. Doghouse just commanding this game, kill after kill. Able to get so much out of these exchanges. Putting a lot of pressure onto the tier 1 tower now, and actually Silhouette has to be careful. Able to avoid the rocket drill from Lodestone. Draconis not pursuing too hard, just trying to put the finishing touches on this tower. Now Silhouette needs to be careful. The rocket drill is not going to be off cooldown. So they decide to just take that tower and back away. Draconis is going to fly out with the Draconic defense, maybe to the mid lane, if I had to guess. Yep, here he is at the mid lane. Now as a team, it feels like they could probably take this mid tower together. They just have such an advantage. Draconis has the ulti up in 15 seconds. Not pushing too hard, just pushing the wave into it, and just rotating into the jungle as he does. But in the meantime, Silhouette gets caught by Lodestone and Bensington. So another important kill. You can see it right there in the chat. The Hellborn are owning. Indeed they are. 6,700 gold advantage for Doghouse at the moment. Just coming out of the gate in Cycle 4 in commanding fashion. All the momentum is in their corner. Pebbles just having a hard time. About halfway to the portal key. It's not doing too bad considering how hard the mid lane was after that Bloodlust kill. 340 GPM, but just unfortunately not able to get anything going in comparison to this Draconis, who just has the world at his disposal here in the Hellborn jungle, just farming stack after stack. And here comes Fade with the reflection active, but Bensington smelled a rat. He's able to just joust away. So unfortunately, Fade just not able to make a play this game. It feels like trying to take the ulti to the mid lane. He's got 5 seconds left on it. Might be able to catch Kinesis here, out of position, under the Rev Ward. Can Behemoth get on top of him for the... He doesn't have any follow-up. Bensington with the Joust ulti finishes off Behemoth. Behemoth, speaking of which, having a hard time. Draconis flies in very aggressively, but unfortunately gonna get caught. That's a big kill. He's able to get that kill onto Fade, but giving himself up at level 11 is certainly not what he wanted to do. Bensington goes in after the Silhouette, knowing that she was there, but not connecting the stun. Draconis having the finished Dreamcatcher at this point. That is a huge item. Bensington gets gone on. There's a portal key on Pebbles that surprised the heck out of me at this point. Where did that come from? Must have been from that kill onto Dragon. Kill credit went to Pebbles. So now that there's a Pebbles portal key in the game, this could be the momentum shift that Donava Brigada needs to take control of this game back. Andromeda playing hide and seek over here in the Legion jungle. Silhouette farming these stacks. Looks like we have progress towards a Thunderclaw for Bensington. No portal keys on the horizon on the side of Doghouse. You know, so here we go. We've got this Pebbles. We've got the Nymphora port. Not active yet, though he's level 6. Just putting in more gold for the basic abilities. Gonna be able to find this. That's a good ward counter here in the Legion jungle. Real story now is, how do we get levels on Behemoth? We need levels on Behemoth and progress towards a portal key if you're Donava Brigada. Obviously Silhouette needs to farm, but now that Pebbles has the portal key, the space has to be created in order for Behemoth to get what he needs to be active in this game. Draconis with the vestment purchase now. Wondering if Draconis is going to be going for a... You know, he's got kind of this defensive style setup. Half defense, half aggressive with Dreamcatcher. I love this item in general. He has the Mystic Vestments. We'll see if he goes for a headdress, maybe into a Barrier Idol. It's going to have a lot of value for his team this game. Let Bensington kind of deal the damage. Draconis just naturally kind of scales with damage as the game progresses anyway, even if you go the defensive item route, so it feels like the right path for him. Behemoth opting not to farm. Lodestone actually gets caught by Fade into the Burning Shadow stun, but there's just not enough damage for coming out on this Lodestone. So Lodestone able to walk away from that, about halfway from a portal key now. So Pebbles now has 1,600 gold amassed. We're gonna see exactly what item path he decides to commit to. Probably, if I had to guess, either going to be a Spell Shards or maybe even progress towards a staff. But if it was a staff, little surprised he's not buying the Glowstone at this point. They are aware that somebody is farming the creep wave, but not able to actually go for them. Silhouette with the Sackstone has a decent amount of HP, but really want to see her get higher, as she could get bursted down so easily by some of these Hellborn teams. And the Nymphora port is coming to potentially catch the Draconis. The portal key forward, but it's just not in range. The Energizer is used to help gain the distance away from Behemoth and Pebbles, so unfortunately that Nymphora port's not going to give them anything useful. As Pebbles ports to the top lane now, alongside Fade, who has the ulti up. Is looking to potentially find somebody for Pebbles. They are aware that this is very, very nice positioning. And Fade's going to catch Lodestone here. Puts the combo down on him. Lodestone is going to fall. And Vizrune is going to be put in the pocket of Pebbles. Bensington is going to find Fade. So it's a Fade for Lodestone trade. I think in the end, it's a trade that they're happy to take, kind of stifling that progress of Lodestone towards his portal key. Fade, you know, level 9 at the moment with 1,200 gold in her pocket. It's kind of like what I was saying. If she's able to get to level 11 at a decent spot in the game, it can really make a difference. She can really start wandering the enemy jungle very aggressively and scouting out the enemy position, opening up the possibility of 3-man ganks with Nymphora ports, just forcing the Hellborn side to commit to a lot of Rev wards in their own jungle, or just committing Andromeda to sit behind Bensington. So if they're able to do this, getting that level 11 Fade, it's going to assist their progress in this game despite being so far behind in the earlier stages. But we have the completed Thunderclaw on Bensington, so he's in a very, very comfortable farming spot. But you know, I mean, gosh, 2,800 gold now saved up on Pebbles. I'm just, come on, buy an item, Anal Hunter. Thunderclaw completed on the Silhouette. Pebbles, what are you going to buy? Brainstorm in the chat for potential purposes for Pebbles. Staff, okay. Nymphora, look at this. Nymphora placing that ward up. They are aware that she ported there, so that ward is almost certainly going to get countered by one of the supports. Unfortunate timing by Nymphora, just gets spotted out by the Andromeda Aurora while she ported there to get that ward down. Nice idea by Novi Pirate, but just unfortunate circumstances nullifying it completely. So things really, really slowed down in this game as both teams just seem content to farm key items. So Portal Key is finally picked up on Kinesis, so first Portal Key found on the Hellborn side. He being really, really patient, trying to make progress to this level 11. Is walking towards Lodestone at this point. Going in solo, going in deep into the jungle here, potentially. Deciding not to go too far as that level 1 ulti just doesn't have that long of a duration. Draconis, Kinesis, and Andromeda roaming through the Legion jungle, trying to find somebody out of position. Could they find Silhouette? Shrunken Head is the item of choice from the Pebbles. Not a bad one either. He's going to be the main initiator. He wants to try and survive some of these engagements. Maybe not only survive, but potentially get a second combo off if things go their way. Teamfight could be brewing here in the middle lane. 4 players into Nava Brigada. One of them maybe going to spot this Draconis illusion. All 5 players here. This is going to be a 5v5 potentially. Buckle up, everybody. This could be a fight that makes or breaks the game. It looks like it's going to be taking place underneath the tier 2 tower at mid. Now, the Legion team is actually starting to fan out away. So, kind of letting their mid tier 2 tower take just a little bit of poke damage. Maybe not too much, but Behemoth deciding to walk towards top. Needs to be careful, though. Here comes the Nymphora and Silhouette porting very, very aggressively into the Hellborn jungle, hoping they were able to find somebody farming there, but just not able to. Silhouette still positioned extremely aggressively in the top lane, probably looking to make some sort of counter gank happen with Behemoth as he gets ported on by Kinesis, and Draconis is here as well. Behemoth almost certainly going to fall very quickly. Silhouette roaming through the Hellborn jungle now with the ulti active. Kind of smells a rat here. I'm not sure if she knows exactly where Bensington is, but she is going to spot Kinesis, it looks like, with the Silhouette illusion. But in the meantime, in the middle lane, Pebbles gets double Shatter Storm coming out onto Fade and Pebbles, but Andromeda swaps out Lodestone, is able to help him survive, but Nymphora and Fade falling extremely quickly. And in the meantime, Puppet Soul on Silhouette gets picked off by Kinesis. So it's a 4 for 1 after all is said and done. And now Hellborn is able to put a lot of progress onto the mid tier 1 tower, tier 2 tower rather. As Pebbles decides to try and push some, put some pressure onto the tier 2 bottom tower. It looks like he is actually going to get it, so not a bad little trade for De Nova Brigada after losing that big engagement. They are going to lose the mid-tier 2 tower as well. And Kinesis going pretty heavy on Behemoth, but nobody else commits. So Silhouette with the 1600 gold saved up, it seems like she's going to need a Shrunken Head at this point, but is she going to be able to get it is the question. Fade with the portal key picked up. It's a nice little purchase. Not sure if they have a tome available at their disposal. I think Nymphora actually just used it. So the next tome's certainly going to be needed to be used on Fade if she's not able to get to level 11 herself. She's got to be the one to set up the ganks for them. Vincington at level 14, Dragon at level 15 with 4,300 gold saved up. The progress of these two heroes with their pacing is just too monstrous for them to sit on their hands. I mean, Silhouette can farm kind of comparatively quickly, but you know, she's kind of the lone farmer here against Dragon and Benzington, with the supporting cast having all the tools that they need. They need to find some kind of play, some kind of gank play. And it's got to start with this level 11 Fade. I just don't think it happens otherwise. Level 11 Nymphora and Fade could be the ticket. Porting 2 allies with the Fade, so it could be a four-man party, making quick work of some isolated hero across the map. You know, just Puppet Soul on Silhouette. Picks up a portal key, so, you know, realizing that he probably needs a Shrunken Head, but deciding to go the route of potentially making a play before picking that up, which I kind of agree with here. Pebbles ports down to the bottom lane. Nymphora here as well, looking like she wants to go. Here we go. Silhouette finding that quick kill onto Kinesis. Well played, but here comes the Benzington ulti. Is actually too far away. Lodestone taking the stun combo from Pebbles and Nymphora. 2 quick pickoffs, but Dragon's here with the Volcano. She puts the breath. The Shrunken Head is active onto Pebbles to avoid the damage. Fade falls to Draconis. Silhouette finds that kill onto Andromeda, but it's a Heart Draconis. This is no ordinary Draconis. This is a beefy Dragon. Unable to be assaulted by your meager auto attack, Silhouette. You need more damage against this guy. Putting in tons of pressure, just chasing and chasing. As Benzington went for the Behemoth, but not able to find him. So, honestly, given the state of the game, that is very much a win for De Nova Brigada, being able to clean up 3 kills, which is only 2 on the Hellborn side. So, clearly going to be needing some kind of... I mean, I think they're gonna need a Spell Sunder for Draconis at this point. I mean, he's just way too strong with the Heart and the Dreamcatcher on top of it. Way too much HP, and they just don't have the sustained damage yet to be able to take him out. Silhouette trying to find the finishing touches onto Kinesis, but it gets lifted up and ends up dying to Kinesis. Pebbles, portal keys on to try and find the kill, the finishing blow onto Kinesis, but Kinesis able to run away. Behemoth and Pebbles doing a pretty good job of putting a stun combo out onto Lodestone, but he's just too tanky. Andromeda's here to save them if need be. So unfortunately, Silhouette falling again. Not going to be able to compete against Benzington and Dragon if she can't stay alive for longer. Some of these engagements. This is a level 17 Heart Dragon with 2k gold in his pocket. He's going to be going for his next big item, and I imagine it's got to be a Shrunken Head at this point. I I mean, he's just unassailable at this point, and the only thing that's going to be able to bring him down is some crazy magic damage combo between almost every single hero on the Legion side, and if he can forgo getting stun locked by the purchase of a Shrunken, then he's not going to be able to be brought down ever, as Benzington has a Shrunken of his own. But here's the level 11 Fade, finally, with a long duration reflection, able to scout out the Hellborn side of the map very effectively now. So able to kind of open up the space for her team by just being very aggressively positioned, but she's going to walk underneath a Rev Ward now. Thankfully not too close to that party of heroes in the Hellborn Kong pit, so they are making a attempt on the Hellborn Kong. It's half HP at the moment. Kinesis with the Invis Rune spots out the 0 mana Behemoth, but if he decides to go, Pebbles is going to be here, and he is aware, as Pebbles walked underneath the Ward of Sight, that is going to be a Kong kill, so it's certainly a single Kong advantage for Doghouse at the moment. The Benzington ulti is going to make its way onto Pebbles, who tanks the stun combo before he can get the Shrunken Head down. Fade tries to get the stun combo onto Benzington, but the Shrunken Head is active. Nymphora falls to Dragon. Fade falls to Lodestone in the back. And so it's a 3-for-0. Silhouette being the lone survivor on top of Behemoth, who finally has the portal key, so we've got some tools available. 3 portal keys, Behemoth, Pebbles, and Fade on the Legion side. 3 big portal keys, especially on that Behemoth, who's now level 11, has the level 4 heavyweight to go on top of the ulti. So it's going to make it difficult for the Legion side to push high ground, or Hellborn side to push high ground, but I mean, honestly, is it really? Because with this Dragon and the state that he's in, being level 18 with the heart, if he gets some sort of, if he gets a third defensive item, I'm thinking something like I said, the Shrunken Head, but even a Frostfield plate, he might just be able to tip away at the tower and force the Legion side to react to just his presence in front of a tier 3 tower. Force them to dump all of their abilities on him when the Benzington comes in hot, right, with the ulti, the Shrunken Head, who actually has a portal key of his own, which is very interesting to me. I'm very, very surprised to see that Benzington committed to a portal key instead of going for another damage item. I mean, he already has the Kinesis and Lodestone portal keys and long-range initiation through his ulti himself, so it's a very surprising purchase. I'm not going to, obviously not going to judge it, because Foz is a super good player, and he feels that portal key is the right choice at this moment. But it's just, from my point of view, it's one of those more unusual choices, but I like it. I mean, it just allows him to have a lot of chase potential, which sometimes is the reason they're not getting more kills in these team engagements, so. And they have a sizable enough lead to where, you know, Portal Key kind of makes sense. You're able to just dump 2k gold into an item like Portal Key if you're already up 15k. Silhouette turning the tables onto Lodestone here in the bottom lane. The Shatterstorm does get activated. Fade is going to find the Lodestone here in the trees. They are going to kill him very, very quickly, but the Benzington ulti comes down, and there it is. Benzington misses the ulti, but the Portal Key is ready to just complete the Joust Stun and find a quick kill onto Fade, as well as Behemoth with the team combo. So those are 2 huge pickoffs in their favor, and they're going to certainly be able to make a push for this bottom tier 2 tower if they want to, but actually they are smoking with Kinesis here in the jungle, who has his ulti ready and a Portal Key at his disposal as well. Pebbles just looking to put some chip damage on this top tier 2 tower. Like I said, the bottom tier 2 going to fall very quickly to Benzington and Draconis.
The Hellborn have destroyed a Legion tower.
Dragon ports up to defend tier 2 top. Silhouette. Looks like he's going the Nullstone route. Interesting choice to go Nullstone. Staff of the Master completed on Pebbles. Lodestone finds the initiation onto Nymphora, but forced to back off. Pebbles gets lifted by the Stasis Smash. Kinesis and Lodestone not pushing too hard. The Shrunken Head comes out. A nice Behemoth ulti is going to find Draconis and Lodestone, but quickly swapped out by Andromeda. Now Behemoth gets killed very quickly. Nymphora gets the port canceled by the advanced Draconis. And now, looking like they're going to be taking the Legion Kong now and make it a 2 Kong advantage in their favor. Or are they? The Bensington ulti is actually coming out onto who? Just thinking he might have been able to find Silhouette there in the Hellborn jungle, Legion jungle rather, but not able to. But now that we have 3k gold saved up on Bensington, certainly going to be making some kind of aggressive purchase. Wouldn't mind seeing a Hyper Crown, honestly. He's trying to save all of his inventory slots, but Fade pushing very aggressively onto Pebbles. The Andro swap is not available. The Pebbles combo is going to find Andromeda, but Andromeda very, very tanky with all of the items that he has. The Joust, Pebbles is going to get finished off very quickly by Bensington and friends. Andromeda gets sniped by the Death Lotus. Now Fade finds the stun onto Kinesis. The swap from Silhouette is going to be putting additional pressure onto Silhouette, but she takes the Stasis Smash, but Nymphora is here with the stun combo. Silhouette gets stunned. And a beautiful escape from Kinesis when surrounded by 4 heroes. But they are going to find Bensington here, who's taking a stun combo and does not have any friends available to help. Lodestone tried to get the Shatterstorm off, but it wasn't able to actually get it on top of them. But there's a 4-man lava fire breath from Draconis. Puts one hell of a terrifying entrance down onto the Legion side. And now suddenly there are 4 players dead for Denava Brigada, and their tier 3 tower is going to be under fire here in the bottom lane. Whew. So it was looking pretty good. Okay, Staff of the Master, Pebbles puts the combo out onto Kinesis. It's a very quick kill. Fade pushing forward with the portal key. She is actually going to be taken down by the Rocket Drill and Draconis. Draconis with the Shield Breaker and the... what is this called? The Demonic Breastplate at this point. And he is just wreaking havoc. This is a Shield Breaker 3. This snuck up on me. Holy crap, where did this item even come from? Demonic Breastplate and Shield Breaker 3, since the last time I checked Draconis' items, this is like 8k gold. Where did that come from? He's at, I mean, now that I'm seeing it, he's at 700 GPM, but good grief. That's the Rax. In the bottom lane, Bensington ulti is just going to come into the Legion base, but clearly just to be putting additional pressure on the defensive tower. This is the second set of Rax under fire, and this could be all she wrote for game 1. Joust is going to miss, but Nymphora gets finished off by Nede. Fade looking to go in on Hunt Bensington, but isn't going to quite have the damage. But Behemoth finishing him off, just deciding to use the ulti to just take him out. But 2 lanes of Raxes are taken. Dragon just farming again. 4k gold at this point. Probably going to be selling the Sackstone for some item at this point. Just make it a full 6 slot before walking into the Legion base at the final lane to be taken. This is almost all she wrote. I mean, okay, Arcane Bomb picked up on Lodestone, just putting further pressure onto Silhouette. Silhouette just not able to get anything going for herself this game. Not even able to finish this Lodestone before the game finishes. the difference really is in the supporting cast. I mean, gosh, 3 support players underneath 200 GPM just really struggling this game. Uh-oh, Silhouette. And I'm definitely seeing exactly why Fall decides to pick up Portal Key on Bensington now. I'm actually really liking this, especially in a game where his team is this far ahead. Just able to make entrances into the other side of the map kind of in a stealthy manner, using his ulti to get into the trees. Andromeda going to be comboed down here by Pebbles and Fade. Actually, okay. Able to live surprisingly long. I mean, look how tanky this Andromeda is. He has a plate mail at this point. But yeah, these Bensington ultis into the trees, followed up by the Portal Key joust. It's actually a very, very nice idea, because the Bensington ulti is kind of telegraphed a little bit too clearly, obviously with the big black circle on the ground. So Evan Nullstone finally finished on Silhouette, but I mean, is it going to be enough? Probably not, but we could see. Bensington putting a lot of damage onto Silhouette, just gets exploded instantly by Dragon. And Dragon with the Wingbow purchase, so 3,500 life, evasion, 28 armor, heart regen. I mean, this Dragon is just unkillable at this point. They are deciding to go for Kongor. Is this a token Kongor? I'm not sure the timing of the previous kill. I don't think there's anything the Legion can do to stop this, though. They might feel like they have to. And Foraport actually is coming out, and it's not going to get spotted out. Pebbles is getting gone on, but that was a nice Behemoth ulti into the 2-man Chuck, but unfortunately just the auto attacks from Dragon are just too strong. He's on a bloodbath. Comes down onto Nymphora. Falls extremely quickly, and it's GG's called. CC vote comes out. Doghouse takes game 1 against Nava Brigada. So overall, just extremely well played by Doghouse, as you kind of expect. I mean, they are the expected favorites of this tournament. They have taken every single cycle except for cycle 1, and they are on their way, it looks like, to taking down cycle number 4 and securing their spot into the grand finals of this tournament. We'll see exactly what changes Nava Brigada needs to make or will make in order to take game 2 away from Doghouse. We know they're capable. We've seen them do it before. Keep it here. We'll have to wait and see.
Welcome back, everyone, from the break. We're here with semifinal number 2 here in Cycle 4, where we have a best-of-3 series between Doghouse and Donover Brigada. Doghouse taking game number 1 here. I'm going to be your main shoutcaster for game 2 here. What you got? Joined by Easy Full Clan. How you doing today, John? First time we get to cast today together.
Yeah, it's always a pleasure to have you casting alongside me, or me casting alongside you in this case. You're a top level player for a reason, and I like to just talk about the game with you, especially when watching two of these top level teams that are, currently shaking or defining the meta, I should say.
Mm-hmm. So Doghouse currently leading the series. Let's see if Donova can force a game 3 here. We have the bans already completed, so we'll go over them. Devour, Alonia, and Draconis banned from Doghouse, and then we have Balfagor, Corrupted Disciple, and Engineer banned from Donova. So, to me, I don't know if Alonia is a common ban. I think everything else, at least to me, maybe looks somewhat normal or something we see quite often. What do you think of the bans? Does anything stick out to you?
Well, I mean, they banned Draconis. It's actually interesting to see Zanuki ban Draconis.
You're right.
I think, well, because he played it last game so well, but I think he picks it or he bans it because of the fact that he has first pick, and I don't think he likes to pick it first. But I actually could be wrong. I can't remember if he picked it first last game or not. The Alonia ban actually a little bit surprising as well. But I think Puppet Soul plays that in the mid lane, right? And he's a very, very powerful, prominent mid laner. So anything that you can do to, not give him his ideal game I think is always a plus. So, and Alonia is a really scary hero if it's able to get the start that it wants. So it makes sense to me.
Yeah, we see the Devo ban. I think we saw that maybe one time in last cycle, but still not seeing it again. It gets first banned there. And then you pointed out the Draconis ban being banned by Doghouse themselves. They ran it last game. And I caught bits and pieces of that game. It looked like they did very well with the Draconis, so we will not be seeing Draconis here in game 2. But let's talk about the draft. What we have so far is we have about half of it already done. Aluna first picked from Doghouse. And we have Riftwalker into Lodestone, picked up from Donova, and then Electrician and Sir Bensington following up the Aluna pick there. So what do you think so far?
I think it's pretty cookie cutter, although I think Aluna is a very flashy hero that I like to see in the game. So, especially in the hands of a skilled player, I mean, it's always fun seeing red snipes go across the map and potentially catching people. It's really a great support. I think it kind of slightly fell out of style lately, just because I think there were some nerfs to Emerald Lightning that made it not quite as powerful in the early game. But overall, I think it's still a really great support pick, and it works very well in either tri-lanes or dual lanes, so I like it. And then Riftwalker, it's one of those heroes that feels a little bit weak in the early stages of the game, but really starts to shine later in the game, so I actually like it as well.
Overcompensation, if you ask me.
So we have the secondary banning wave already completed. Doctor, Gladiator, and Wretched Hag from Donova. So targeting those mid laners or secondary cores to the Bensington picked up already. And then we have Forsaken Archer, Shadowblade, and Puppet Master. So Doghouse bans more of these harder style of carries. They haven't picked up one themselves yet. So I think those are all pretty straightforward.
Yeah, not much needs to be said there. I mean, obviously, Forsaken Archer, we've seen her perform really, really well in a lot of these tournaments, so I'm not surprised to see her banned. I think Puppet Master is kind of a slightly unusual carry ban, but I always understand not wanting to play against Puppet. I think it's a really, really strong hero. It just does so much. Just having the one-shot potential that it puts down on people, and then it also does pretty well in laning phase. So, and then just transitions naturally as a farmer with the Whiplash. So it's a good hero to get rid of. But
I agree. Kind of frustrating hero to play against once he gets the Shroud. Moira and Rally were picked up here. So that means we're either going to have a support, Rally, or Riftwalker. I'm actually still not quite sure what their plan is. They might look to do a mid lane Riftwalker, maybe position 2 for that. which wouldn't be out of the question, nor the rally, I would say. But I think the rally and the lodestone kind of fill the same role, so that's why I'm kind of leaning toward the Riftwalker being the core hero this game. And I did see them run mid lane Riftwalker in scrims this past week, so that is a possibility. And we see Nymphora and Soulstealer. So that is
Wow.
definitely different. I mean, the Nymphora pick, we see that quite a lot. She's been a pretty prominent support hero in the Paradise League all the way up until Cycle 4. So that one actually makes it quite far in the draft. And you pair that with the global from Bensington's very potent combo. But they pick up a Soulstealer. What do you think of the Soulstealer pick, John? We don't see that all that often.
Dude, I am excited to see a Soul Stealer. I mean, this is classic HoN right here. Hell, if I can just say it, this is classic Dota, right? That made its way into classic HoN. Yeah, dude. Like Soul Stealer is just like that's what this game was constructed around a hero like Soul Stealer. I mean, honestly, right? It's been in the game since the very beginning. This hero is like 15 years old and has hardly changed at all. I love seeing this pick. Especially in a spot like this, game 2 of the semis, against one of the better teams. Really, really excited to see exactly how they run it.
Yeah, every time I try to guess who's gonna play what hero for Doghouse, they usually stump me. I want to say that this will be a Snooki Soulstealer, but I have been proven wrong before, and I have seen Snooki play Sir Bensington, which is usually Fa's hero. So I think anything's possible. We could see Fa play the Soulstealer or Snooki, and like you said, I am excited to see the Soulstealer in action. Definitely.
You think this is a mid Soulstealer?
That is the interesting thing. I don't know exactly how they're planning to lane the Soulstealer, and typically when you have the Bensington, that's the hero that screams tri-lane, right? So Soulstealer would be.
I think it is.
Would be either a dual lane or solo lane hero. So we'll have
I'm thinking this is a Soulstealer mid.
What they decide to do,
100%, which is super exciting. Especially because it's kind of a hero that especially when you run it in uncoordinated games, right? It seems a little scary, right? Because it can fall prey to ganks very easily, but it can also bounce back with proper team support, right? Like having a Nymphora at your disposal, you get some. You might struggle in late a little bit, but if you're able to get level 3 or certainly level 5, you can just clean up stacks in the jungle very early and get right back into it. So really, really happy to see this pick, and gosh, I want to see it thrive this game. Obviously, I would like to see Denava Brigada take it back this game and bring it to game 3, but Soulstealer is just such a flashy pick, and if it has a game, it's such a fun hero to see.
So yeah, this hero is definitely this could be a big hit or a big miss. I feel like depending on how they get him in the laning phase or how well he does. Sorry, but like you said, in coordinated games you get him a little bit of stacks. He goes in there, cleans them up really fast. That's one of Soulstealer's biggest strengths. So if he's able to get his farm going, amass a lot of gold, the hero can definitely become very scary. I will say, ever since they added the staff effect to Soulstealer, I think I tend to see a lot more of those magic building Soulstealers, not so much the right clicking Soulstealers. So I'm kind of thinking we're gonna see something like that this game, where he goes more of a bursty spell damage kind of build.
Yeah, and I mean
a right click kind of carry.
I think that's the way that you build him in a situation like this. Obviously, they would like to have a physical presence because they are pretty heavy magic damage. I mean, Bensington is a lot of magic, but between the fact that Soulstealer and Bensington are both Agi main stat, I mean, it should probably be enough sustained physical damage enough.
Mm-hmm.
And the Staff of the Master just making Soulstealer bulkier against some of this pretty heavy burst combos on the Hellborn side, as well as giving really great synergy with a portal key pickup because of the cast speed awarded from the staff. I think I really like it.
So we didn't talk about Donova's last pick, which was Kronos. We've been kind of talking quite a lot about the Soulstealer pick, but Kronos going to be going up against the double core of Bensington. I mean, we can call it a tricore with Electrician, but the big thing is he's going to have 2 damage dealers that he's going to want to sphere. Most likely only choose one of them. But we have seen quite a lot of Kronos, I think, in Paradise League, so this pick doesn't really, I think, maybe stand out as much as the Soulstealer pick, but I like it.
No, I think we're right to fawn over the Soul Stealer pick. It's very it's seldomly picked up. But Kronos, I think it's going to be difficult. I think he honestly, if I had to say so, I would rather see him use his Kronos ultis on Benzington if he can. But just because I think if he's able to clean up Benzington, then Soul Stealer could potentially be picked off as well. But because there's a lack of escape utility for Soul Stealer, but you might want to see Kronos ultis come out on Soul Stealer to prevent him from being able to get off the Soul Burst, which can be a huge source of damage. So
we're almost 2 minutes in here. We didn't really discuss the laning phase at all, but before we have action in the tri-lane top. Rally stun in, I believe. And they're turning onto him. Kronos sleeps in. They're going for a counter kill on Nymphora. Looks like Nymphora will go down first. And Rally's just a little bit too slippery, being a strength hero. Now Benzington's taking a lot of return pressure. There's a Shards of HoN stun. Meanwhile, the power throw takes out the Rally. Benzington lives on 1 life, but he does go down to the Moira. Kronos getting a return gone on here by the Aluna. And they might turn their attention toward the Moira. She gets a double stun up. So far, it's a 2 for 3. And it will end up being, I believe, a 2 for 2. Benzington comes back in as Nymphora got counter-killed there by the Kronos. So that was quite the mess of a 3v3 engagement.
Yeah, but pretty heavily Hellborn favored. You can see by the scoreboard, 2 to 4. So
yep,
2
and
kills
they picked up
advantage.
the Bloodlust on Kronos as well. So that's a great hero to get the Bloodlust kill on.
Yeah,
he's now got 1100 gold all of a sudden. Wow, he picked up a double tap, I think, or maybe a delayed double tap. So he gets Marchers and the Iron Shield already.
Yeah, as well. He has a fully created power supply heading out to him as well. Soul Stealer taking a ton of damage.
Riftwalker, yeah, that's a double damage rune on the Rift, and Soul Stealer gets just enough distance to use the bottle sips, but a lot of pressure already from the Riftwalker. She got that first rune for herself. So that's our mid lane matchup, the Riftwalker versus Soul Stealer. I was watching it a little bit. It looked like Rift was doing well early on, which I think that's to be expected, but Soul Stealer has pulled ahead to 18 creep kills as Riftwalker kind of boxes him off the creep wave there.
Yeah, still has about 12 seconds left on this double damage, so able to zone Soul Stealer a bit, but Soul Stealer actually has the creep advantage right now, so...
Electrician versus Lodestone bottom. 11-1 against 20-9. I want to say I'm a little surprised that Lodestone is winning by almost... He's got almost double the last hits. Meanwhile, top lane, we have a pod down. Benzington, I think, already... No, he still has the Joust. They go in on the Rally. Kronos leaps in. They do bring down the Rally, as he had the Compel on cooldown. Benzington taking return fire. Here's the Shards of HoN, and they will get the counter kill. Nymph puts a pod down, but she goes down before she can explode it. And now Moira and the Kronos are 2 versus 1 against the Aluna. There is a time leap up, but the power throw takes out the Moira, so I think that was, again, a 2 for 2. So they continue to just trade heroes. Meanwhile, Soul Stealer and Rift once again going at it, and Soul Stealer, he does go down. There was still a golden apple on the Riftwalker, so definitely surviving with plenty of life to spare. And this is pre-wormhole, so Soul Stealer definitely falling prey there to the Riftwalker damage.
Yeah, and unfortunately, there's just no stacks, so you can see that Riftwalker obviously having the leg up now. It's probably that double damage rune that honestly shifted the momentum of this lane.
Yeah, I think so too.
And then, just finding the first kill.
Joust in, Compel from the Rally on the Kronos. The pod is down, and the Shards of HoN will not stun anybody up. Looks like Doghouse is looking to dive this. They have a creep wave tanking the tower. Kronos time leaps away from the Benzington Joust. The Rally probably wants to go in with a Compel here. He does on the Nymphora, so that is their target. He does not have mana for the volatile pod, and that could be the difference maker as Rally stays alive and Nymphora goes down. Meanwhile, Kronos, he has a health potion and a leap. He avoids the Joust. Great sidestep coming in from Puppet Soul and the Shards of HoN. There's the Rally stun. It does go off before he does sacrifice himself, and now Fa is in a world of trouble as he goes down and Moira picks up a double tap. So what a crazy dive coming in from Doghouse. It ends up not working out for them as they lose all 3 players up there for the Rally kill. 3 for 1 trade, John.
Yeah, this is looking extremely troublesome. And look at the mid lane, Soul Stealer.
This is going to be maybe another kill here for the Roofwalker. There's Golden Apple and Bottle Sips. He does use the apple there. But that was the wormhole being channeled. I do believe that
It was,
hit.
yeah. Yeah, he fully comboed him, but Soulstealer able to walk away from that, surprisingly, honestly. But you know, now that Riftwalker is level 7, he's got the max level Rift Burn.
A lot of damage, yep.
Yeah, so, and you know, Rift Burn or Wormhole only has 60 seconds left on it, so it's going to be up, you know, by the time he gets the next rune, perhaps. But you know, the unfortunate tragedy about Soulstealer, you know, struggling in this mid lane is he doesn't actually have a support stacking with him, for him. You know, they are struggling so much in this top lane that, you know, they weren't able to rotate out of it. And I almost wonder if they just go ahead and rotate out of it anyway, just because of how much they are struggling to maintain their progress in it, or even keep their head above water, I should say. Soulstealer stacking for himself.
I mean, we'll have to wait and see. Kronos is level 6 now with Steam Boots and a power supply, so he's a lot tankier. They put the Moira stun on the Kronos. He gets a 2-man sphere. They do kill the Nefora right away. And there is no joust from Fa. 5 more seconds. They're going to go down here on the Bensington as well as Rift was coming in. She gets the kill there on the Bensington. So they do use the sphere, and he's not done, actually. He's going to go back in as Electrician, I believe, poured it in here. He's going to go down. Maybe perhaps feeling he was a little tankier than he was. We've seen time and time again the amount of damage that hero can absorb, but now Aluna is all by herself. Another Shards of Harkon on the Kronos as he leaps in, and they just dive the Aluna. She goes down. So this tri-lane from Dawnova is doing a lot of work here in Game 2.
Lodestone actually mistimes his Shatterstorm combo onto Bensington. Now Bensington looking to try and put the return on Lodestone, but Lodestone is just too tanky. And Nefora actually the one to fall in the top lane.
Can't touch this.
Oh yeah, I missed that kill. Looks like they went for another dive. I think they just continuously put the wire stun on the Kronos, and then it's kind of like an instant stun. Maybe he gets a bash if he's lucky, and then
that was
bottom lane.
Yeah, I watched that one. That was big. I mean, Lodestone tried to go underneath the tower on Bensington, almost got him, but Bensington was able to live long enough to get the... I think so, yeah. It's on cooldown, so he's able to use it, use the joust after all is said and done. Lodestone taking the tower auto attacks, not able to live, but we're actually seeing Mana Boots on Soulstealer at this point, who has 390 GPM, so despite having kind of a bad time in the mid lane, you know, able to accumulate a little bit of gold, has the level 4 Demon Hands at his disposal, and looks to, you know, transition and make circles around in the jungle. But yeah, I mean, Kronos, you were saying they just keep putting the Moira stun onto Kronos, and it just does too much work, man.
Now they're gonna put it onto Rally here. You might think about going on the Electrician, but here's a Nightfall coming in, and Rally actually gets the Compel off. We have a TP coming in as the Arcane Vortex is gonna put, I think that's Electrician in there. Yep, he's gonna come out. No Wormhole being channeled here. He does have it. Ready to go. There's a stun on the Riftwalker. They might burst him down. They do with the Bensington. Now they have a Compel coming back up. And Rally is actually going to fall. Moira stuns up. The Bensington, Kronos goes in, but he gets hit with a power throw. So both the Bensington and the Kronos fall. Moira is in trouble. 3 versus 1. I think they're just going to trade tanking the tower here. And, oh, the power throw misses, actually, but that's a nice tree juke, actually. They're having trouble finding him, but they are going to bring him down. Meanwhile, this is going on. Soulstealer just pushes the mid tower.
Yeah, I was going to say, I mean, this is actually a huge advantage for the Legion team. You might be wondering, why did Lodestone not port? Well, it's because his port was on cooldown that whole time, so he's just trying to get the most out of being forced to stay in the bottom lane. But yeah, the fact that... okay, hold that thought as the Kronos field comes out in the top lane, catches Electrician and Nymphora. Electrician very tanky, but takes a Compel stun, but absorbing a lot of auto attacks while Rally gets down low himself.
Electrician, one hit, he goes down. He was about to grip there. The Nymph pod blows up. Now Moira's here with the Forge as Aluna is taking some pressure. Rally compels backwards, stunning the Nymphora. There's Kronos taking out the Nymphora as Aluna goes down to the Moira.
In the meantime, Soulstealer died to Lodestone. So honestly, I mean, I was going to say that Legion, you know, they won the previous engagement like pretty convincingly, right? Like they got a kill onto Kronos, who was like 7-0. Now he's 8-1, so they needed to kill him. And then they also got that mid-tier 1 tower from Soulstealer. But honestly, Hellborn, kind of just bringing it right back in their direction after winning or getting that many kills back to back. But
Mid tower. Oh, they're gonna use the fort here. Fortification. Bensington might get the deny. Oh no! Oh, he did with the Lancelot gave him the attack range. That was a great play from Paul. We have the Nightfall coming in top lane as the Arcane Vortex holds down the Nymphora. Moira out of position now as they did go for that dive, but she sacrifices herself. Kronos and Rally get out. And Riftwalker, he might be trying to line up a wormhole. He's got a post ace. He joins the top lane, but the positioning I think just isn't there where they want it to be, so they just completely fall back.
here it comes.
Wormhole lands on the Bensington. He stepped into the lane. And the slows from Riftwalker are huge. They're able to bring him down. Luna,
Yeah,
they
shared
think about maybe
existence.
diving this. Kronos has a leap in 3 more seconds. There's a slow from the Rift. Luna uses her power supply or mana battery. Heal keeps him alive for now. Kronos might have... Oh no, this is the rally setting up the Nymphora. Slam comes out as well. So it is now
Very nice.
23-11. I mean, the kill lead is massive for Hellborn, but if you really look at the resources, it doesn't look that like the lead is that crazy. 'Cause-
It's got to be because of the Soul Stealer, just able to flash farm so much and pick up creep kills in the jungle. But I would say that lead is kind of deceptively low. I think it's very heavily in the Hellborn favor at this moment, just because Soul Stealer, as strong of a hero and as good of a farmer as he is, to me, he feels like one of those heroes that needs a pretty large lead in order to have a noticeable impact, right? I don't know if you feel the same way.
No, I think that's a fair assessment. Chronosphere comes out top lane as Fa went for the deny on Bensington, but he's getting completely locked down here. He stuns toward the trees as the pod is going to do damage there on the rally. Fa's trying to juke in the trees as Kronos is hunting for him, but here's the port in from Soul Stealer, and they're going to force Kronos back. I don't think that they're going to be able to catch him. He's just a little bit too slippery. Has another time leap coming back up. Meanwhile, Rally and Nif. Oh, was that a... Did Dude solo TP for him? That I think he did, right? He got behind him.
Looks like it, yeah.
That's a great play from Dude to set up that kill. Now, he might end up falling here. Yes, he will, but... if anything, it's drawing a lot of attention toward him, trading a 1-for-1.
Right. Electrician gets that, gets some space to farm in the bottom lane, so...
So,
yeah, and I mean, you can kind of just see the unfortunate, the tragedy of, Soul Stealer ports in, he's level 11, but not able to do anything, right? It looks like he's going the portal key route. That's what I'm
channeling
guessing.
wormhole. Oh, but he gets spotted. It's daytime. Electrician backs off right away. Now Bensington Nightfall's in. This might be a kill. There's the Arcane Vortex. Riftwalker's on 38 life. And she will fall coming out of it, but they do kill the Electrician. Now Bensington gets counterkilled as the TPs come in. So, if anything, the Arcane Vortex bought time for the ports to come in to get that counterkill on the Bensington.
And looks like Kronos has a completed Thunderclaw coming out, I think, as he has the Alacrity Band in his inventory. But we have a portal key picked up on Soul Stealer, who it has been revealed as he's standing underneath or on top of a Hellborn ward. So they are aware of a portal key.
I love what he does
Soul
there
Stealer
too. He
in the
even
game.
drops it in the trees.
Yeah.
I just love seeing players do stuff like that at this level of play. Now again, we know that they have spotted this, but it's the presence of mind to even do things like that.
Yeah, he's probably going to do it again
Top
here.
lane,
But it's actually
Luna is going to fall here. Slam just in case. We do have 2 players here with the Nymphport catching the rally, and this might be enough damage. It is. The Demon Hands connect from Snooki, following up the Zeal stun, and Rally could not survive.
Yeah, I really like the... You mentioned it kind of in passing before, the Riftwalker buying post haste. I actually love this as a first item pickup. They are kind of diving this Lodestone, who has a portal key ready himself, but here comes the post haste Riftwalker with smoke activated. She's going to get spotted out by Elec.
Yep. Lodestone's channeling Shatterstorm. He's trying to fog the Electrician. And they do get the explosion. Look at the damage from the Lodestone removing his armor. Electrician just melts. Now, will they get the catch onto anyone? They have a rocket drill stun in 2 seconds with the portal key if they choose to dive this. Lodestone is going to go. Now, this is very deep, but if Moira can put the stun on the Lodestone, looks like she's not going to get in range there. Oh, he dies to the creeps actually, and then he dies back. Nobody saw that.
Yeah. Oh my gosh, I was wondering how.
Nothing happened.
So this game, I mean, it's basically, it feels like it's all Soul Stealer here on the Legion side, who actually has the 515 GPMs, got a double damage right now. Really curious to see what he feels like is the right item, as his team is behind, and he's kind of the he's definitely the number one farmer for his team, and kind of the most important aspect of their team at this point.
I gotta say, I still think he's gonna go staff with this PK mana boots build.
I think so
feel like
too.
He's gonna go for the ultimate, and then maybe like later on when he gets maybe he goes for like a shrunken head or something. Maybe after he staffs the Benzington, when Benzington gets some more farm going. But
yeah,
well, I mean, we'll have to wait and see. I am expecting the staff. I would not be surprised if he values something other than the staff, but I think it's a good possibility that that's what we could see.
What's the alternative to staff? Just like shrunken
I mean,
head?
he could just maybe go straight into shrunken and just try to get that ultimate off, because realistically, the main threat would be Kronos just insta-spearing him. I mean, the Riftwalker and the Moira can kind of prevent him from getting it off, but they can't. I mean, they can interrupt it, delay it, but Nemo bottom lane. Had great reactions there to stun the lodestone as he blinked in. He's going for the counter kill now. Riftwalker is here. I don't know if he saw him.
I don't think he did.
I think he's just looking for the load. He's trying to figure out where he went. There's no mana. Oh, he's gonna go for it. One more hit. It's gonna be a kill. Wormhole's being channeled here. This should be a kill on the Benzington in response. So 1 for 1. Meanwhile, they're doing Kongor. Doghouse has the remaining 4 players up here headed to the Kongor. I don't think they have any intel on this being done. There's a ward from Legion here.
No, they have a good little squadron to be able to manage it, especially with this double damage. So.
Pretty nicely timed Kongor. Double damager and also helping with that, so that kind of maybe cued them to do it. And they trade their tier 1 bottom tower for the Kongor kill.
He is going to be going shrunken head. He's got the Warhammer, so okay. Soul Stealer.
Here comes a grip maybe. He's trying to get in range. Rally's gonna try to juke in the chase here. We've seen stuff like this happen many a time. Oh, they can't see him. Oh my god. There we go. They get the grip. It's always funny to see these engagements in tree lines where kills take a lot longer than they really need to. Oh, yeah. Frost's gonna have to stun the creep there, as there was a post haste from the lodestone actually coming in. Riftwalker was setting up but didn't have wormhole.
So yeah, this post-haste Riftwalker and now Spell Shards, I mean, he's just going to be able to port around the map and get basically all the items he needs. He's actually the highest level on his team, right? Not the top farmer, obviously, that goes to Kronos, but I mean, this is, if the game gets far along, like, this is going to be a Sheep Riftwalker, this is going to be a Frostfield Riftwalker, like, the world is his oyster as far as itemization goes with this setup that he currently has. That's just one of the things I love about this hero, right? Like, it just flash farms like a beast. Yeah,
and I love the post haste for just like the map presence and being able to constantly push out a wave and run away or port to another lane.
Which is exactly what he does here, right?
So we haven't talked too much about Kronos, but him and the Soul Stealer are neck to neck in GPM, as we have a Shadowstorm being channeled here on the Electrician. He's all by himself. That's going to be a quick kill as he gets caught out. Meanwhile, Kronos is porting top lane. He is not going to try to guess where the Soul Stealer is, probably assuming the port happened.
But they are neck and neck in gold league, but you know, I mean, obviously Kronos just has pretty steep advantage as far from the carry standpoint, just because, I mean, if you look at the placement of that equivalent amount of gold, right? I mean, you have some of that is in the mana boots of Soul Stealer, the Energizer, the portal key.
Channeled mid lane on Soul Stealer. Soul Stealer's gonna get caught here. He goes down.
Gets knocked down a peg as well, as he does finish his shrunken head. But yeah, I mean, Kronos is just able to put all of his gold into pretty much the offensive items that he wants. So he's actually looking to go in.
They're going for a dive on the Nymphora. They're going to be successful. They see Benzington on the ward in the jungle. I think they maybe saw Luna bottom lane, I'm not sure, but they felt very comfortable going for that dive that they would not get punished. And now they're going for Bensington here. There's the rocket drill. Sphere comes out, spearing almost everyone. Actually, everyone just ends up in the sphere. That's kind of funny. But they catch the Bensington there. I think maybe Doghouse is going to have a suspicion that something's not feeling right in their own jungle.
They're going to spot out a double damage room. I mean, this might cue a Conqueror kill on their side of the map. Yeah. So what does Kronos go for now that he's got 2,200 gold saved up? I'm thinking he just picks up a Geos, honestly. I personally think he doesn't worry too much about Shrunken Head, but...
Top lane rallies in some trouble. Doesn't have a blink. Nymphs here from the flank. Great Zeal stun from Dude. They actually think he might be in the bottom part of the trees here. Oh my god, if he's actually able to compel out, I think he's just going to stay there though. He's... Okay.
Wow.
He actually juked them. Wow. That's very good for Dawnova to make 3 players chase him and not even get the kill. But they just didn't have the vision. Meanwhile, we have a Shatterstorm. Oh, he's gonna see the Soul Stealer. But he doesn't get the Rocket Drill stun, so he gets the Shrunken Head off. Soul Stealer will fall back. Arcane Vortex locks down Soul Stealer. Gets the... he does get the stun out. Here comes a counter Nightfall. Doesn't hit anybody. Misses the Joust as well on the Rift. Unfortunate there, but... see if they get at least one consolation prize, being maybe the Lodestone here, as Soul Stealer did fall. So they were looking for maybe the Riftwalker kill there on top. Rally continues to just be evasive. He's gonna maybe walk away once again.
To his advantage too. He's very close to Portal Key and he's obviously going to want to get it. So, I'm kind of curious what Riftwalker is saving up for. He hasn't... he's been slowly accumulating gold. Okay, Rally gets picked off by Nymphora! Dude,
really nice
again!
And Dude is a menace.
Sunk Bob said it best, man.
For Dawnova. Top lane, the Leafs coming in. They kill the Aluna. I wanted to mention Aluna previously to that death. She was actually higher GPM than the Electrician. She has a tablet and Steam Boots already and 1,000 plus gold. So she's been farming very well as well, kind of split pushing the lanes.
Yeah, I mean, it kind of goes back, the Electrician struggling this much kind of goes back to that laning phase, where we just talked about how surprising it was that Lodestone just seemed like he had the upper hand right out of the gate. I don't know if that's because of a hero mismatch, per se. It feels like Electrician's pretty strong against virtually every melee, but I suppose
I think that should have been a little bit of a closer matchup, personally, but we see some Veiled Rots here. Here comes a Shatterstorm being channeled. Riftwalker might look to channel the Wormhole. Not gonna go in. Just get the Cascade event, pulling them together. Bensington, he does go down. Electrician is still pretty healthy. I mean, he's got a grip in 7 seconds. Meanwhile, Soul Stealer died at the base. I think that was a Chronofield. Chronosphere coming out. Lodestone gets his blink disabled. Has it up? Nope, he gets gripped. Gonna be cancelled there. He is quite tanky though with the Shaman Cedrus and his passive. I mean, he has to die here, right? Yeah, he does. The Zeal Stun takes him out.
Yeah, but we see a Shrunken Head picked up on Chronos, so he is opting for that defensive route, just deciding that he's far enough ahead, doesn't ever want to die, and he'll go for his next damage item after this, which is probably the right decision. I mean, he's 15-1. He has a huge bounty on his head.
Wow,
600 GPM. Yeah, I didn't.
That's a crazy stat line. But yeah, the Shrunken to me just means he kind of respects the Soul Stealer burst potential. He's gonna play it safe, go for maybe a Geobane next, as we see the Shrunken being used here. They are gonna slam down the Electrician. Bensington gets a counter kill. Oh, will he get a bash? He does! It stops the TP of Bensington, and now Falcoby in some trouble, but here comes the team support. They're looking to turn it around, and they will Demon Hand down the rally as Moira also dies. I think that was previous to that. So Riftwalker, she's going to respawn now, as well as the Lodestone. But a couple of much needed kills for Doghouse. Trying to bring that gold deficit and XP kind of back into their favor a bit.
I know, we're seeing the strength of their team in full display here as well. I mean, just given how difficult this game has been for them, right? Especially with like the unusual pick of Soul Stealer, right? We are actually seeing them still keep it together and potentially cause problems for the Hellborn, who seem to be at a pretty decisive advantage. So, credit to them, and obviously credit to Nova Brigada for, being in this winning position in Game 2. But the work is still cut out for them.
Smoked up Riftwalker going for the Aluna top. I think she's gonna run into her here. As she has the tablet off cooldown, and the portal key gets disabled. She's gonna keep the portal key down. Here comes Kronos. They take out the Aluna.
There's the bloodbath Kronos.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember when he died. It must have been in his first like 6 or something kill streak area. He's on the bloodbath now, so
yeah, I think it was
maybe even getting close to an immortal for all I know.
No, that was his bloodbath.
He's
gonna need 500 or 505 more kills to get the immortal.
Yeah. So we saw actually an import happen bottom, but wasn't feeling like something was right. He fell back, and the import is almost back up now. This was about a minute ago. Benzington has a Firebrand after the Thunderclaw. He hasn't really had the best game. He's died 10 times, but he's still almost 400 GPM, which is still, I would say, quite impressive.
Right. That's what I mean, right? Like you can shut down Doghouse this much, right? But they're still in it.
I think they saw the Moira in the trees with the dust. I could be wrong about that. They did actually. And she used a vortex. She comes out. This will be a sacrifice there. But she dies instead of the lodestone.
It's funny thing about that death of her. She was milliseconds away from being able to blink away too. Just watching her blink cool down.
They're gonna go for Kongor, but look at, there's a Hellborn ward of sight in the pit. They counter warded this cliff here and got a new ward up.
Yeah, Kronos is veiled.
This could be a big chrono field coming up. Now he is veiled rotted, and if they get the initiation here, this could be massive. Here comes the Solo Sphere though on the Soul Stealer. He does get tableted out, but he's going to get kicked back in, and he does go down. Shatterstorm hits onto 2. It's going to be a hat trick for Puppet Soul, and they're trying to get the Electrician kill now as well. Aluna, she is going to fall back in retreat mode as Riftwalker gets that kill. Kronos cannot catch the Aluna, but well, I kind of saw that one coming. That Ward of Sight playing a big part of this team fight as 4 kills go to Donova, and they are going to steal away the Legion Kongor.
It's funny because they knew too. Kronos was smoked. He picked up the Illusion Rune, right, which is underneath Legion wards. They saw those Kronos illusions spawn from nowhere, and they're like, "Oh shit!" No.
So actually, a good thing you mentioned that. The Illusion Rune actually makes the chrono field back up a little bit sooner, if I'm not mistaken. He's got that up in 70 seconds, so it did give the cooldown reduction. You're going to get this mid-tier tower as well. The golden XP lead all of a sudden shot up. 13,500 gold, 18,000 experience. And I think we might have just had the full geometer. We did. The full geometer's being picked up on Kronos. He's getting to that scary point.
Oh yeah. I mean, we just saw him take out Soul Stealer inside of the Kronos field. Now, what's nice about the way he picked off Soul Stealer there is he was able to get him with the Shrunken Head down, which allowed I guess it was a Luna to try and tablet Soul Stealer out, but a healthy portion of Kronos' damage is actually in the form of magic between the Thunderclaw and the Curse of Ages procs. So if he's able to get Soul Stealer down inside of the Chrono field without his Shrunken up, he can almost guaranteed bring him down without team support. I don't think that's the case if he has Shrunken Head up. But I mean, after this Geo's pickup, it might not actually matter anymore. He might have the damage. But there's the Glowstone pickup, so Soul Stealer is still going for the
Sphere on the Benzington. The stun and the heal come out, but Benzington's gonna get locked down. They did find the ward, but it was a little bit too late. They saw Benzington farming those Ancients, and he gets Solo Sphered. Again, they had no answer to that.
I believe he is 1 kill away from immortal status on Kronos.
Yep. I think we might see it this game. They are having a very difficult time catching him.
I love I've been watching Riftwalker for a while now, just making very, very slow.
Soul Stealer
Oh,
gets
no.
picked off. And Lodestone and Moira.
Just so
I'm
hard
actually
for him
surprised
to.
that these two heroes have enough damage. Maybe the
I
Mana
mean-
Sunder just does that much with the build Soul Stealer has.
That's true, actually. But I mean, we mentioned it before. I mean, Shatterstorm is just such a crazy ability, right?
Oh,
It
Nymph
doesn't-
just Veiled Rotted into them doing Convoy. He's gonna find himself in quite a predicament there. But yeah, you were saying?
Oh, just, Shatterstorm is just one of those abilities, right, where it honestly, it just kind of changes
Here comes a Nightfall following up the grip. Moira Vortex prevents the Nightfall damage. They are gonna maybe get the Moira kill here. Wormhole connects on the Electrician. He tanks a lot of damage. This almost feels like a desperation play from Doghouse. As we see the Immortal, the double Immortal coming in. As Puppet Soul is now 22-1. What a stat line. Rally just slammed the Kongor. Maybe putting an exclamation mark down in the pit. Don't think that they necessarily needed the extra damage.
But, yeah, your question of how they killed Soul Stealer. I mean, Shatterstorm is just that crazy of ability. That's really what it seems like. This ability, it's able to remove all of your acquired gold, basically, right? Removing or having 100% magic and physical armor pierce is just, it's actually insane. It's one of a kind ability. I don't really know what else to say about, other than that. Rally needs to watch out. Nymphora port coming. Nymphora wants his eye back.
Yep, he sure does. Demon Hands connect, one more, auto attack, and they get the eye back. See if maybe, oh, they're gonna kill it. They decided they don't want the bound eye.
And Soul Stealer actually pretty close to finishing his staff, but...
Oh, the wormhole, he was guessing. Soul Stealer shrunken teepees. Moira, oh, he was stuck in the trees, and I think he maybe couldn't get the vortex where he wanted it, and they got that canceled. Meanwhile, Sphere on the Bensington. He dies in about 5 hits. That was about 2.5 seconds until he died.
Oh yeah, I mean he's just food for Kronos at this point, who just right clicks a Resto Stone and has the ulti up immediately as he just used the cooldown.
Bottom lane, we got Electrician tanking a lot of heroes. Shatterstorm comes in. I don't think that hit onto anyone. And now Lodestone sacrifices himself.
Well, allow me to retort.
Would be interested to see if they look to go back in with the second Chronofield up.
Look at the Resto Stone on Riftwalker. That is not the item I was expecting. I was fully expecting a Sheepstick to be purchased.
Now this ward from Dude is very good. I think it did spot them down here. So if anything, Doghouse has an idea that this is going on. Luna's ready with the tablet. She's gonna oh, but he still gets stuck in the sphere. The positioning was so unlucky there. And Soul Stealer goes down. Electrician getting bashed in the background. He goes down as well. Nymphora goes down. It's a hat trick for Kronos. Bensington is trying to get some kills for his team as he nightfalls in. It's a quad kill. It might be an annihilation. Soul Stealer did buyback here with the shrunken head. They're trying to get some counter kills, but here comes the wormhole. Snooki PK is out to avoid it, and there is a hat trick for Aluna all of a sudden. They brought down the Immortal Streak from the Kronos, finally bringing him down, and will it end up being another kill here? The portal key is up for Riftwalker. Portal key's into the trees, and I think he will survive there.
A very important kill coming out, but unfortunately, just not, obviously Aluna getting the kill credit there. I mean, what does Aluna buy to try and maximize that Chronos kill?
Something big.
I want the Resto Stone. Give me the Resto Stone.
Out of Luna?
Oh yeah. Yeah, just toss out 6 power throws from the well and call it a day.
Oh wow, that would be... I mean, there is only one Shrunken Head on Hellward, so potential is there.
No, I really don't know.
One buyback from the Soul Stealer, kind of keeping them in the game for now. Now, I do think it is still quite scary. This is still a 27-2 Kronos with almost 700 GPM.
Yeah, with a Resto Stone and pushing for another item on the horizon, probably I don't know.
Full
a
hyper
Wingbow?
crown, or maybe even replacing the elder with something.
Yeah.
Maybe
Or gonna
even
connect.
a wingbow. Could be an
Bennington just
option.
gets demolished by Lodestone and Riftwalker. Just having an unfortunate time trying to get anything together for himself this game.
Mm-hmm. Lodestone's on his way to a sheepstick from the looks of it. He's got the Acolyte staff, and who knows if he's even got pieces. Rally getting one on mid lane. Arcane Vortex to counter, though. He is still alive for now. Electrician is going to get mana sundered. And goes down.
So Soul Stealer opting not to go in there, deciding to come over to the bottom lane and finish his staff. So he's got the gold. Gotta be deciding to buy it now, right? There's no sense in holding buyback. Yeah.
There's the staff, yep.
I really am not sure if he's going to be able to even. I mean, like, is it enough? Probably not, but we'll see.
Here
Oh,
comes
and
the
he just
jump on the Soul Stealer. There is the Chronos ultimate. He has the Resto Stone to use another one if he needs to. As he pops the... He has the second trunk and it's actually still ready to go. There is no buyback from Soul Stealer, so I do believe this will be a Rax. They're gonna jump the Nymphora.
Can't touch this.
So, two lanes
Well,
of Raxus.
that's gonna do it. Zebo comes off from Doghouse, and we got a series on our hands here in semifinal number 2 as Donover Brigada piloted by the Chronos. 29-2 stat line from Puppet Soul to finish this one off at the 37.5-minute mark. What a performance, tying up the series here, 1 game apiece.
Yes,
Thoughts
I mean,
on game 2, John? We're going for game 3 here.
we are, and these are 2 of the top teams in the tournament. So, really excited to see game 3. But, you know, as commanding of a win as it was for Donava Brigada, I mean, talk about, like, what was that final score? Like 27-2, something like that on Chronos. You know, the fact that Doghouse was able to keep that match to extend it out to almost 40 minutes, despite, you know, being in such a losing position, like I said, just really highlights how strong of a team they are, especially with like an unconventional pick, right? Like the Soul Stealer mid, right? That is not a hero that you pick, that you see picked every day, and it's because it's a hard one to run, right? And they still were kind of making it work for a little bit. So, yeah, really excited to see exactly what Doghouse decides to draft in game 3. Probably something a little bit more conventional, just so they can make the best attempt at moving into the finals and eventually towards the grand finals of this cycle.
All right, so we got a game 3 coming up. Stay tuned. You don't want to miss it. Game 3 between Doghouse and Donover Brigada, semifinal number 2 here in cycle 4, coming up after a short break. Welcome back, everyone. We are now in game 3 here of the winner bracket semifinal number 2 between Donova Brigada on the Legion side now and the Doghouse here on the Hellborn side, currently tied up at 1 game apiece. Once again, going to be rejoined here by Easy Full Clan. John, we got a game 3. I know how much we love series being tied up, everything being on the line to move forward. What are we going to see here in game number 3?
Probably just going to see a little bit more of a reliable draft from Doghouse. I think they, whenever they're up a game in these series, I think they typically like to experiment just a little bit, but maybe a slight misstep this game, Chris, as I cannot finish my thought before I see the Devourer first pick. They did not ban
You
it.
don't need to finish your thoughts. We have Devo in the game. We saw this, sir, I think once, maybe in Cycle 3, and then it was never seen again. So we're going to see it here in Cycle 4.
This is
Can't
awesome.
say I'm disappointed.
Yeah, honestly, like, Devo is just... It's probably the last hero that you think should make it into a competitive HoN match, but honestly, I mean, it just feels that way sometimes, right? It's such like a pub-oriented hero, but man, they have Sunk Bob obviously going to be playing it on the Legion side, and I don't know if they intentionally gave it to them, Doghouse, or not, just to see if they can play against it. But there's a reason that people ban it against Denava, and it's because they don't want it in the hands of Sunk Bob, who is going to get it this game. So we'll see exactly how he performs with it.
So let's go over the bans as we have the first half of the draft done. Corrupted, Balfagor and Engineer banned from Donova. Pharaoh, Lodestone, and Draconis banned from Doghouse. So they do ban the Lodestone from last game. Maybe that one replacing the Devourer ban.
Yeah, I think I'm a little bit surprised to see a Pharaoh ban too. I'm not really sure why they wanted to ban Pharaoh.
I am also a little bit surprised. Maybe they wanted to get the Tremble or something, but they didn't value picking it up early. So, interesting there. Let's go through the draft other than Devo. We had Devour into Aluna and Valkyrie. So that looks a little bit more standard for Doghouse. They're picking up the Valkyrie here. It's a hero they have a lot of success on. And then we have the Forsaken Archer and Glacius. So this could be a potential tri-lane here with the roaming Devo, second support. And then they have the hard carry FA on their side here with the Glacius support. So looking, I think, pretty normal for both sides. And then we have... Yep, go ahead.
Yeah, I think I really like this FA pick with a Devourer behind it. One of the things that's nice about Devo, especially in the hands of a skilled player, is it kind of functions similarly to like Andro, right? It's a lot harder to pull off in a lot of situations, right? But there can sometimes be some huge hooks that save your teammates, and FA is probably one of the best heroes to be able to do that with, as if you're able to allow this hero to get out of the fray and then kind of reset and then re-enter, it's just one hell of a hero to have to deal with. But yeah, we have bans after that.
So we have Bombardier, Gladiator, and Electrician banned from Doghouse. So they're targeting those solo lane style of heroes. Any kind of setup for maybe the Devo to work with, or just strong lane dominators like the Bombardier. And then we have Wretched Hag, Dr. Repulsor, and Tremble. So those are, I believe, all Fa heroes banned away here. Definitely him getting targeted in the second banning wave.
Yeah.
And we have Madman into Moira. Into Defiler for now, but yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think Dr. Repulsor really... It always kind of... It surprises me and it doesn't whenever I see that hero banned, because in theory it feels like Dr. Repulsor can just be shut down so hard in the early game, especially like whenever it's being played against a really coordinated team with coordinated roaming and everything. But at the same time, I know that in a situation like this where you have the top tier team like Doghouse, they can actually just take full advantage of committing to roam ganks on something like Doctor. And Doctor, Fa as a player just knows how to get back into the game on like no gold, right? Yeah. We saw it last match where they're just able to keep it together and actually still make plays despite being so far behind. So Doctor Repulsor, a really good ban. Then the Tremble ban, obviously. But yeah, that I'm getting in the way of the heroes that finished out the draft. So you want to comment?
Magnus followed up the Defiler. That was the Legion's last pick. So they round off their lineup with, I think this will be a position 3 Magnus. And then we have the Lord Sulfuras. So they run a tri-core versus more or less a dual core with Sulfuras, Valkyrie, and Madman. All pretty strong heroes scaling on the side of Doghouse. So they have 2 more harder supports, I would say. And then we have the Devo. We'll have to see what Devo decides to do this game. He hasn't spent his gold yet. Maybe thinking about whether he wants to pick up Marchers or whether he wants to pick up something like a Orb of Zamos to maybe rot the camp, the easy camp. But he doesn't necessarily need to pick up the Orb. He can just go into Marchers either way, I think. So we'll see what he decides to do.
Yeah, I think that's typically he did just buy something, so we'll see what path he decides to go down. But that's something that we've seen him do in the past, right? Where he just goes and stacks the easy camp once, rots it, kills it, gets level 2, and then just becomes a roaming menace.
Look at what they're doing here. I think they are expecting him to farm the easy camp, or they just want a first blood middle. This could be a first blood attempt on the Defiler, which would mean maybe Lord Sulfuras will skill either the Morris Certissimo or the live top. But they could also just be looking to maybe try to find the Devo, which, as we can see with our God Vision, he is not going for. Oh, the creep actually gets pulled and blocks the arrow, so I think Defiler will be fine. If the arrow hit, that could have very well been a Bloodlust.
Yeah, so FA is getting the free lane here. Drawing the two supports. No, Valkyrie with the Javelin skill.
He has to be careful from that Devo hook. I mean, he could very well spec up the hook. Valkyrie's gonna TP down to the bot lane. A Forsaken Archer gets about 1 creep wave of uncontested farm. Moira currently behind the tower, trying to box Magnus or not let him get free last hits in the 2v1. So it looks like Magnus was actually able to maybe do a lane pull.
Yeah, he was.
Technically watch that, but with the creep position, I would assume he pulled from the top lane all the way behind his tower.
He's just doing a good job of keeping Valkyrie away from the bottom wave. So
yeah, so we see Valkyrie unable to enter the lane right now. Sagan just having complete free reign down here. But similarly, we have Ba also uncontested. He does a pull as well. They're trying to maximize this 2v1 with the pull camp. So I'd like to see that as well. So how do you think this mid lane matchup should go between Defiler
I was just
and Lord?
about to ask.
Yeah, we were all thinking about the same thing there, like that.
It's just, I think it's still slightly favored. I mean, honestly, it feels like it's even, right? Both heroes are just going to be
favored.
Kind of, yeah. But at the same time, I was just watching it. It feels like Sulfuras is going to be really hard to push out of lane at the same time, but I think that
you're not wrong there. Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's probably just going to be a CS trade in the end. It'll probably just come down to runes.
Valkyrie gets set with a crippling volley. Again, she doesn't have the leap, so Devo might try to go for the hook here. He's going to hook the Aluna instead. There's a freeze, and Aluna, that's the Bloodlust kill. So level 1 Devourer with hook, not even having a setup. Very nice job there.
Yeah, and he's potentially going to make it a twofer here. Uh-oh.
Devo gets spotted by the tower there, but again, Valkyrie has no leap. He has to be very careful.
I love the way he switched it up too. I mean, I think he juked out the Aluna, right? Valkyrie was low. It looked like Devour was going to initially go for Valkyrie, but then he just quickly switched it and caught Aluna instead. So really well played.
And then Devo are going to spot each other here in the river.
Yeah, Defiler and Sulfuras just trading blows.
So what's going on top lane? Magnus, he's gonna go down, yep. A lot of the heroes moving there on the mini-map. And Fog gets credit for the kill, so he is off to a great start. 25 creep kills and now a kill on top of that.
Yeah, I'm actually intrigued by his, but I love it. He goes Mana Ring.
Yeah, this is something Fa likes to do. Similar to how we saw Znicky go with the Mana Boots on Soul Stealer, he's gonna go for the the Sorcery Boots on Madman, and then he'll just be looking to constantly use his spells. So he'll trade a little bit of his carry potential, not having the Steam Boot stats and attack speed, but he'll be able to give the Moira mana and just constantly use his spells. I like it. It's definitely different, but he makes it work.
Oh, I like it too because he had 2 Lunar Tears in his inventory early on. Magnus actually
Here comes
getting a
a
lot of heat.
dive of pressure. Fa is tanking the tower here as he gets stunned up. There's a Word of Revelation down, but Fa is very low on life. And Magnus, he doesn't have a Lava Surge just yet. Moira takes him out, trades herself. To be honest, I think that favors the Magnus, actually. He gets more gold from the Moira kill.
Well, especially the fact that it was two versus 1, right? So I think it certainly is in his favor, but I was just going to
Look
say...
at how they're playing bottom lane as well, kind of doing a similar thing. They're keeping Valkyrie completely off the creeps.
Right. And I was kind of wondering what core item path Madman was going to go this game, and he commits to a life tube, so he's probably still going to be going for the Rune Axe. It looks like. I mean, I don't think that's going to be... I doubt it's going to be something like a headdress or something, right?
Yeah, I mean, the only alternative is maybe Nullstone, but I don't think he would go that as his first item, especially against the Legion team.
Right. But
Defiler.
Defiler...
There, a lot of pressure on the Magnus.
Defiler having free reign to go against a mid tower as Salforus and Aluna were kind of taking a lot of time in the jungle to try and take out these 2 triple stacks. Salforus is level 6 now.
They also didn't finish the stacks, as we can see they're kind of just weakened.
I'm sure he'll be going back for them, but this mid tower is under a lot of fire. Still have 7 seconds on the Unholy Expulsion.
He gets the tower below half life, so it's a lot of damage. The rune was picked up in FA's bottle, it looks like, by Glacius.
Yeah. And they got that the bottom tier 1 tower as well. So, bit of a gold advantage starting to rear its head in for Donava Brigada. Uh-oh, Defiler.
It's like they... Oh, Lord Salforus is actually chasing this. He hits the more Certissima. Is this enough damage? 3 seconds. He is going to die. I think that was extremely close to him living.
It was,
I think it had about another 1.5 seconds or so left. Meanwhile, bottom lane, Magnus getting dove. Devo is here. But is he going to fall as well? There's a barrel roll. He might just rot himself down. Moira actually gets the kill here. She's going to die to the tower. a lot of tower kills and
second
return
one.
kills. Yep.
Poor dude.
Just a lot of tower diving this game from both teams, bringing the pressure to the other team's side lanes.
So, man.
5-2 hero kill lead, 7 minutes in. But Doghouse, the gold is almost identical, but the XP is almost 3,000.
Yeah, it's this level 8 Madman. I mean, good grief. Starting to see this now. 500 GPM on Madman. He's got the sustainer finished. So he's just going to be able
Ultimate
to...
from FA following up the volley. As our Sagan Archer rotates into the mid lane for a kill. She wanted to use that ultimate. Moira going to get hooked here by the Devo. Into the Ghost of Defiler, and that is never where you want to be hooked into. A lot of damage coming in.
How did Devo know that he was there?
I think they saw him on this ward from the ancient cliff.
Oh, yeah, maybe.
I think, and yeah, and maybe the FA illusions gave vision of him temporarily.
Either way, that was great. That was a great exchange for Donava Brigada. They're actually in the lead gold-wise at this point, and certainly tower kills, right? These are 2 very important towers that are out of the game for Doghouse, so...
Luna is juking a couple of heroes in here. She looks like she had gotten a ward down. We see a lot of rib wards coming out. Glacius does find it, so he wants to protect those stacks.
Yeah, with good reason. haste in the bottle for FA, see if she's able to make a play with it. Mana
Yeah,
boots
so for
finished
now,
on
she's
that,
not
man.
looking to go into the jungle and take those, but I do think she will be looking to do that very soon.
Yeah, she's got the brass knuckles. We've kind of seen this typical item route, going brass knuckles, potentially getting early kills, and then transitioning into the farming item of Whispering Helm.
Luna is still in a very offensive spot. She's been kind of down in Legion's jungle
Yeah.
for a while. Let's see if maybe they use a Valkyrie Prism. They are level 6 on the Valkyrie. Maybe they want to set up a TP bottom and kill this FA. Apparently they're not looking to do anything crazy though. Pace has definitely slowed down a bit.
So, I
Lane
mean,
ward from Hellborn spotting out Devo here in the top lane.
how do you feel about this carry versus carry matchup? The Valkyrie's Prism is committed now. Forest is going to roam into the jungle, but has to be aware of the fact that there are rev wards down, as the wards from earlier were countered. They are going to be aware that they are roaming through their jungle and Viz. Not going to be able to get anything out of this Valkyrie's Prism, but yeah, I mean, carry versus carry. I mean, you know, Forsaken Archer versus Madman. Like, who's got the leg up here?
Forsaken and Madman when they're on equal farm. I think Forsaken hits her timing a little bit earlier, especially if Madman's going to go the cleaver route. I think that will mean he'll need a little bit more time to come online. So I think it's, I mean, obviously it's very good that both carries are farming above 500 GPM, but as we see a dive mid lane on the Defiler, Moira's stun hits there. There's the Undying as well. Lord of Course goes down first. I think he's going to take the Defiler with him, as that Sulphurus ultimate still has quite a bit of time on it. So they will go 1 for 1. But I think the timing of the FA comes a little bit earlier. She's able to kind of just farm naturally. Hook on the mid lane. Moira will get an Arcane Vortex off. We'll see if this... There's no ports coming in, so Moira's just going to go down. As good of a stall as that was. Maybe Madman wanted the tower first before porting.
That was actually really impressive by Novi Pirate on Glacius. I saw him actually, it looked like he used the Tundra Blast, like right as that Arcane Vortex came out. I'm like, oh no, he used the cooldown, like right as that ability came out.
But could be in some trouble. Sorry to cut you off.
No, it's okay. He managed to cancel it. I was impressed. But yeah, Valkyrie is dead to rights here.
They're gonna see the ports coming in from this ward that they just placed. They see the Illuna and the Madman here. See if they maybe want to go for a kill. There is a Magnus channeling an eruption. He gets a lot of damage on the Illuna.
Oh no!
There's the hook. Was that following up the freeze on the Madman? That's a great kill. Meanwhile,
no,
Magnus
that
was distracting the background, the supports.
That was a free hook. The freeze actually followed up the bite.
Nice.
So yeah, man. I mean, Sunk Bob just doing work for his team on this Devo right now. And that's a huge kill, right? Finding that kill on the Madman prior to Rundax being completed. FA's got 3k gold, so interestingly enough, you know, not going the Whispering Helm route just yet. Probably going to be right-clicking a Nullfire Blade. It looks like
he just bought a Soul Screamer. You know, before he bought that, I was gonna say maybe we could see a Shield Breaker, but that's only because it's Puppet Soul playing it. But he does go the more
Shield Breaker. Correct me if I'm wrong. Shield Breaker actually propagates to all of the split shot attacks, right?
I believe so, yes. So
yeah.
It is kind of similar to the Nullfire. It ups his damage by quite a lot.
Yeah, Nullfire is honestly really insane on this hero. I was thinking about it the other day. Just the fact that the mana drain is 100% across every target hit. It's a lot of bonus damage, right?
Yeah.
And then obviously just like AoE teamfight mana burn. It's very crazy.
Valkyrie Prism coming out. They are maybe going for this Defiler kill. Maybe mid lane also. I think they got they see the Prism on the mid lane. But maybe that means Defiler feels safe top lane. She's gonna get gone on here. The TPs are coming in. The hook was a little bit early. Misses. Dragon Archer damage coming in on Sulphurus. He gets stunned up by the Magnus. And they will get 1 for 1.
And mid for mid.
And now not Doghouse. Donova commits all of their team up to the top lane. We see Madman pushing the mid lane from Doghouse. He's gonna force a TP from Devo. Oh, he guesses with the hook. Madman went up instead of down. They might go for this kill actually. They just need to hold the Aluna stun for the Devo eat. And that allows Devo not to get an ultimate off. And the tower goes down to the catapult as well. A lot of good signs for Doghouse there.
Yeah, Magma's having that portal key. Big surprise. I didn't see him use it yet prior to that. But now that Madman has this cleaver, he's certainly going to be, you know, contesting FA for the top farmer of the game. But FA, I think, has... Yeah, she just finished Nullfire 3, so she's going to be pushing towards the next items. And what do you expect it to be?
I don't think we'll still see the Shrunken. Do you think so? Do you think she would build into anything else? Maybe Lifesteal?
Lifesteal feels kind of weak this game, just because I feel like she's going to be the one to be eating.
South Forest ultimate?
Yeah, the South Forest ultimate. But I mean,
she
might
anything,
still
could be picked up for the Kong War, but otherwise,
right.
I would agree with you that it is kind of not a feels good item for him following up the Nullfire.
Yeah, I mean, it could also be one of those items
Nullfire, Geobane.
Yeah, I like Geobane a lot, especially after you've already picked up a Nullfire 3. Heck, you never know though, because he could still see a shield breaker. That'd be fun. But he needs to get some life, and Geo's Bane is just a nice source of that, on top of being offensive as well.
Valkyrie Prism comes out. They're looking to get initiation bot. As Magmus, here comes the Aluna stun. No, he tried to put the Rev Ward down, but Magmus was just a little bit faster. PK's into the trees after using the Lava Surge. And meanwhile, top lane, the Defiler ultimate took out the tier 1 tower.
Well played. Nice escape by Magmus right there.
Doghouse was looking to trade their tower for maybe some momentum kills, but they couldn't find them.
Yeah, they're making a lot of progress on this bot tower, committing all 5 heroes.
You go hook and a miss there.
Nice little deja
looks like
vu.
this is going to be given up by Doghouse. They are currently on the other lane, split pushing. Or, sorry, yeah, Doghouse, sorry. I think my team's mixed up there.
You know, I asked the question earlier about, you know, which carry has the better time here, you know, FA versus Madman. You know, a lot of times whenever that question's posed, it's kind of just like, well, carry versus carry, who wins? But we always know that's not the full story, right? I mean, it's like team comp versus team comp. And I got to say, I really like Madman here a lot better than FA, just because of the fact that FA is going to be going against South Forest, man. And if South Forest can just drop that ulti on her every time, it just feels like a Shrunken Head Madman with a lot, with, you know, the items that he needs to be able to pump out the damage. Just feels a lot better than FA. And
I think he's going the Firebrand too. He's not going straight into the Shrunken, so. Going the more damage route.
Do you think there's a place for something like a Null Stone in order to just try and counter the South Forest ulti? Like maybe pairing Null Stone with Shrunken Head to just, you know, activate it and not be able to. Because obviously they have Null Stone cancels, so. Yeah, Nullstone by itself wouldn't be enough.
I personally don't think he's going to want to invest into a Nullstone. Maybe if the game goes to the late stage where he's facing Sheepsticks and stuff, then maybe. But again, those kinds of things depend on whether or not the team has Storm Spirits and tablets and Sand Scepters and whatnot to you know, counteract those big tier items that come into play. So it's my answer is that it's a pretty hard question to answer. I think it depends on the game state and what's going on with the other players as well.
It's well said.
Hard question to fully answer one way or another. But Madman's gonna find Glacius here. Throws out the freeze. South Forest is coming in. This will be a kill for Madman. He does a nice job of avoiding the hook there. Meanwhile, Magnus is getting gone on under tower here at the tier 1 bottom. he will go down. So Doghouse finding themselves 2 kills, and meanwhile Defiler, she doesn't have Ghost for 20 seconds. She's trying to split push the top lane. And we see the tower bottom fall, and Doghouse now cutting the gold lead down to 1700.
Yeah, I mean they were a little bit behind for a while, but gosh, they're clawing back, man, as we know they are able to do. It just feels like if it's not a complete shutout, this team is honestly always on track to win the game. I just say that because they're the favorites for the tournament. We've seen exactly how good they are as a 5-man crew, time and time again.
So Forrest just picked up a light brand. He bought a Gnomes as his first item to kind of bulk up. Do you like his item route here? It looks like he's going to be played more like a semi-carry style role.
It just looks like he's interested in going for a longer game, which makes sense. You know, obviously he's got the Madman with the Cleaver that he's trying to kind of farm next to if he's going this route. But honestly, you know, they don't really have the presence for him to go like a full offensive route, right? Like think I don't know, like a headdress into like an early sheepstick blink or something, blink sheepstick rather. So I think it makes sense to try and like play for a longer game, just have some like jungle sustain, farm sustain, and just wait for Madman to get Shrunken Head plus maybe another item. I don't know. What do you think? Do you think they're trying to wait for the Shrunken Head, or do you think they get the Shrunken Head and then wait on another item?
You mean Madman's Shrunken Head? Right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's their timing this game. They want the Madman Shrunken, and they also are gonna have to worry about Defiler, who's gonna be pumping out a lot of physical damage.
Right.
Luna, I think, got hooked.
That's why I'm just kind of wondering where, like, obviously Madman's going to want the Shrunken, so he picks it up now just because he's going to need it. But, you know, is there time to strike, like, you know, do they still kind of play defensively even after he gets the Shrunken Head and just, like, wait for him to get another big item? Or is that giving FA too much space? Like, it's a really hard question for me to answer.
There's the Valkyrie Prism. I actually saw her pop the Forage down and then put a stun on it to try to escape. That was a fun interaction. And I think he just saw the Magma smoke up there. He even gives his team information. Dude's gonna go for the TP here in the very deep part of the Legion jungle. But, sorry, I actually missed the question you asked.
No, that's okay. Uh-oh, South Force is gonna get caught.
Yep, he gets a CP stop. These 2 heroes, I don't know if they can bring him down. I mean, yeah, they definitely can. There's another wave. Devo gets a hook on the Magnus. And the Undying, 6 more seconds, 5. Nope, the power throw takes him out.
Nice. There we go.
If not the power throw, maybe the arrow, as we saw that one was flying too.
Right. Yeah, that's what you want to see from a Luna, you know, just getting those cross-map snipes. But yeah, interesting. We have a Staff of the Master, a lot of progress being made towards that on Valkyrie. So, you know, she's kind of an auxiliary farmer.
Big freeze from the Glacius. There's the hook.
Gosh, that hook.
Wow, great coordination there. I think they even lined up the crippling volley off the Devo hook.
I know, he just like he knew Devo was gonna land it. It's crazy to witness that.
He's got the full Geometer's Bane, so he, you know, I think this is actually quite good for them that he didn't rush the Shrunken, because a lot of the disables from Doghouse are not really like reliable stuns if he's able to kind of sit in the back and just avoid them.
And it really helps the tower push now as well. Whenever.
Do you think we'll still see him go the Shrunken? I think he'll just maybe get it following.
I don't know. That's what I was kind of wondering. Like, obviously, there's sources of magic damage that he'd want to avoid, but you know, when it comes right down to it, it feels like the biggest thing that he has to worry about is just like Madman
or something.
Well, yeah, from stuns, right? But just worrying about Madman like tearing into his face while he has Undying up, right? But if he can kind of play behind his Defiler, right? Maybe force the Undying to be used out on Defiler, and gets, you know, what if he gets like an early Wingbow, right? And is able to just sidestep all spells. And
that would be a very perfect world. I don't think it's impossible, but that might be asking for a little bit too much. Again,
hey, I'm an ambitious
I'll just say it's not impossible, but Madman is chasing very deep here. They actually do stun him up with the Magmas. Doghouse is charging in on all fronts. This could evolve into a full 5v5 as Magnus does use the Eruption. He does get stunned up, not really hitting the most damage on the enemy targets, as Devour taking a lot of Madman's damage here. Forsaken Archer, she has not used her volley just yet. She is going to go down. It looks like they were able to control the FA. As Luna gets a 2-man stun there with the Emerald Lightning. Moira jumps in with her body. They bring down the Glacius. There is a buyback from Forsaken Archer, but he's running to the mid lane. Maybe he wants to run into the Hellborn's jungle from here with the Veiled Rot.
Yeah, he's going for the flank. We'll see if it pays off for him.
They do kill a Luna. Deviler picks up a hat trick, by the way, as the fight was still going. So they might catch the Valkyrie here. Excuse me. Doesn't even need the Gribbling Volley, the Mana Burn. Valkyrie is in no man's land now. They get the kill. Actually, Defiler takes it. So it was more or less a delayed quad kill for Defiler.
Yeah, and now he has 5,300 gold. So what item do we pick up on Defiler in this spot? There's the answer. A fully right-click Demonic Breastplate. So just another solidifying himself as another carry presence.
I was actually thinking maybe something like a Behemoth's Art could have been on the table, but maybe he values the pushing power over the Demonic,
like.
which I can't really argue against that. I think he could maybe look to tank up on HP next. Nice hook on the Salforus. I don't think... Was that set up from the...
Yeah, that was a volley up the hill.
The volley? Okay. Great job from Donova to set that up. And that's a dead Salforus. He does have a buyback with his 900 gold.
That's what I was going to say with, you know, FA having the Geo's Bane instead of going Shrunken Head, now the Demonic Breastplate on Defiler, like, they just crush buildings.
This tower is broken, Hook will miss, there's the buyback from Self-Forest as Madman charges in with the Shrunken Head on the Glacius. The Defiler ultimate is still going for 6 more seconds. Valkyrie goes down, Magnus trades himself in the fray as now the arrows are down, not dealing the most damage. But Glacius, he sacrifices himself, getting the downpour out. Self-Forest, I think, will die to the Dreamcatcher in the background. Maybe he gets healed from the fountain, he does, so he survives. But we have a buyback from Aluna. They do want to try to hold this Rax at all costs. As Madman still has not died, but he doesn't have a Shrunk, and he's getting locked down here, and he is going to fall. Devour sacrifices himself for the Madman kill, and they did secure the ranged Rax with Forsaken Archer still very healthy on life and mana. This is the crippling volley there. Defiler currently out of mana, she's going to avoid the arrow. Now Forsaken Archer going for the Valkyrie kill. He has no lead for 10 seconds. He will go down. Deja Vu going to not get him the distance. There is another kill going the way of the Forsaken Archer. And now Lord Self-Forest, who is chasing down the Defiler, also goes down. It's a hat trick coming out for Puppet Souls. He's looking to clean up the ranged Rax now.
Yeah, this is a big FA, 730 GPM. I mean, he's carrying the game at this point. Not to mention the fact that we have a 600 GPM Defiler. Wow. Yeah, it just feels like, you know, Fa is just not a presence on Madman. You know, obviously, you know, able to farm very reliably with Cleaver, but it's, what is that? 4,000 gold. Dumped into Cleaver as a farming item, whereas FA, just every single point of gold that she has accumulated this game has gone towards teamfight, right? Just because of the way that it's the hero's abilities that farm for her and not any kind of item that she needs. And not only that, you know, Splitfire, as good of a farming utility as it is, it's just this crazy teamfight ability as well, because her damage just spreads around to 5 targets, so... Yeah, I don't really know.
Magma's getting caught here, I think. They're going to go for this kill. Double damage Madman. There's the silence, but not going to save him from Defiler. Now Defiler is also getting caught here. The Shunkin is used for Madman. He's on the chase here. We have a hook in the background. Or no, he's just distracting them for the meanwhile. Arcane Vortex keeps, I think, FA in place. And Defiler as well. There's the Undying. Gonna tick down the Defiler. Glacius dies in the background. And now we have FA all by herself. She gets taken out, so...
Uh-oh.
Wow! That is a turn of events. As Doghouse, I don't think they died on a single player there. This was an amazing teamfight from Doghouse.
Yeah, they're down the Rax, but I mean, they're about to clean up the mid-tier 2 tower here. probably put some damage on the tier 3. They have the buyback on Defiler, but you know, it's just going to be Magnus and soon to be Devo that's staging the base defense. Are they looking to do Kongor? That's what it seems like.
Yeah, they are turning their attention to the Kongor. Madman activates the Berserk. Gonna use the barrel roll there. Always love to see the flashy Kongor disjoints. But this should be a dead Kongor.
Yeah, and if they... Are they going to be able to have the are they going to have the time to take out their own? That's kind of the question. Gosh.
I think they could try, but I think Donova will definitely contest. They are respawning on the FA in 5 seconds.
Remember whenever I said Valkyrie was making progress towards the staff like 10 minutes ago? Okay, he just finished it.
Oh wow, actually, I'm not gonna lie, I've not really focused too much on Valkyrie in the past like 10 minutes. I thought he actually has completed that, because he was farming quite well toward it, but maybe the buyback setting him back quite a ways there for him completing.
Yeah, but he's got it now, which is clearly, it's a pretty big part of their high ground defense, right?
Mm-hmm.
So...
Throw some arrows, throw out a Call of the Valkyrie, and she basically cleans up creep waves.
Yeah.
So I think we'll see Snooki probably go into his like Grimoire item build, where he bulks up the arrow, the combo damage, reduces the cooldown of the prism and the arrow, which are the main benefits also of the Grimoire.
Interesting, yeah, I've actually never seen that.
We got a decision to make here, whether or not Doghouse will contest their own Kongor.
I think they're content to let it go. Just, you know, prevent.
They have complete vision here if they want to try to maybe go for a snipe. But the snipe would give tokens, so don't think that would be the best of ideas.
Right.
Oh, they actually kill the Glacius. That was with just the Valkyrie arrow from their own jungle into Moira jumping in with her forge.
That was crazy.
Some would say Kobe.
Right. And so now, you know, it's still a lead for Donava Brigada, but it's really not that big. Especially considering it's 30 minutes in the game.
Magnus catches the Aluna there, as the hook did miss from Devo as well. So Forrest is chasing the FA with the Undying, and FA's forced to fall back. She pops her Shrunken, almost kind of scared for her life, as Magnus does go down. This is a hasted Valkyrie, by the way, with the Prism. So now Doghouse, after they got that first Glacius kill, they're feeling very confident. They do kill the Magnus and the Devourer now. Donova's kind of falling to pieces a little bit on momentum, at least. They're still in a gold lead, but the experience has drastically swung over to Doghouse's favor. They're on an 8,000 experience lead.
Yeah, this is now the base defense is going to be up to, you know, I mean, FA Defiler and Glacius can probably manage it, but it's just these little pickoffs that are allowing Doghouse to kind of claw back their way into the game.
They have a ward in the base now as well, so if they want to go for a jump here with 2 players still dead.
And suddenly it's 4K gold saved up on Madman. Now, obviously, you know, a lot of times you want to have buyback.
Valkyrie got arrowed 5 seconds. She gets tableted out. The supports are playing very aggressive here, but it looks like the cores are running in now. Maybe a little bit not on the same page. Bob pops the Shunkin on Madman. He's going for the Defiler kill. He's going to maybe get him in the base. There we go. As an arrow hits on the Magnus. Forsaken Archer. She is going to die. The Undying was up once again. But he did get a double tap before falling. So they have proven that they can bring down the Forsaken Archer.
Yeah, still that's a very big engagement for Doghouse, as, you know, Madman, I was wondering if he was going to be able to get that Defiler. He ends up getting her in the end. He just picked up a Hellflower, so a really, really big item pickup that's going to just increase his utility, and honestly, it's a huge source of damage just from the stats for Madman, so really like this pickup. Kind of wondering what he's going to be going for next after dropping maybe his vestments as his next item.
Yeah, it's a good question. He could maybe go for something like a Brutalizer maybe before the Wingbow comes out on FA, if he can get a bash. He's got a lot of attack speed, but
yeah,
maybe he wants a bigger item. I do feel like he kind of lacks a way to sit on top of his target right now. I do feel like they're still kind of kiting him. So either maybe like a Nullifier or a Basher.
Okay, yeah.
Or maybe a Dawnbringer if he wants to go the more expensive route.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I'm with you as far as I think Basher is probably a really good choice, especially if you can get the timing down before FA gets her wing bow. I mean, as we can see, she is about halfway to a wing bow, and Madman could probably get a Basher ready within that amount of time. So, but you know, if you know, they don't have any Sand Scepters or Storms, so if a Hellflower comes out on a stunned FA, for example, like it could actually
They're gonna need a
mean
Devo
the
hook.
team
They're
fight.
gonna need a Devo hook to kind of
Yeah.
reset his positioning. Yeah, we see Devo. I think maybe he had 1,800 gold. I don't know if he bought a tablet or if he maybe sold something to buy a portal key. I did miss that, but he was getting around 2k gold. Oh, he does go for a tablet. Okay,
Yeah, so that can help a little
I took
bit.
a guess there based on his gold.
Barrier
What's
picked
the
up on
tablet?
Magnus. That's a big one.
So he's got another almost 1,200 gold.
A
Maybe
Luna
wants to go into like a Storm Spirit or a Sheepstick or something.
with the Sand Scepter. How about that?
Magnus just channeled Ultimate on accident. I saw it, actually. I have my screen on him. Unfortunate. Oh, that hook was so close on the Sulfuras. Just missed him by a couple of hairs. A couple of frames.
Right, so Jade Spire on Devo, I just noticed that. So that's a nice little...
Yeah, I always find it
bonus.
funny when he uses his Devour, the distance between himself and his target. It looks kind of funny.
Right.
So the rot doesn't actually hit right away until he kind of builds up that radius.
Okay, here's the Valkyrie's Prism, unbeknownst to Team Donava Brigada.
They have a double damage on Madman for, how long is this for? 35 more seconds. So they are looking to maybe try to get some pickoffs going. Eldorado Devo as well, leading the front lines. Devo is kind of charging in a bit away from his team. So Forrest's going to see him here on the uphill.
Double damage
Madman. Take
Madman.
out the Glacius there. Arcane Vortex keeps FA in place. Meanwhile, the Undying goes out onto Defiler. So this Defiler, she does have a shrunken head, brand new. But Madman charging in on the Forsaken with the Hellflower. And Forsaken Archer, she's going to pop the Joe Bait as soon as that wears off. She uses the Shrunken and the Piercing Arrows. Madman is going to be revealed under a Ward of Revelation now. And FA is biting on the uphill. Madman, he needs a couple more auto attacks. Neither side goes down as the arrow is avoided there as well. Magma's going to maybe try to protect the FA here the best he can, but it is currently 4 versus 2.
God, I just love the way that Madman was able to zone FA, right? Get
FA's
the
gonna
FA.
go for the TP here.
He was able to just get the FA with a Hellflower before he was able to charge him with Shrunken Head and just forced his retreat, like while the rest of the team was fighting. So, and that's I don't know. That's just crazy. That and did you see? Because I missed who South Forest put his ulti on.
He put it on Defiler.
Okay, that makes sense. There's the Nullstone purchase on FA.
I think now that he's facing the Hellflower, it has a lot more merit.
Oh, certainly.
So this means he will not have the Wingbow, and that Madman bought a Nullfire Blade, so he does value the item to kind of sit on his target, which I feel like he kind of needs at this point. He definitely has the damage and the sustainability. He needs the way to secure his first kill.
Well, it's also just it's a potential cancel for the Nullstone as well, right? If he's
That's
able
true.
to, if he has quick enough fingers to cancel Nullstone and then apply Hellflower, it's just, could potentially nullify that item, but it's kind of hard to pull off if FA has his fingers at the ready, but we'll see.
So Valkyrie's got 3,400 gold. She has not bought anything, and we'll see if we see the typical Znicki go for like a save up 4,000 gold and buy a light brand type of thing.
Right.
He tends to like to save up his gold and then buys items that he could have afforded a while ago.
Right.
Arrow hits onto Devo, 5 seconds. Actually did a lot of damage. Yeah, they're gonna use the power throws here. The Bear Idol, I think, was used for Magmus on the creep wave. So they are gonna use the fort. Oh, the hook actually hits on
Wow.
the Aluna. Arcane Vortex does catch Devo, but Aluna has already died. Everyone's getting in the Vortex. That Shrunken Head's being activated. Forsaken Archer is in the middle of the fight with the double damage. She gets a 2-man piercing arrows into the crippling volley. And Lord Sulphurus falls as well as Madman. He did not get his Shrunken Head off in this fight. They are going to bring down the Rax as well. Devo dies in the background. As it looks like Moira sacrificed herself for the Devo kill. But Donova now gets themselves the second Rax. So it's been a while since they got that first Rax. They're finally once again bringing the pressure back to Doghouse. And the double damage rune on the Forsaken definitely helping with that.
Yeah, that's the game. I mean, it's Mega
See the
Creeps
Kanzevo
now.
come out, and Donova will be moving on to the winner bracket
Wow.
finals here as they finish Doghouse 2-1. And that was a very entertaining series, John.
Certainly an upset, right? We actually haven't seen, at least on stream, because Doghouse, in Cycle 1, for some reason they got knocked out pretty early on. I think it was due to a roster. We saw them, get knocked out, not knocked out, but knocked down to the losers bracket for the first time in since Cycle 2. So I'm sure they're fully capable of coming back through the losers bracket, but really, really surprising upset, and it's good to see. You don't ever want to see one team be too dominant, right? So really happy. Obviously, both sides played very, very well, but really happy to see Donova Brigada advancing to the winners bracket finals, and looking forward to casting them very soon against your team, if I'm not mistaken. Yep. So
I will be gone.
yeah, I want to go ahead and take the time to wish you the best of luck, and
Thank
hopefully
you.
you're not fatigued too much from casting these last 2 games with me. Really appreciate you stepping in here, and it's always fun to, like I said, fun to cast these games alongside you and just have a blast talking about the best teams in the HoN universe going at it.
All right, so we'll be back soon with the winner bracket finals between Buskno GG and Donova Brigada. Best of 3 coming up. Stay tuned.
All right, welcome back everybody to cycle number 4 of the Paradise League HoN tournament. I'm going to be your main and only shoutcasting host here, Easy Full Clan, bringing to you the winners bracket final, the last match of the day between Busno GG and Donava Brigada. We just saw Donava Brigada take out the favorites of this tournament, Doghouse, in 2-1 fashion in a very, very impressive series, looking to carry that momentum forward and send Busno GG down to the losers bracket and secure their spot in the grand finals of this cycle. Let's see if they can do it. I mean, honestly, it's anybody's game in this match, in this best of 3 right here. These two teams have battled it out before, and they've certainly got the better of each other in pretty much every single time I've seen them play. I think there could have been a situation where one got 2-0 over the other, but it's pretty rare for that to happen. I think most of the teams in this tournament, at least the top level teams, are pretty evenly matched in most situations. So we'll see if we'll see exactly who's going to be the victor this time, and then we will look forward to the losers bracket tomorrow on top of the grand finals series of this particular cycle. However, before I get too long-winded, we've got bans. It's Devourer, Monkey King, and Defiler being shut out by What You Got on Busno GG versus Ophelia, Balfagor, and Nymphora being taken away by Puppet Soul. So these heroes, not really surprised by any of the bans. These are pretty cookie-cutter bans, especially whenever you consider the two teams that are going against each other. We just saw how effective the Devourer was in the hands of Sunk Bob, aka Blet, over there on Donava Brigada. That ban not coming through in the third match against Doghouse, and we see that they won the series. So not surprised to see it banned out. And What You Got was casting that series alongside me, so he already knows that he needs to get that hero out. But Magmus is picked up into Moira Geomancer. So these are, Magmus, just always a top tier pick. I feel like you can never go wrong with a Magmus first pick. I'm not sure who we saw play Kinesis, but I almost want to see it. I don't think there's space for Kinesis on the Hellborn side, but I always love to see Kinesis as kind of a strong counter pick to Magmus, just because that hero, Kinesis with Lava Surge, is actually just kind of crazy. But Moira and Geomancer, two fantastic pickups as your first two hero picks. Those heroes are highly flexible. Obviously, they probably are going to be the position 5 and 4, but we have kind of seen a position 3 Geomancer solo in the past, but I don't think it performs especially well in comparison to some of the other solo initiator heroes that you can have. One of them, for example, being Meraxis, being picked up here by Busno GG. So really, really strong triplet of heroes starting out the draft on Busno GG. But of course, Donava Brigada has a really, really strong setup as well with Moira and Geo. The second wave of bans, we see Tundra and Engineer banned out. Now, it looks like, Puppet Soul is going to want to be taking away mid heroes, and probably top tier supports. But really, I don't know if he can remove enough supports for it to really matter. But that's basically what Busno GG is missing. They need a mid hero, they need a support. Whereas, most of the core cast the entire core cast is missing from Donava Brigada's side. So it's really actually kind of difficult bans from What You Got's position, but he goes ahead and takes away Engineer and Chronos so far. Puppet Soul is getting rid of Tundra and Gladiator, so two mids that he doesn't want to go against. Waiting for the third and final ban from both sides. Not really sure. I wouldn't be surprised to see something like, gosh, who does What You Got hate to play against? Oh, there you have it, Midas. Midas ban is actually a little bit surprising. I am not certain why he decides to ban out Midas. It's traditionally a pretty strong hero, but I don't think it's uncounterable by any means. And there you have it, Forsaken Archer taken away by What You Got. So opting to not have to play against that top tier carry. Understandably so. We just saw it perform so well in Game 3 of DB versus Doghouse. But now it's first pick after the banning phase, and DB has a decision to make. I mean, which core hero are they going to pick up first? If I had to guess, I'd probably be picking up the solo lane hero. Probably something like, I don't know. I mean, Lodestone's still on the board. You've got Pharaoh. Could even pick up Kraken. Kraken seems pretty fantastic against Magnus and Valkyrie. I think I would like to see a Kraken, especially because it's a very flex pick, right? It can be kind of that position 3 solo, but it can also function as really well in the mid lane. I did see a Shadowed Wretched Hag, though, so I wouldn't be surprised to see a Hag pickup as well. But, I mean, really, the door is open for all kinds of picks. And there's the Wretched Hag pick, so not really surprised to see that one. It's also very, very flex as well. I forgot that they also had their 4th pick available to them, so they go ahead and pick up the Corrupted Disciple as their main farmer this game. So probably going to be rounding out their draft next with some kind of beefy presence, some kind of solo strength, I would imagine. Probably I'm looking right at Lodestone, Flux, and Kraken. Those are my predictions. Potentially Pharaoh, but now it's up for what you got to pick his 4th and 5th heroes. And, he needs a support, so I'm kind of interested to see what support he's going to be going for. Feels like a Monarch could be pretty decent against Wretched Hag. I'm actually not sure. Maybe somebody can educate me on game mechanics if Cleansing Wind would actually remove Corrupted Conduit from an ally. But he goes with the Andromeda, which is always a nice support hero to pick up. Really, really great combination of defense and aggression on the Andromeda, and actually picks up a Drunken Master to be played as, oh boy, yeah, I guess this is position 2 Drunken Master, probably going to be a Drunken Master mid with a Meraxis solo and a tri-lane of Valkyrie, Andromeda, Magnus. Those are my predictions for the laning setup on the Legion side. Synergizes quite well, honestly. I mean, Andromeda plus Drunken Master, I can really see some heavy damage combos coming out early on, and Drunken Master, a pretty good pick, honestly. Being able to, I like it in paper against like a Wretched Hag mid, being able to disjoint early haunts with Stagger, potentially being able to disjoint Shards of Harkon by Moira, and there's the Lodestone pick, kind of as predicted, as they did need that solo initiator style hero. So it's probably going to be that, Corrupted Geomancer, Moira tri-lane, and Hag mid, Lodestone short. So honestly, it seems like the laning setup is pretty much nailed down. It's just a question of exactly where are they going to run them, aggressive try or defensive try. But guys, this is a great time while the game is loading in to tell you about the sponsors for this, probably final HoN tournament. Community Gaming and Polydoge have contributed greatly to the hype of this tournament by providing that $10,000 prize pool for the first and second team to battle over. Community Gaming is this platform that runs weekly tournaments for games like Valorant, Super Smash Bros., Hearthstone. They're all in one. They supercharge events of all levels, from community grassroots tournaments to tier 1 events that you see like on the front page of Twitch. Experience it yourself at communitygaming.io or join their Discord to learn more. And Polydoge is a digital currency with one of the most vibrant communities on the powerful Polygon network. It offers a wide variety of fun interactions to its holders in the form of NFTs, apps, airdrops, and access to different DeFi platforms ready to go on Polygon. So go to polydoge.com and experience it for yourself. Make sure you type !ad in the chat to be able to view these links, or you can scroll down and view them on the panels of the channel. The more traffic that they get, in the form of link clicks or account creations, means a potentially higher prize pool for our first and second place teams to battle over, to make them really play their hearts out for your spectator, for your spectatorship in the final days of HoN. So please make sure that you support these sponsors for supporting us in these last days of our beloved game. Into the match, guys, we have the aggro tri-lane on both sides of the map. Moira, Geomancer, Corrupted, as predicted, going against Meraxis in the long lane, or I should say the Legion short lane, perhaps. Valkyrie, Andro, Magnus, going to be looking to potentially find a kill on the Lodestone in the top lane. And it is Hag versus Drunken Master in the mid lane. I actually made a correct prediction. And we will see exactly how these lanes play out. Meraxis and Lodestone having to play very, very conservatively. We already see a rotation coming behind Wretched Hag in the mid lane, who actually skills Sonar Scream at level 1. So kind of already recognizing that Drunken Master has the advantage over her Haunt and just choosing to skill Sonar Scream already. And Andromeda pushing her away from the creep wave, opts to pick up the Flash of Darkness instead of Haunt. So I'm actually kind of curious if he is even going to skill Haunt at all. I think he has to put at least 1 point in it in order for it to apply from his ultimate. So probably going to be like a level 4 ability. Wouldn't be surprised, but we have Geomancer actually making an appearance here in the mid lane now. So it's a 2v2. And Lodestone putting a little bit of a poke with his Rocket Drill onto Valkyrie in the top lane. But yeah, this is certainly going to be an action-packed mid lane. It looks like Andromeda and Drunken Master rather are going to have the ability to be kind of aggressive on Wretched Hag if she's not too careful. But these are both pretty hard targets as they are slippery, both of them having escape abilities. So really just going to have to wait and see. First rune is coming up. It's going to be a haste rune guarded by Magnus. We'll see if he decides to pick it up or if he's waiting for Drunken Master to potentially pick up his bottle, as he does have the gold for it. So yeah, Magnus has the Striders, is guarding the rune. Drunken Master has his bottle coming out. And we'll see if he gives it to Andromeda, which he does. So Andromeda will go bottle that. And Corrupted Disciple farming against Meraxis. So Meraxis and Lodestone both level 3. Having a pretty good time, so very, very even game so far, awaiting the appearance of the Bloodlust at some point in the game. And Meraxis is actually getting gone on, it activates the Arcane Shield, but the stun actually connects, interestingly enough, on Meraxis in spite of it proccing the shield. I have no idea how that took place, but Wretched Hag getting a lot of damage out on her. A nice cancel on that lunge stun from Geomancer with the dig. So that would have been probably would have been a dead Wretched Hag had that stun not come out, but well played. Both sides going in on each other, but nobody able to find a kill yet. Magnus playing very aggressively on Lodestone. Gosh, the head smash from Lodestone just dealing so much damage to Magnus. Magnus aggroing that creep wave, preventing Lodestone from being able to pull it. Nice little play from what you got there. And we've got 18-5 score of Valkyrie versus 21-6 Corrupted Disciple. So looking very, very even in the mid lane. And in the mid lane, Geomancer is the first to fall, and I missed it, but it certainly was from the haste rune of that Drunken Master. I cannot believe I missed that. So there is the Bloodlust. It's coming out in favor of Drunken Master, who is now pushing very, very aggressively on Wretched Hag. So Geomancer walking back to the mid lane. And Andromeda going to bottle that Merrick's rune in the bottom lane. Magnus standing on top of this illusion rune, showing it to his team at the moment. Andromeda just going ahead and taking a long trek up the top lane, and will bottle that rune. Meraxis in the meantime, level 5 in the bottom lane, taking a lot of heat from Corrupted Disciple. Drunken Master going in pretty hard on Wretched Hag. Things are looking very, very good for Busno GG right here out of the gate. Wretched Hag taking a lot of damage. Gosh, that lunge, that stagger lunge combo is just so devastating in the early levels. And is looking to push for that level 6 for the 3-point strike combo. Meraxis potentially getting dove here in the bottom lane. Moira and Corrupted Disciple just positioned so aggressively. Wretched Hag deciding to clean up a little creep way or creep camp. Actually not going to be finishing it off, saving it for later. Lodestone getting stunned out by Magnus. Lodestone very, very low. Going to be able to juke and jive away from the rocket. Is he going to die to neutrals? That is his plan. He will die to neutrals. Decided that Magnus was a little bit too scary. Potentially had a lava surge on the horizon. Wouldn't have been able to outrun him without boots, but in the meantime, Drunken Master going on Corrupted Disciple, who just got a kill on Meraxa, so it's a double kill for the Drunken Master. This is going to be a scary Drunken Master in this game at this pace. He is now 3-0. Only 3 kills for his team. So Meraxa's drawing fire underneath the tower, and Drunken Master getting the cleanup, and we'll be getting the bottom rune, whatever it is. Could spell trouble if it's something like a double damage. It's Merrick's, and an Invis rune for Magnus, who snipes it away from Wretched Hag. So Wretched Hag just having a really hard time controlling any runes here in the game at this point, which is obviously making it difficult for her to lane successfully mid. So Merax is just kind of, Magnus rather, just watching what's going on here in the Hellborn jungle, watching Wretched Hag farm. Valkyrie makes her way. Okay, Geomancer forced to dig away, but Magnus with the Invis rune for another 30 seconds will be looking to potentially line up a stun for a follow-up Javelin. No, they're deciding to go back. So Lodestone, despite dying to neutrals there, having a decent time in the top lane now with the absence of Valkyrie and Magnus. But they will be making an appearance back into the top lane. Wretched Hag, look at this. Wretched Hag actually opting to not skill haunt at all. So very interesting decision to skip that ability in general overall. But obviously lower cooldown on Flash of Darkness and a longer cast range, I believe. Very high value. Valkyrie gets gone on by the Lodestone, takes an arrow into the Lava Surge. They have to put out auto attacks. He activates the Shatterstorm, looking to make the survival. He is able to do that. Puppet Soul takes the bottom tower, but at the cost of Moira's life. So tower for support life. I think that they're okay to take that, but Lodestone connects the 3-point strike combo onto, Drunken Master connects it. Now it is Lodestone who is going to fall. Drunken Master porting back to base, or porting back to mid, while Wretched Hag just trying to piece something together here in the jungle, just not able to get anything to happen. Actually finishes Plated Greaves as he's going against a very aggressive Drunken Master. There's the double damage rune. So not surprised at all to see this boot choice from Wretched Hag. But in the bottom lane, Andromeda takes the Shards of Harkon and is going to be falling to Corrupted Disciple, who is now 2-1, 440 GPM. Disconnect from Slaske. They're probably not sure. Can't be a rage quit, right? This is a tournament setting. And I think he is fine to die a little bit. Probably just restarting his client. Yep, here he comes back. Meraxus uses the Arcane Shield and is running for his life against Corrupted Disciple and Moira. The Shards of Harkon are going to connect, and now he is conduited, trying to run, but not able to do any kind of tree juking with that Corrupted Conduit active. So Corrupted Disciple having a fantastic start here, 450 GPM alongside Drunken. So it's really going to be who's going to take over the game. Is it the mid Drunken Master, or is it the position 1 farmer Corrupted Disciple? We will see. I'm very, very interested. Drunken Master, I don't think I've seen anybody draft this except for what you got. I could be wrong. Somebody in the chat probably correct me. Please do if I'm wrong. But I'm very interested to see exactly how Drunken Master gets played here in terms of itemization. He has got a Soul Screen Room, so he is going to be going for, he's going to run into 2 heroes here. Gets the Conduit started on him, but breaks it, making the decision to go in or not. Moira is going to be able to run away. He's going hard on Corrupted Disciple, who has the Energizer active, but can he get the distance? Drunken Master deciding not to go underneath the tower. The Valkyrie's Prism is activated. Valkyrie walking towards Wretched Hag here in the jungle. Hag needs to be careful. They did actually see the Prism get activated at the bottom lane, and Hag smells a rat and decides to quickly blink out. So very, very nicely done. But Magnus is there, tries to connect the Lava Surge, but isn't able to find it. And now Moira is going to run into Valkyrie, who leaps over the cliffside and into a nice little TP, but is he going to get stopped? No, he's not going to get stopped. So they do manage to escape, so very close calls all around there. But I was going to say before I was interrupted, looks like we have a Brass Knuckles being picked up on Drunken Master. So if it's going to synergize very well with his hero, 30 additional damage onto his combo, as well as okay, Meraxis pushing forward very, very hard. Arcane Vortex is going to put a stop to all of those heroes. And Bat Blast is going to connect onto 2. Geomancer gets swapped in. Geomancer falls very, very quickly, but the Shatterstorm is going to connect onto 2. It's Meraxis. Corrupted Disciple gets a nice little Electric Tide. Lodestone is going to fall. Lava Surge connects onto Corrupted Disciple, who's going to tank the Eruption. It's disaster for De Nova Brigada, taking only 2 while losing 4 on their side. So the momentum just keeps collecting here in favor of Busno GG. This is now a level 9 Drunken Master, 3 charges on the Brass Knuckles. Brass Knuckles almost fully charged up on Valkyrie. He just picks up Steam Boots, so some very, very important core items. But here's Moira looking to land a stun, but just not able to get in range, as both of these targets are too fast for her. She is only working with Striders.
Ain't nobody killing that tower but me.
So it was a good idea with that Arcane Vortex into the Bat Blast by Wretched Hag, but just unfortunately not able to finish them off. Drunken Master just too tanky. Makes me wonder, is he going to be going into a Lex Talionis at this point, or is he going to build more heavily onto the, let's just say, the magic armor side? But maybe he won't value it because there's a Lodestone on the team. Here's the Valkyrie's Prism. Valkyrie and Drunken Master looking like they want to go in on something, but here's Geomancer with the Geostock, is going to spot them out, at least on the map. Might not know who it is, but he knows somebody is there. But they are going to find Corrupted Disciple. Magnus and Andromeda kind of overlap their stuns a little bit. Here comes the Arcane Vortex to try and protect him, but the Valkyrie arrow is going to connect onto Moira, and it's Moira who's going to be in a lot of trouble, but the nice swap from Andromeda is going to catch Corrupted Disciple. And a Lava Surge makes its way onto Geomancer, who tries to escape, but is not able to. So 3 quick kills, furthering the lead of Busno GG. It's now a 3,000 gold lead. 6-0 Drunken Master, 1,200 gold in the pocket. Magnus halfway to his portal key. There's the Lex Talionis on Drunken Master, just looking to continue his early game domination. Makes his combo that much formidable. And in the meantime, Meraxis taking a lot of heat in the top lane, but damn is he tanky against this many heroes when he has the Matrix up. But it is about to fall in 3, 2, 1. Bat Blast does connect. Here comes the Shatterstorm. It gets halted by the 2-man Lava Surge. The arrow, he's so tanky. Shatterstorm connects onto 2, but he is not able to get any follow-up from his teammates. Falls himself. It's all just seeming to fall apart here for De Nova Brigada in game 1. Things slowing down, but Wretched Hag just not able to get a game. I mean, he's got 2k gold saved up, so the question is, what does Wretched Hag buy in the spot to try and come back into the game? It seems kind of like a light brand game. Honestly, if I had to guess, 2,200 gold seems like it would make sense to buy a light brand. It's a nice little farming utility. It might be the play or the right decision to try and play a little bit more of a passive game. They kind of have the team for it. But we'll see. Maybe he's going to go Staff of the Master, wants to bulk up, have his ulti available at every step. Decides to go the Sackstone route. So picks up that Sackstone. Not a bad idea. I mean, honestly, that bulk of stats is going to be very nice. And if he does happen to take a death, you know, the reduced death timer, it's very nice to have.
so he can get back up and start farming. Valkyrie's Prism being activated. And watch out, Geomancer, Corrupted, and Moira need to be careful. Drunken Master is going to show himself over this Rev Ward. Drunken Master taking the pursuit path. The ports are coming in from the tier 1 tower. Wretched Hag is here trying to line up the ideal Bat Blast. There's the 2-man. Electric Tide and Andromeda is going to be the one to fall. Drunken Master now having to play escape tactics, but there's really no catch. But it actually might be Meraxis who's in a lot of trouble, but he's got the Matrix ready to activate to give him a nice little bit of tankiness. Finds the stun onto Wretched Hag, and now is Wretched Hag? Yes, he is going to fall at the cost of Meraxis, and now it's Drunken Master who's trying to put a little bit of combo damage onto Corrupted, but who is going to be able to escape for at least a while. But Magnus is out for blood, so close to that portal key, but clearly doesn't have it yet. Just pushing them away, forcing them to retreat, giving space to his cores to farm. Now Magnus looks like he is going to be able to finish his portal key more or less at this creep camp if he wants to. Opting not to play it risky. Drunken Master porting into the top lane, has a haste bottled. Shatterstorm gets activated by Lodestone. Drunken Master pushing very, very aggressively towards him. And the tower in deny range. Deciding not to commit to that deny yet. Drunken Master roaming through the jungle with this haste active. He is spotted by the ward, so no surprises there. Magnus, very aggressive stun onto Corrupted Disciple. Starts to channel the eruption, but fatal error as he may not have been aware that Moira and Geomancer were there to just pounce. Tried to make a play alongside his Valkyrie and doesn't end up happening. Loses a little bit of progress towards his portal key as he was about 200 gold away from it, but all things considered, he's still going to get it very, very soon. His 400 gold really isn't that much. That tower gold top is certainly going to help to that end. Wretched Hag taking a almost 5-second arrow. She is going to get comboed down very quickly by Valkyrie and Andromeda. It's a savage 6 streak for Valkyrie at 500 GPM. Really, really farming very well this game. Finishes the Nullfire 1. The first big item that we've seen making its entrance into the game. First 3k gold value item. Got the light brand on Corrupted Disciple as I missed the kill on Lodestone, who was just trying to slowly but surely push his progress towards a finished portal key. Probably only about 100 gold away prior to that death. There's the portal key picked up on Magnus. So we're going to be seeing some big stuns coming out from him, no doubt, to start some of these team fights out. Just a little bit more time needed for a portal key picked up on Meraxis. Awaiting the first portal key purchase from Lodestone. And there's the headdress. No surprise to see the headdress on Drunken Master. Synergizes pretty well. And Magnus just walking into a Bat Blast gets deleted. That's a beautiful Bat Blast. Connects onto 3 heroes, but it's really just no follow-up. Moira sends the illusion into the river to try and cut off the escape, but they went the other way. But that's a clean pickoff onto Magnus. And that was probably a planned neutral death, maybe, from Moira. I have no idea. He did have the illusion active. Maybe he lost awareness of his hero and ended up dying to those dragons. But Corrupted Disciple doing some really great work farming in the Legion jungle with his light brand. Sitting at 450 GPM. Having a pretty good game himself at 7-3-1. Having taken a few deaths, he's still almost on par with Valkyrie. Maybe even on par to kind of exceed her level of farm, as he does have farming utility in his light brand, whereas Valkyrie is kind of missing a farming ability, farming tool, I should say. But you gotta love you just gotta love Nullfire Blade in this game. It's really, really a top tier purchase, and if you're playing an agility hero, I think it's an item that has to cross your mind for purchase on every agility hero in the game, with few exceptions. Lodestone taking a stun from Magnus, forcing out the port of Lodestone. And Drunken Master putting a lot of heat into the top tier 2 tower. They are going to take it. That's a big chunk of gold for the team of Busno GG. Lightbrand, Firebrand rather, finished alongside the Lightbrand of Corrupted Disciple, and Wretched Hag with an Acolyte Neophytes book. Kind of curious what that is going to be. Whether or not it's going to be a tablet or a... Maybe he's going to buy a glowstone, but he hasn't right-clicked a glowstone despite having 1,200 gold, so... Not really sure what that's going to be. Maybe it's going to be... I don't know. The items that builds into... Okay, it's a Lightbrand. So he's going the farming route. He is going for the farming route this game, which is... makes a lot of sense. You know, the idea here is to just play a little bit safer, make Busno GG potentially have to go high ground while they're able to use their superior farming abilities to their advantage. But the lead is pretty large for Busno GG at this point, and they might be able to start staging high ground pushes soon as Geomancer gets stun comboed and quickly falls to the trio of Magnus, Andromeda, Meraxis. Meraxis being the one who gets the kill credit. And with that pick-off on Geomancer, it seems like a pretty reliable tower push here in the mid lane. And after this falls, it seems like they could probably turn their attention to the bottom lane, maybe some sort of 5-man lane walk, and take out those last two tier 2 towers. The last 2 towers. Lodestone and Hag, you know, just kind of farming here in the bottom lane. Nothing, no objectives to defend there near their base at the moment. Rune is going to spawn top. It is a haste rune, and it's going to be available for the Legion side probably to pick up. Okay, Lodestone and Wretched Hag playing very, very patiently here in the bottom lane. This could be a kill connected onto Valkyrie with a well-timed Shatterstorm. It looks like they are going to find it, and they commit the Bat Blast on top of the Shatterstorm, and they both poured out, so very, very nice pick-off. But Corrupted Disciple is the one that is taking a lot of heat over here at the Hellborn Kongor Pit. Takes a stun combo from Magnus and Meraxis, but able to walk away. The Arcane Vortex is actually going to be the one that's going to stop the advance, but Moira is the one that's going to fall, but she did save the life of her carry, so very well played, honestly, to sacrifice herself for that. And in the meantime, Puppet Soul is going to walk towards the bottom lane, try and get some farming done, while he just assumes it's safe to be down here. Kind of sees the this is a very nice spot for him to be, honestly. There's 3 wards of sight committed to this location, but he is actually walking towards this Andromeda, who gets scouted out by Geomancer. And Andromeda trying to see if she can port out. Will she have the time? No, it's too much damage, so nice little pick-off between Geo and Corrupted. Didn't really see exactly how they sniffed that one out. Probably Geo stock, as I see it's on cooldown, but Drunken Master and Magnus going to find a kill, potentially onto Lodestone. Gosh, damn, that is so much damage from that Drunken Master combo. Who's now got 2,800 gold saved up after that purchase of Shaman's Headdress. And I mean, you guys know what I want to see this game. I would like to see a staff Drunken Master make its way into the game. That is an item. I mean, so seldomly do we see Drunken Master picked up. Wouldn't it be beautiful to see his staff actually make it into a match for all to see as well? That powerful effect of reducing the reset cooldown of the 3-point strike combo to 4 seconds only. I think presently it is 12 seconds, so that's a pretty big damage increase over a longer duration fight. And it gives him a bit of tankiness too, which he's certainly going to want to survive against some of those heroes on the Hellborn side. But, you know, Corrupted Disciple is just still diligently farming here at 400, nearly 460 GPM, trying to put the finishing touches on a Dawnbringer, no doubt. He's going to want a Shrunken Head at some point, though, so I'm assuming he's just trying to, you know, okay, there's the item purchase from Drunken Master. Can't blame him for picking up the Shrunken Head. There is a lot of things to avoid over there on the Hellborn side. Ward of Sight. Not really sure exactly how they knew to back away from this bottom lane, but they do so very wisely. Lodestone is smoked over here. Okay, Wretched Haxie, they're just doing a very good job of, extending the lifetime of this game, and just playing to their strength, right? They went kind of a greedy route with the double light brand between Wretched Hag and Corrupted Disciple, and obviously, Busno GG is very well ahead. 10k gold lead, nothing to slouch at, or slough at, whatever phrases. But they are losing their last outer tower, but they're forcing them to go high ground now, where they do have some nice flash farm between Wretched Hag and Corrupted Disciple, and Wretched Hag kind of forced to play a little bit defensively, but I also like the Plated Greaves pickup that I'm seeing now, not just because it helped her survive against Drunken Master in the early stages of the game, but whenever we have the slower gameplay where they're trying to just avoid fights, push side lanes, the Plated Greaves really come into effect in pushing these towers. I mean, you could see that, gosh, I'm not really sure. Okay, Lodestone finds the combo onto Wretched Hag, onto Magnus, and Wretched Hag finishes him off with the Bat Blast head smash, but Lodestone is gonna end up falling, so it's a 1-for-1 exchange, and maybe a little bit Legion-sided there. But, Wretched Hag does have a Grimoire now, so, you talk about great high ground defense. This is a hero that has some fantastic high ground defense, especially because she's about to hit level 16. And a Grimoire of Power activation on top of a well-placed Bat Blast is a very scary thing to potentially fall into, trying to push high ground. So they're trying to match the Hellborn kill, or the Legion's kill of Kongor, but deciding that they actually don't have the damage to be able to make it happen. And now Legion, after finishing their Kong, actually looking to potentially stage a fight at the Hellborn Kongor kill, and potentially force a fight at the token spawn. So this is, we've got 40 seconds left on Bat Blast. It's not going to be up unless they're able to kind of force Busno GG away from the Kongor pit. But gosh, they take this damn fast. I'm not even sure where all the damage is coming from. I guess it's just Valkyrie and Drunken Master, just that farm. They are going to snipe out a token and pick up a Drunken Master token. So you want to talk about how scary this Drunken Master is already. Now this dude has a token. He's just one hell of a frontliner. Picks up the level 16. And it's really going to be up to Donava Brigada to find a way to protect their tier 3 tower. Wretched Hag, he's got the Plated Greaves active on the creep wave. Gonna probably take out this tier 2 tower. Deciding to play it safe, actually needs to get back because the Shatterstorm is about to come out. It's going to connect onto Drunken Master, who quickly gets swapped out by Andromeda, but Corrupted Disciple getting gone on the back line. But Wretched Hag is able to escape just by the skin of his teeth. Drunken Master loses the token. There's the buyback on Geomancer. This is a pretty good spot for if you're Donava Brigada. They actually managed to get the token out, but cooldowns have been used. There's the Drunken Master. Shrunken Head coming out. The Bloodbath Drunken Master. Lodestone taking the arrow, but now they feel like they have to be... They're forced to back away from this tier 3 tower, at least for the time being. Drunken Master, they're actually all collecting themselves, deciding they want to take it here while there are 2 dead on the Hellborn side. They have the double damage Valkyrie activated. This is a perfect time. Lodestone decided to try and stun Drunken Master, but that stagger is just too damn hard to make anything connect on him. Meraxis so close to dying, but Corrupted Disciple now under fire. Drunken Master so freaking fast. It's a 12-0 streak for Drunken Master. There's the buyback on Corrupted Disciple now. Andromeda might be the lone death here. In the final stages of that team fight, there is a completed Geosbane making its way out to Valkyrie. So multiple buybacks committed. I think just Geomancer and Corrupted Disciple. In fact, I see one is missing from Hag. Did she? I'm not sure if she committed one in the course of that team fight. Could have been earlier in the game. No, she did buy it back. So they're going to be missing a lot of gold value in the form of buybacks at this point. And of course, could come into play if they are able to extend the game past, you know, the 50-minute mark or so here in game 1. But you know, they lose their tier 3 tower, so obviously that is going to be a much easier lane for Busno GG to push in the future, as they just kind of slow down the pace of the game once again. Drunken Master with 3,200 gold, probably going to be eyeing down a demonic breastplate. A little bit surprised to see him maybe skip the Barrier Idol. Seems like it could carry a lot of value for his team against, you know, Shatterstorm combo and the Bat Blast, but obviously not going to focus too much on that, as he's having a fantastic game, 12-0. Valkyrie's Prism activated. They're looking for something, but Geomancer is going to sniff it out. Geomancer starting to see more and more just this hero, maybe just a go-to counter pick for Valkyrie. You know, Valkyrie, such a scary hero to play against in the later stages of the game. Like once the map opens up with towers being taken, it just becomes harder and harder to defend against Valkyrie's Prism with coordinated play. And Geomancer, you know, if you just have the slightest inkling that it came out, such a fantastic hero to be able to run against it, as he's able to just sniff out invis heroes from 3,000 units away. Fortification being used on the melee barracks. A little bit surprising, as it was kind of being protected by the backdoor effect, or anti-backdoor effect, but fortification is no longer going to be available for use. Puppet Soul with 2k gold, certainly trying to make his way towards a Shrunken Head, or yeah, it's got to be Shrunken Head, but you know, damn, this is just such a tight spot if you're Denava Brigada. I mean, how do you handle this farmed Valkyrie and farmed Drunken Master, both at 530 GPM, with a fantastic supporting cast? Supporting cast just has everything that they need. You've got this Andromeda sitting behind you if you're ever in a tight spot. If you ever get caught by, you know, the ideal Shatterstorm for the Hellborn side, he just quickly gets swapped out. Really, really tough to find anything for progressing forward towards the victory if you're Denava Brigada. But, you know, there is some things on the horizon. Maybe a portal key on Moira within the next like 4 or 5 minutes, if the game can last that long, if they can avoid losing any major objectives or engagements within that amount of time. So we have a pause here. I mean, we can take a look at items. I mean, Drunken Master holding 4k gold at this point, deciding that maybe holding buyback is the right thing to do here, as his team is very far ahead and kind of has the space on the map to farm. But I almost feel like I would like to see him pick up his demonic breastplate and just him and his team just go knock on the door of the bottom lane once again. Just because we know, we've already talked about what Denava Brigada is trying to do, right? They have the farming utility, right? They have the double light brand items, right? They've got the flash farmers between Hag and Corrupted Disciple. We know that they want to just extend the game and farm for another 10 plus minutes, get that next big item, try to compete with the farm progress of Valkyrie and Drunken Master. But if you're Busno GG, obviously you have the tools to win this game right now. You have the portal key advantage. You have the item advantage. You've got the Shrunken Head advantage. You know, you've already got the tier 3 tower taken in the bottom lane. So really, really just want to see go from Busno GG. I mean, you're always in a spot where you're a little bit afraid of making the misstep and then, quote unquote throwing, but it just feels like this game is kind of it feels pretty secure for them at this point. I mean, they've got just a monster double core right now between Valkyrie and Drunken Master. They've got portal keys on 3 supports, one of them being a freaking Andro, right? Who's always going to be able to swap you. Yeah, I just really curious to see exactly how they're going to play it out here in the next couple of minutes. And we'll see. I mean, not exactly sure what we're waiting on the pause here for. I wouldn't mind. I mean, there's no vision on the Hellborn side of the map. They see Wretched Hag. I think Wretched Hag is the only one whose position that they, even have an idea of. Geomancer sees somebody over there at the Hellborn Kongor pit, but there's 3 minutes on the Kongor spawn. Wretched Hag and not Wretched Hag, Valkyrie and Meraxis just farming in the Legion jungle. Not really sure how close Meraxis is rather to his Hellflower. I mean, maybe, just maybe, they're deciding to wait for him to finish that item before going for the next team fight. Doesn't really seem necessary, as there is no Shrunken Head up on Corrupted Disciple or Wretched Hag at this point, but I think they smell that it's coming, as we can see, since we have the all-seeing eye of the spectator's box. We can see that Corrupted Disciple is not really that close. He needs about a Warhammer's worth of gold to be able to finish it. And Wretched Hag clearly not close to her own, so not even sure if she's going to be going for it this game. Maybe she will opt to build a Staff of the Master, say. But not really sure. Okay, they are ready. So it looks like we're going to be getting back into the game, and seeing exactly what Busno GG is going to, how they're going to carry out their finishing touches of this match. So Magmus, just both teams playing hide and seek on opposite sides of the map. Hellflower, right-clicked Hellflower on Drunken Master. Okay, so there's a little bit of surprise, but I like it. Not 100% sure exactly what he dropped. Did he drop Knuckles for it? I think that was an item that he did have at one point, so it might have been what he sold, or maybe he had a bottle. I'm not 100% sure, but I actually love this purchase, especially because he does need a bit of mana sustain, because he is somewhat spammy between stagger and lunge combos, just repeatedly on top of drink, potentially in a longer fight. So that mana sustain is going to be a boon to him, but certainly the silence for being able to stop Wretched Hag, or I mean, 3 heroes, right? Geomancer, Hag, Lodestone, all slippery, but if you silence them, not so slippery. Okay, so surprise, I just saw. I was going to mention canceling the Shrunken Head activation of Corrupted Disciple. The Shatterstorm combo attempted to go out onto Valkyrie, but it is going to miss. And now Wretched Hag and Lodestone on the defensive. Lodestone is going to be the one to pay with his life. So a really, really nice play attempt. You got to respect, trying to go for something that risky. As it looks like they were trying to do that up on the high ground, and that is inside the Fog of War. So a lot of respect from me. And there's the Hellflower onto Wretched Hag. The 3-point strike combo is going to connect, but Drunken Master deciding that he's not going to be able to finish off the combo, and now Drunken Master is on the defensive, but here comes the team support. Corrupted Disciple is going to get stunned out, and the 3-point strike combo is going to connect, but the Bat Blast comes out, connects onto 2, but Wretched Hag, really, really low, is going to blink away, but there's the swap. And it's a genocide for Busno GG. And buybacks available on Corrupted and Hag, but not what you want to do if you're forced to buy back into 2v5. So probably going to just hold on to the buybacks here. Lodestone is going to come back up, but gosh, after taking out the bottom lane, they have so much time to comfortably take the tier 2 racks, the second racks in the mid lane, and there you have it. There's the concede vote. The GGs come out. Busno GG takes game 1 of the winners bracket finals here against Denava Brigada. Fantastic performance, honestly, and a treat, honestly, because that was a dominating Drunken Master, and that's a pretty rare occurrence. That's a hero that we don't see picked up very often, and you really, really like to see heroes like that are unusual picks, or more unusual picks, kind of make flashy entrances into the meta. So really happy that what you got, found that as a key part of his draft in this first match, and really happy that it worked out for them so swimmingly and performed just off the charts. I don't think he died that game. He ended that game, like 13-0 or something, like just fantastic all around. Props to Denava Brigada for trying to keep it together after that game was, starting to slip away from their grasp. But they have the second match coming up here against Busno GG. We wish them the best of luck. We know that they're capable of turning it around, keeping their heads up, and making the plays to steal back the second match and potentially take the series. Keep it here. We'll be back in just a few minutes. All right, everybody. Welcome back to cycle number 4 of the Paradise League HoN tournament. This is game 2 of Denava Brigada versus Busno GG. We just saw Busno GG in commanding fashion take the first win of the match, bringing this to potentially match point of the winners bracket finals here, the last match or last series, best of 3 series of the day. I am your main shoutcasting host, going to be the solo caster once again here. Easy Full Clan is my name. Really, really happy that you're tuned into the broadcast. Can't wait to bring you the action here in the conclusion of this potentially last match of the day. Will Denava Brigada be able to turn it back around, collect themselves, and find a weakness, a chink in the armor of Busno GG? Could they? Don't really know, but we'll have to wait and see as we see the bans and the first pick. It's a Magmus first pick, followed by bans of Devo, Monkey King, Defiler, banned out by Busno GG, Ophelia, Balfagor, Nymphora, banned away by Denava Brigada. I think these are the same bans as last game. Potentially the Monkey King maybe being a different hero or a different ban. Not 100% sure, but all of these bans make a lot of sense. We've got a Lodestone and a Glacius pick for Denava Brigada. Fantastic solo hero. Obviously, they ran it last game. It still produced some plays, but obviously they lost the match. But there's just a spot for Lodestone on your team, no matter your lineup. It just feels like this hero fits in anywhere, just like Magmus does. And in fact, now we see a Moira and a Valkyrie pickup in response to the Glacius Lodestone. So honestly, Moira was in the hands of Denava Brigada last match. Magmus and Valkyrie, 2 heroes that were in the same of the draft last match as well, going to be played on the same side. But now it's a Moira on top of Valkyrie and Magmus, and you got to love this combo of Moira on top of the Valkyrie's Prism later in the game. This is I've already talked about how Valkyrie is a very scary hero to go against in the later stages of the game. Even mentioned the fact that they had a Geomancer on the other side. I wouldn't be surprised to potentially see a Geomancer again, as it could be maybe a second support alongside the Glacius inside of a tri-lane. So going to have to keep our eyes open for that one as we round out the final ban stage. Puppet Soul has already selected his bans to take away from Busno GG. They are Dr. Repulsor, Wretched Hag, and Kraken. So banning out some pretty strong mid heroes that he doesn't want to have in the hands of, I guess it's Pop Me Sweetie over there. That is the mid player for Busno GG. And what you got, just getting rid of some of the top tier carries that I guess Puppet Soul has been playing lately, Forsaken Archer and Kronos, making his decision on which one is the right hero to get away from. And actually he decides to eliminate Engineer pick, a potential mid engineer or even side lane engineer pick, as he knows that Puppet Soul is liable to pick that up as well. So really strong, understandable bans, and now it is up to Puppet Soul to pick up his 3rd and 4th heroes. Curious what they're going to be. He needs some kind of second support if he's going a tri-lane route. He's going to need a mid, and of course he needs a carry. Or they could shake it up. I wouldn't mind seeing them shake it up with some kind of crazy push strat. Would be really nice to see them incorporate some sort of push strat. But he picks up Riftwalker and Prisoner. So there's the Prisoner mid. It could be a dual lane Prisoner mid. Something like a Glacius Prisoner could be really troublesome for a large portion of the mid hero. Basically any mid hero has to watch out against those 2 heroes, forcing a dual lane 2v2 in the mid lane. And the Riftwalker pick. So Riftwalker, a very nice little pick as well. Very flex. Probably going to be played as the position 4 though. A second support, but I could be surprised. We actually did see that hero picked up and played in the mid lane earlier today. I think in the hands of... I can't remember who it was that played it. I think it was somebody on Denava Brigada. Or actually, it may have been somebody on Doghouse. Doesn't matter, in the past. But 4th and 5th picks coming out for Busno GG. Are they going to be? They need a mid, and they need a solo. I imagine... Could they pick? Maybe an Electrician could be good against Prisoner and Glacius. Meraxis doesn't seem to carry a lot of value. They decide to pick Midas for, looks like, the mid lane. And Electrician, there it is the solo hero. So deciding that Electrician has a lot of value, and I agree, against purging, potentially purging the Shackle, the Shared Existence, the Ice Imprisonment, the slows. Wow! There it is. Soul Stealer for the second time today. Going to be the core farmer on Denava Brigada. Love it. Flexing their stuff. They're down a game here in this series, and they still go with the Soul Stealer pick. Feel like it could be the right pick. Very, very bold, adventurous. You got to respect that. Can't wait to see if this Soul Stealer performs. Puppet Soul, I think he already... I'm going to check the match history. I think he already played this today. Not 100% sure. Did he? Why can't I see public game stats? He did. No. I don't know. It doesn't really matter. There's a Soul Stealer pick in the game, and I am loving every second of it. So Prisoner and Soul Stealer going down into the bottom lane together. Glacius and Moira both ported into the bottom lane to try and get some ideal ward positions before either team shows up by walking into the lane. But man, okay, we've got a Midas mid versus, look at this. This is a Rift Walker mid, so I kind of suspected that this was going to be a Rift mid. Or at least anticipated it because it's a possibility. And this is a second support Prisoner, which I really kind of like a second support Prisoner. This hero has a lot of utility in its spell bank. One of them being that it's just a really strong potential counter to Shrunken Head. Just being able to apply the Prison Break with just a Portal Key, say, after a Shrunken Head activation. So really, really big fan of the way that they're running this Prisoner on top of the Glacius. Glacius and Soul Stealer, nice little hero combo as well. And it is going to be try versus try here on the bottom lane. Magnus, Moira, and Valkyrie. I think the innate advantage looks like it probably goes to Hellborn's tri lane, as they do have the triple stun, but you always have to respect the possibility of getting hooked out of position by a hero like Prisoner, especially that he can hook not just one, but and potentially all 5 heroes, right? But of course, only 3 are here in the bottom lane, and they are going to see this tri lane with their ward. It is going to be Lodestone versus Electrician in the top lane, Midas versus Riftwalker in the mid. Magnus going to get pulled into the tower already, finds a 2-man Lava Surge. Already taking a little bit of damage, more than he wanted to. So Prisoner finding a nice little hook, saying, hey, hooks are here, baby. You better watch out. He is going forward, trying to secure as much farm for his Soul Stealer. And there's the hook onto Moira, who gets hooked into the trees. The Shards of Harkon are going to connect. Valkyrie Arrow is going to connect as well, but the Ice Imprisonment stops the follow-up of Magnus. And there's just a lot of poke damage coming out from both sides here. And gosh, I just love Prisoner here in this tri lane as the second support. Just this mana battery, Prisoner has a hard time with mana sustain, but being in a tri lane where spells are getting slung around every which way, mana battery is just enough to keep him topped up on his mana bar so that he can always cast a hook, it seems. And he is 2 for 2 right now, so I gotta just keep my eyes peeled on this bottom lane and hopefully able to keep an awareness of mid and top as well. Looks like he's thinking about it. I mean, I'm sure. Yep, there it is. There's 3 for 3. Valkyrie with no leap available. There's the shackle as well. Able to get the distance, and now it's Prisoner, who was surrounded by Magnus and Moira, but boy, Valkyrie just had to be so scared. Does manage to get the leap now. Prisoner with enough mana to hook again. Can he keep up? This hook accuracy, this is crazy. Magnus finds a Merrick's Rune in the bottom lane. Try for try. Doing really, really well here. There's the hook onto Magnus into the Ice Imprisonment. Do they have the damage to find the final Demon Hand? No, it's just an auto attack, and there's the Bloodlust for Puppet Soul as he's dumping in the auto attacks into Valkyrie, who does have the leap available. Probably not going to fall prey to it. There's the hook attempt, but the Shards of HoN are going to stop the advance of Soul Stealer. Sidesteps the arrow. The Tundra Blast putting a lot of damage and slow onto Valkyrie Moira. And that is a very, very secure Bloodlust kill. See if they can keep up that success here in the bottom lane. I mean, a Soul Stealer tri-lane, like kind of the last thing that you expect to be winning against a tri-stun, but gosh, you got to hand it to Sunk Bob here on a stun, or hook hero rather. But there is the stun combo coming out on Soul Stealer. He is going to fall inside of the combo, not able to activate the Golden Apple. And now Sunk Bob actually in a lot of trouble. Stun combo is coming out from Magnus. There is no arrow follow-up, but auto attacks are just coming out. Midas taking a lot of damage here in the mid lane as well, but able to regen back up. Had that regen bottled, so maybe a bit of a calculated take. But gosh, Valkyrie just gets hooked again by Prisoner. You can't... Man, this guy just makes hooks happen. You can see why they're banning Devo. Ban Devo, now I got Prisoner on my plate, is what he tells him. He is just making it happen for this bottom lane, and I love every second of it. We 400 GPM start for Soul Stealer. Doing really, really well. And he's got the supports here in his pocket in the bottom lane to transition potentially into stacking for him. And checking out the creep score of some of these other side lanes, actually, we see Electrician's got 28-1 versus the 22-4 of Lodestone. So Electrician and Lodestone pretty even. Maybe Electrician slight advantage gold-wise. Doing extremely well. And that's actually what you want to see from an Electrician. Prisoner gets the shackle onto Magnus, into the Ice Imprisonment, but there is no... Yes, Soul Stealer is going to manage to find that last hit. Now it's Valkyrie who puts out a Valkyrie's call, but she actually gets pulled back in the midst of her leap. So, is the damage going to come out? The Ice Imprisonment does connect. Soul Stealer running for his life, gets blocked by the Moira Illusion. Midas is here on his tail. Will he be able to sidestep the Midas combo? The Shards of HoN are going to connect onto Glacius. There's the full combo. The hook is going to miss. But it's 3 kills for Soul Stealer with a fantastic start. Lodestone taking a lot of pressure from Electrician here. Going to be forced to retreat. What a bot lane.
You cannot escape justice.
And now it's Magnus, who has to be careful. Sidesteps coming out. Has the Lava Surge available. The Shards of HoN are going to connect. He decides to stun into Glacius very aggressively. They're still in pursuit of him. The Ball and Chain is up in 2 seconds. Is it going to connect? Just barely able to sidestep it. Valkyrie. If we compare the stats of the Valkyrie to Soul Stealer, I mean, pretty comparable, but Soul Stealer's just got the kills. I mean, honestly, look at that GPM difference between these core farmers. Valkyrie with the 200 GPM versus the 360 of Soul Stealer. Obviously, Soul Stealer's going to be able to transition into one heck of a flash farmer as soon as he hits level 5 and definitely level 7. No stacks ready for him. I would like to see some stacks prepared for him once he hits level 5. I mean, he can take out a triple stack pretty handily, but they are kind of dominating this bottom lane, so deciding to just keep it here in the lane right now. The Lava Surge is going to connect onto Prisoner, into the Valkyrie, into the arrow. Prisoner taking a lot of damage here, but here comes the ball and chain, finishing off Moira, and he's actually able to walk away from Valkyrie's auto attacks. Valkyrie gets caught by the Ice Imprisonment in that little pond over there in the corner, and it is a 2-for-0 swing here in the tri-lane. So once again, in meantime, Lodestone finding a kill together with Riftwalker, using the Shatterstorm and Wormhole, no doubt, to get a very important kill on Electrician, who was having a little bit too good of a time there in his 1v1 versus Lode. So now Lodestone suddenly with the GPM advantage over Electrician, who was very, very close to him entering, no doubt, prior to that death. Riftwalker and Lodestone, both level 8. Midas, 350 GPM, having a little bit of a better time than Riftwalker. Let's see if Midas can catch himself a rune, kind of turn things around for his team. His team isn't out of it yet. It's an illusion rune. It's actually a wonderful rune on Midas with the cooldown reduction. He actually is going to take it back to the base. Shards of Harkon are going to connect onto Prisoner. Lava Surge. Magnus is trying to decide where to place it. Finds the 2-man onto Glacius and Soul Stealer. Soul Stealer taking a lot of damage, but he's actually able to stay alive on top of that Riftwalker combo. So it's Magnus and Valkyrie who again fall in this bottom lane. Well, Soul Stealer just having the time of his life. Now a 5-1 score. 400 GPM. Lead really starting to surmount here for Donava Brigada. Looking like they're going to be able to make this second match happen in their favor, as long as things keep going this way. But Midas is here with the Illusion Rune, ready to go. But there's the Ice Imprisonment. It's going to catch out Magnus before he's able to get anything off. But Midas dumps the combo onto Prisoner. And Moira forced to back away, but Midas is not done yet. He's got the low cooldowns from the Illusion Rune active. He wants more. He is going in. He has to be careful, though, because his Ice Imprisonment is going to be able to catch him. He's actually going to be able to break the trees around Glacius and finish him off with the combo. And now Soul Stealer has to be careful. Gets caught by, but there's the Wormhole. Riftwalker is here, but the explosions come out. It's a hat trick for Midas underneath the tower. He is going to pay with his life, but stopping the momentum of that Soul Stealer, very key, and finding a hat trick himself. Very masterfully done by Pops, as I like to call him, on Midas. So, after all is said and done, I'm not exactly sure what the kill count looked like on either side, but it was one hell of an engagement. Glacius smoking behind Valkyrie here in the mid lane. Looking to go towards this top rune, perhaps. Uh-oh, Lodestone gonna get scouted out by this arrow. Takes that 5-second arrow. Valkyrie still needs to be careful. The leap is ready. He leaps over the cliff, and now Moira is gonna get revealed out of her smoking. Here comes the Valkyrie's Prism, using it a little bit defensively as he's kind of in no man's land, but Midas finding the combo onto Glacius, dealing a shite ton. I just want to say shit ton of his HP all in one blow. Midas gets pulled out by the prison break, but Prisoner not able to put the finishing touches. Actually, Soul Stealer dies once again to Midas. So Soul Stealer getting slowed down a lot here in recent times throughout the course of this game, finding 2 deaths in quick succession, pushing him down below 400 GPM, or Midas is at 400. Quick Lava Surge is going to find his way onto Prisoner. The Wormhole is going to connect onto 3! It's an explosive Wormhole, just destroying the Hellborn team. Electrician, very quick to fall, is actually pumping the shield, but the Demon Hand is going to end up finishing him off. My goodness, that was a beautiful Wormhole from Hunter there on Riftwalker. So Soul Stealer once again at 400 GPM. Moira and Valkyrie looking like they want to try and make an attempt on Soulstealer as he's underneath the ward here, and he's getting flanked by Moira and Soulstealer. Here comes the Shards of Harkon. They are going to connect. The Valkyrie Javelin is going in, but here's Sunkbob with the prison break. 2-man. Huge pull in into the double Demon Hand for the double kill, but Soulstealer does fall in the end. Meanwhile, in the top lane, we had trades between Riftwalker and Midas going 1-for-1 there in some fashion or another, but that was a fantastic prisoner combo, helping extend the life of Soulstealer so that he could manage to actually finish both of those heroes off that were pursuing him so heavily. So props to Sunkbob. I mean, honestly, votes for MVP in the chat. Mine is Sunkbob on Prisoner 945 all the way, at least with the way that this game has gone so far. Haven't even had time to check out any of the item purchases. We actually have 2,300 gold saved up on Soulstealer. Very curious to see what items he's going to decide to pick up. Actually, looks like he's rushing a Shrunken Head. Picks up a Warhammer as his go-to first pickup. So very interesting. There is a shit ton of magic damage and disables in the form of magic abilities. So it does make sense. Riftwalker has post-haste coming out to her. She actually is very, very low from that soul trap, but will not end up falling. Meanwhile, Magnus, something happening in the mid lane where he's able to walk away with very, very little HP. Looks like Lodestone and Glacius had to go on him, but he is able to walk away. In the meantime, Electrician finds that top tier 2, tier 1 tower, pushing it, cutting the creeps from behind. He has completed Mana Boots, making progress towards the Gnome's Wisdom. And looks like we've got Spell Shards. Wow, a nice hook attempt from Sunkbob. I don't even know how he knew. Maybe he walked over that Rev Ward? That was crazy. Just the intuition on this guy. Spell Shards 1 completed on Midas. The Lodestone has a portal key now. Has had it for a little bit, but just wasn't able to comment on it. Honestly, things are coming together for both sides of this game. And Glacius activating a smoke, but it gets canceled instantly by Moira. Ice Imprisonment comes out on Moira to stop the Shards of Harkon. Prisoner ends up dying very quickly to Midas and Magnus. In the meanwhile, Moira falls to Lodestone. So it is kind of support for support there. All the while, Soulstealer farming in the top lane. Trying to use the space to farm quickly with his Demon Hands. Looks like he picked up a Mighty Blow. I actually think he has the completed Shrunken Head coming out to him right now. So that is very fortunate for him that he will have that ability available to him. Looks like they are going to be taking the bottom tower. Tier 1 tower is going to fall. The fortification is used, but it's not going to be saved. Moira defending the top lane. Spell Shards 2 making their way towards Midas. A Glowstone was picked up by Electrician, so Electrician going the greedier route of the staff build this game, opting not to play aggressive with the portal key, deciding the ideal situation is to farm out against the Soulstealer. So Soulstealer is actually doing pretty well here at 480 GPM, but didn't go a very heavy farming oriented build, right? Rushing into the Shrunken Head to play defensively, so still not going to be able to have an explosion of GPM in his pocket so that he can really just get out of control. Electrician actually going to go try and farm some creeps here, but gets spotted out by Soulstealer and Prisoner. Here comes the hook attempt. Is it actually going to connect? It is! My goodness! Wow! Electrician gets his life saved for at least a while by Moira in the Hurricane Vortex, but here comes the Wormhole finishing off Electrician. That was a fantastic hook, and now the Shatterstorm is going to connect on the Magnus, but he's able to Lava Surge away. Valkyrie has an Invis Rune active here in the bottom jungle, just walking towards the creep wave. Is he going to break it to farm, or is he's going to see Glacius countering this ward? He's actually going to put a nice little arrow out on him. Do they have the damage to drop him before Soulstealer gets there? Yes, they do, but Now Moira is trying to counter the ward, and actually Valkyrie and Moira looks like they're going to fall. But Midas is here. Is Midas going to be able to put out a combo to save Valkyrie's life? No, that everybody sidesteps it, at least be able to avoid the stun. Valkyrie falls to Lodestone, but here's Magnus looking like he wants to. Uh-oh, the Soul Burst with the Shrunken Head. There it is, baby. And now Midas has to walk away during the Shrunken Head duration, and the Shackle is going to prevent him from being an Elemental Ward, but there's a lot of damage coming out on Prisoner and Lodestone, who are just able to barely walk away with no HP. Electrician pushing forward with the Cleansing Shock, but is he going to be able to make this kill happen on Prisoner? So many damn kills coming out for Da Nova Brigada. Just one after the other. Taking them all out. Discord problems forcing us to wait out a pause here in game 2. But things are just going so damn well if you're Da Nova Brigada. Just finding kill after kill. Electrician has a really good... I'm not sure how close he is to staff. If he's able to get this with reasonable timing, I think that that Busno GG will never quite be out of this game, as he will always be a force to be reckoned with throughout the rest of the game, especially if they don't go a Nullfire Blade. So kind of makes me wonder, I mentioned before that Nullfire Blade is one of those items that almost every agility hero should consider. Soul Stealer is kind of one of those heroes that fits into the camp of, ooh, do I really want to buy a Nullfire Blade? Just because, Soul Stealer just has a much different kit than a lot of the other agility carriers. He's very spellcaster oriented. He's very high GPM oriented. So you think about picking up items like Portal Key, items like Staff of the Master, maybe even Shield Breaker, Genjuro, just for early game or mid game domination with Soul Stealer. And sometimes Nullfire Blade just doesn't fit that style for this hero, but it could be a good option, especially if a Staff of the Master finds its way into the hands of Electrician, because you're going to have to burn through that mana bar of Electrician in order to deal with him sufficiently, because he's going to have that perma shield. So we'll see exactly if somebody's going to pick that up, but really hope that Staff of the Master does find its way into the hands of Electrician. It will certainly be a boon for his team. But meanwhile, in the top lane, we've got a smoked Magnus. Going to see this Riftwalker kind of walking towards Valkyrie. Soul Stealer diligently farming here in the Legion jungle, making progress towards his next item. There's a Portal Key picked up on a Riftwalker. Portal Key, a very interesting... Okay, Lodestone got spotted out by that Ward of Sight, and they are swarming him, just looking, where did he go? They're checking the wrong tree spots. What you got? Uh-oh. What you got is going to spot it. The wormhole actually connects onto Valkyrie, but it's going to be disjointed, or the coordination will be disjointed, because in the meantime, Lodestone actually did get discovered in his hiding spot, and he is going to be the one to fall to the Valkyrie. So Electrician smoking here towards the Legion Ancients, actually smoking around to Rift. But I was going to comment on the Riftwalker Portal Key. It's actually a very interesting item pickup. It's not something that you would necessarily normally expect on the hero. I think it just allows her to play at a lot more of a risky position and just flash farm a little bit more safely. Obviously, just position herself a little bit better for wormholes, not have to play so risky. Finding little tight spots in the trees to, get the ideal wormhole within range. So I think it's a great item pickup, and curious to see what she's going to go for next. Maybe it'll be a spell charge or something bigger, but Magnus is actually going to get gone on, able to Lava Surge away temporarily, but Moira takes the Ice Imprisonment, but it is Glacius who's going to fall first, and it is a support for support. Little buck finding its way into the pockets of both teams there. But Shatterstorm activated. Lodestone is going to find it. Oh, and a beautiful Lava Surge is going to stop the advance. But Midas is still going to end up falling. And the Javelin is going to connect onto Lodestone from a very far away place from Valkyrie. But beautiful little pickoff on a high value target of Midas. It's now a 550 GPM Soulstealer who has a portal key in his pocket at the moment. And they are looking to advance on Electrician, I suppose, or just at least invade the jungle. Electrician got to be close to finishing the Staff of the Master. He's got 900 gold presently. Looking like he might want to go for Riftwalker here. Uh-oh, Magmus is here. Magmus about halfway to a portal key. This is where that portal key is going to come in handy for Riftwalker. 4 heroes in the Hellborn jungle on the for the Legion. And 1600 gold once again saved up on Soulstealer, so another item decision quickly brewing for Soulstealer. Mighty Blade makes his way into the inventory of Electrician. I'm surprised seems like he's pretty far away from his staff. I'm not sure if he needs 1 or 2 pieces, but man, oh man, this Valkyrie's Prism is going to show up. This gank attempt from the Legion side, and now Electrician and Magmus are in the front lines. It's a beautiful 2-man stun to start things off. Electrician really stopping the advance. Here comes the Eruption. It's going to find its way onto Prisoner 945, who gets the Prison Break, and here's the Wormhole. It's going to connect onto Electrician, but not the target that you want to be using that ability on. Moira uses a wonderful 3-man hook, but at the cost of what? I mean, Suckbob able to juke in the trees here and live for a little bit. Soulstealer putting auto attack. Here's the Soul Burst, finishing off Electrician. Moira under fire as well. Probably, no, definitely going to be falling to the hands of Soulstealer. And it is a nice little exchange. 2 for 1, I believe, after all said and done. Actually, a little bit surprising after all things considered how many abilities were used in that team fight. But actually make that 3 for 1, as Lodestone is going to find a kill on what you got near the mid lane. And here comes Midas. The spell shards 3. Makes you kind of wonder if he really pumped his spell shards this game. I kind of wonder if you would have rathered, if a better decision would have been to go for a blink maybe after finishing spell shards 1. But regardless, that's not what happened here. And he can certainly make progress towards a portal key at this point, as he's just one hell of a flash farmer on that hero. Spell Shards 1 picked up by Riftwalker. Headdress picked up by Lodestone. Probably going to be pushing towards a Barrier Idol at some point. And 3/4 of the way done for Staff of the Master on Electrician. So trying to put the finishing touches on that item. Once he gets it, it is going to be a pretty big difference for him, as he will be able to just constantly farm these creep camps without actually having to spend copious amounts of mana by reactivating the shield over and over again, as well as having it always up inside of a stun lockdown. 3.5k gold saved up on Soulstealer, looking to go on Moira, but that was just an illusion. Now making an attempt at this tower at the bottom lane. The Valkyrie's Prism is activated, but Moira, Magmus, and Valkyrie better not get too eager. As okay, we have some port outs, so now it's a good time to potentially catch this Lodestone. They are putting everything out on the Lodestone. The Javelin is going to miss. They're going to back away. Wise decision. Meanwhile, Electrician, 500 gold, 400 gold, decides to run away. Smelled a rat. Riftwalker is up here in top lane, post-hasting down into the bottom lane, and now, Magmus needs to watch out. Able to Lava Surge away, but the Shatterstorm not going to be able to connect. Riftwalker trying to put out the combo, but now here are the ports. Arcane Vortex going to slow things down. Electrician is here, doesn't have the Staff of the Master yet. Going to put the grip out onto Lodestone, but he's one hell of a tanky target. But damn, that's a lot of damage coming out from Midas, who, fuck the blink, decides to go for a Codex, baby. Synergizing pretty well with that Spell Shards 3 that he already has. And it's a kill onto Prisoner now. So a quick 2 for 0 in the hands of Busno GG. Coming back, lessening the lead that Donava Brigada had as we enter kind of the late mid-game stage. Got that finished staff on Electrician. This is a big deal as we start to inch closer to late game, especially as Soul Stealer is the lead, or the only core hero, right, with sustained damage on the Legion side. It's a pretty big deal. He actually finishes a Hellflower. That's a wonderful pickup, but unfortunately, it's not going to be able to stop Electrician from having that shield up. But it's still a nice little pickup in terms of just everything it provides for the hero and some additional lockdown. But yeah, I'm kind of worried if you're Donava Brigada at this point, because Soul Stealer just doesn't scale in the way that some of these Hellborn heroes do. It's a quick kill onto Glacius. Arcane Vortex is going to trap Soul Stealer and Prisoner. Shrunken Head is activated. Here comes the Soul Burst. Nope, it's canceled. Midas deciding he needs to get out temporarily. Prisoner falls in the backline. Nice 2-man Lava Surge is going to find Riftwalker and Soul Stealer. Soul Stealer, no Shrunken Head anymore. Getting pursued very, very heavily. Able to blink away. Deciding to walk towards the top lane with Lodestone, who's actually putting a lot of pressure here onto the top tower, but Electrician is the one to pour it over. And are Lodestone and Soul Stealer going to decide to make a play here on Electrician? They actually could. Electrician has no idea this is taking place. There are no wards. He is almost certainly going to fall to the Soul Burst, but damn, he is so freaking tanky. Able to tank a Soul Burst to the face on top of a Shadow Storm is insane. Absolutely insane. The fact that he didn't just get deleted by those two abilities. But in the end, he is going to fall. So a very important return kill into the hands of the Legion side. Nullfire Blade. Nullfire 3 looks like it is in the hands of Valkyrie, who's kind of transitioning into the main auto attack carry as this game pushes closer to the 30-minute mark. But let us see what else is on the horizon here. Still no portal key available to Prisoner, as I know he wants one. There's a portal key on Glacius. That one actually snuck up on me. Midas stacking Codex levels. He's now up to Codex level 3. 600 magic damage. One heck of a burst combo. Valkyrie's Prism is activated. Smelling, trying to see if they can find anybody here. Soul Stealer is invis. They are going to spot out Moira. Moira is almost certainly going to fall very quickly. Gets Hellflowered. But Prisoner falls first. The Shadow Storm connects onto Magnus. Magnus is going to fall. In the meanwhile, Riftwalker gets caught out by Electrician and Midas. So all is said and done. It's 2 for 2. And I think that Busno GG looks like they got the better of it. Losing their Riftwalker, unfortunately. And Shrunken Head going to be worked towards by Electrician. He's got a Mighty Blade coming out to him, I think, or it's in his stash. Actually, it looks like he sold it back. Decided he doesn't need a Shrunken Head after all. Maybe go towards some sort of utility item. Wouldn't mind seeing, I don't know. Let's just say Storm Spirit, perhaps? Who knows? There's a lot of items that this hero can make use of. I mean, definitely wouldn't mind seeing a Sheep Stick either, but I'm actually personally a fan of Storm Spirit on Electrician. I think it synergizes extremely well with the hero.
The lion protects the lamb.
And could do a lot of work saving some of his teammates from just from a potential Shatterstorm combo, for example. But Valkyrie, in the meanwhile, while I'm speaking, getting pursued here by Lodestone and Riftwalker, and actually there is no dust, though there is a Rev Ward, so able to run away. And Electrician is here, puts the grip onto Riftwalker, gets canceled by the Rocket Drill, but there's the Cleansing Shock. Huge slow. Riftwalker is going to end up dying to Valkyrie. And, you know, if you're the Legion side, it's just so hard to put the finishing touches on this game, as, you know, Soul Stealer, as beefy as he is, 560 GPM. It's kind of the problem with this hero sometimes, where he's so, he is so spellcaster oriented that he actually has to hit his spells in an ideal manner in order to carry the game, and sometimes that can be very hard to carry out, especially because a lot of his gold value has been put into the portal key, the Shrunken Head, and those items are just so he can get a good ulti off. So if you don't land that ideal ulti from Soul Stealer, sometimes it's just it feels like he's not the carry that you want him to be, despite being actually very farmed. But okay. Everybody is behind Midas here in the top lane. Riftwalker stopping the creep wave. Wouldn't mind seeing something maybe like a Jade Spire on Riftwalker as well, to just make it a little bit easier for him to connect that combo of his, extend the cast range of his portal key, just give his team a little bit more high ground defense in a safer manner. But honestly, it seems like high ground defense is kind of still losing to the inevitable gold acquisition of this Tricore. Not necessarily Tricore, but, you know, Valkyrie, Electrician, and Midas are two fantastic flash farmers that scale pretty well. Magnus makes an escape here against the Hellflower of Soul Stealer. And actually Midas putting out a combo onto Soul Stealer, but wow, so much freaking damage from that Codex. There's the buyback from Soul Stealer. Here comes the eruption, gonna be finishing off Prisoner. Valkyrie is gonna get exploded by that Shatterstorm. Soul Stealer commits the buyback, but the Cleansing Shock is gonna catch 3. The Soul Burst is actually not gonna be. He's canceling it several times. He uses the Shrunken Head, but Electrician. Gosh, this hero is so freaking tanky with the Staff of the Master. Just able to tank the assault of 4 heroes and not fall. Here comes the stun combo onto Soul Stealer's life. The double stun, nope, it's just a single stun. Midas is going to fall very quickly. And now they're pursuing onto Magnus. Ice Imprisonment is going to lock him down. Will he be able to get the Lava Surge off? No, he will not. Wow. Not a bad turn of events if you're Denava Brigada. Now, they did commit the Soul Stealer buyback, which is quite big considering how it seems like this hero needs a substantial gold lead over the carry counterparts on the other team in order to really shine, but he definitely did get some value out of it. But the map control just feels like it's all bust no GG at the moment, and you know, with Valkyrie, Electrician, and Midas being as good of farmers that they are, it just feels like they're able to just constantly. Oh, Electrician caught over here in the bottom lane with no assistance, with 0 mana. This is a big kill for Denava Brigada. Excellent pickoff, and now they've got to do something with this. He's dead for 70 seconds. I want to see what, push the tier 2 tower bot. Maybe go for Kongor on your side of the map. It's got to be something. We have to take a major objective here if we are the Legion. there's just no time to waste against the heroes that you have over there on the Hellborn. And now that Midas actually has completed his Codex 5, you know, offering that 900 damage burst potential, you know, after his Spell Shards 3, really curious to see what item he's going to go for to begin rounding out his build. I still say Blink. I don't know how you guys feel, but you know, if you've got this much burst damage, you got to make sure that you're always in range to use it. That's just me, though. I mean, he's already been pretty fantastic at making sure his combos connect and everything, but Blink just makes it that much easier. Plus, you know, the additional escape ability needs to be considered as well. But Magnus, aggressively positioned behind 5 heroes here in the bottom lane, actually might run into trouble. What you got? What are you up to? Are you gonna get got? Are you gonna get caught? He is gonna get caught. Magnus is going to get caught by the 5 heroes here. It gets picked off very quickly. Very surprised I didn't see a steam bath into a lava surge over the cliff or Blink or something. Not really sure. I think all of that was off cooldown. Correct me if I'm wrong, but Lodestone activates the Shatterstorm, was thinking about going on Midas, but gets spotted out by this Moira illusion. But the Blink finally comes out onto Prisoner. There's the portal key pickup on Midas. Tablet picked up by Moira. Bound Eye is on Glacius. Saw that but didn't mention it. Got nice little barrier idol picked up. Uh-oh, Riftwalker getting gone on by Electrician and Moira. Looks like he's dead to rights here. So look at this. I mean, Busno GG. They have the golden XP advantage at this point. 3k gold lead, 7k gold experience advantage. Very, very nicely done. They have come back from a losing position. Pretty and commanding force here in game 2. And now it feels like it's their game to lose. I mean, here we go. So 4,200 gold committed by Soulstealer. Actually sells the staff. Not sure if that's the item he wants to. I mean, it feels like he needs to go a more auto attack build at this point. It just feels like, there you go. Yep. Null Fireblade on Soulstealer, deciding to address the Electrician problem a little bit. And I can't disagree, not for a second. There's the Staff of the Master picked up on Lodestone. So actually, they are going the route of foregoing the Staff of the Master pickup on Soulstealer and having Lodestone pick it up, which Lodestone, this is a pretty new Staff of the Master edition. So you can actually reactivate it 2 seconds after the initial cast. That's what his Shatterstorm Staff of the Master effect is. So it actually makes it a lot easier for him to connect the Shatterstorm combo. And the ability for him to give it, let's say, to Soulstealer is now on the table. Now, is he going to give it to Soulstealer? I don't know. I feel like there's a lot to be said for a free Glacius staff, for example. But that possibility is there and about 600 gold, so we'll have to wait and see which hero they decide to prioritize that free staff on, if he doesn't go for another item himself. But yeah, I agree a lot with this Nullfire pickup on Soulstealer. It's going to provide a very good source of damage against, I mean, every single hero, but especially Electrician. Moira is actually going to wander behind. What is he doing? This is so bold. Holy crap. He Arcane Vortexes the Glacius. The Eruption is channeled. They're going to find a Glacius kill with a free little Bound Eye here. But Lodestone is channeling the ulti. He's going to try to go on Valkyrie. Actually not able to connect it. Soulstealer activates the Shrunken Head and ports out. Now Electrician going deep on Lodestone. In the meantime, Prisoner just gets looked at by Midas and dies from that Codex. And Lodestone is going to end up falling. So they get nothing Dinava Brigada gets nothing and loses 3 and a Bound Eye. So if you're Busno GG, you're in a really, really healthy spot to push high ground at this moment. But they're actually porting out. Midas is porting into the bottom lane. I'm going to decide to put a combo out on this wave and just accumulate some more gold. Valkyrie and Magnus here in the bottom lane. Valkyrie has a Geos now, pops it, decides to put in some damage on this tier 3 tower. Does about a quarter of its HP, actually a little bit more, about a third. There's the Valkyrie's Prism. But it has been shown by Midas, who nukes that wave. There is the Nullfire 3 picked up on Soulstealer. Not exactly sure what item he's going to go for as his potentially 6th item to replace the bottle with. There's a Storm Spirit picked up on Magnus. Love to see it. Shrunken Head has been completed on Electrician. Knew he was going for it earlier, but it's always nice to know that he has it. 3k gold saved up on Riftwalker. Kind of curious what he's going to decide to try and round out his build with. As we, this is 42 minutes into the game. This is, I would say this is officially the late game of the second HoN match between these two teams. And there's a double damage Soulstealer putting in a lot of damage onto this Kongor. Riftwalker is tanking it for him, but Upward Side actually is aware that it's taking place, but Vision is going to get countered, and there is the quick Midas combo into the Codex to take out that Glacius, who was just trying to counter a ward. And Valkyrie, Electrician, and Magnus forcing out the ports into the bottom lane. Moira has her illusion up for just a little bit longer. Ports aggressively into the Legion base, just letting Valkyrie poke at the tower some more. Midas, blind port, just decides to throw out the combo. Soulstealer, not really sure what he's up to here in the Hellborn jungle. He's smoked. Maybe deciding to try and make some sort of counter push. Gets a deep ward down. It's going to be potentially of use later in the game. Valkyrie's Prism comes out. Looks like they are maybe aware that Soulstealer actually is in the top lane. They definitely, if they're paying attention to what's happening to the creep wave, they definitely see him now. They finish countering the Kong pit here and deciding that they can be the ones to take Kong. Electrician, just a fantastic Kong tank. Crazy freaking Kong tank, honestly. They are going to get that Kongor kill. Their own Kongor respawns in 3 minutes, but they have a... how many Kongs? They have a 2 Kongor kill advantage at this point, which definitely starts to show up in these later games. Especially when you have somebody like, I thought Magnus. I'm actually a little bit surprised that Midas didn't go the 4% damage stacks, considering the fact that he actually went all in with the burst damage with the Codex combo. Most of them picking up the vitality boost, just making their supporting cast so formidable. I mean, look at Moira over here with 1600 HP, right? 1600 HP on a Moira, right? Pretty hard thing to deal with. Like, your free kills aren't so free anymore. I mean, Moira, honestly, never exactly a free kill, especially in the hands of a skilled player. She's always going to be hidden, tucked away somewhere safe while she just spawns the illusion 5,000 yards away from her. But Valkyrie's Prism once again coming out. It's actually a Soulstealer illusion that's being assaulted by a Moira illusion. And there's the Staff of the Master on Riftwalker, so very interesting decision. And actually we have, as predicted, the Lodestone puts the Staff of the Master on Soulstealer. Glad I just caught that. But a second Staff of the Master has been created on the team, so Riftwalker now with the Wormhole Staff could potentially shake things up in forms of a team in the form of a team fight inside of their base if things go their way. So that could be a pretty scary thing to go uphill against. Sheepstick, major purchase on Midas, who already has the blink to go with it. So these are some major items making their way into the game. As Valkyrie's actually looks like he's going for a wing bow. He already has the completed fa bow. Extra 100 attack range. And I'm kind of curious what Electrician's going to be buying. He's got 4.3k gold. I honestly would like to see him hold buyback and just staff one of his teammates. Maybe, I don't know. Maybe I shouldn't mention that. Maybe Staff of the Master actually isn't too useful for any of these heroes. I think it could be pretty cool on Midas, but probably not necessary by any means. So could also be interesting on Magnus, but you know, it's not really that necessary. Magnus is more of just a utility stunner at this point. I don't think they really need his damage. But Midas actually is going to get caught by Riftwalker and Glacius, and Lodestone is going to finish him off with the Shatterstorm. So a big pick off here in the top lane, but meanwhile they are snagging the third Kong kill of the game here at the Hellborn Kong Pit. Stacking up those buffs as we get close to 50 minutes here in the second game of this best of 3. Busno GG just slowly accumulating a larger and larger lead. And this lead, I think, is a little bit larger than you might expect, just because of the fact that Soulstealer, you know, top farmer of the game he is, just kind of weak in comparison to this farmed Valkyrie at this point, and this farmed Electrician, who's got 5k gold. I really got to see what Doze is going to pick up on Electrician here. But that's a very nice objective that DB has taken. And they're actually going to start poking this top tower a little bit, I guess. Nope, not really. Deciding that they don't want to risk it. Electrician, he's got 5,400 gold. Like, buy something, Doze. Buy something, please. Jadespire is going to be picked up by Riftwalker this game, so he is deciding to go for the long-range ulti now that he especially has the pullback potential of the wormhole. And there's the second sheepstick for Busno GG in the hands of Electrician, so just making him even harder to bring down in a larger mana pool with crazy regen at this point. That is a lot of mana on Electrician. A lot of utility as well. There's the Dancing Blade picked up by Valkyrie. She's got the Wingbow coming out. So she's a heavy hitter at this point. Attacks much faster than Soulstealer. I believe, actually, their attack speed is about even. No, she attacks much faster. Four heroes collecting in front of the tier 3 mid tower. There's the Dancing Blade picked up on Soulstealer. So Soulstealer actually dealing a lot of auto attack damage here. Very respectable. Now actually sells the Dancing Blade. Interesting. I think he sees the Wingbow on Valkyrie and probably decides that he needs to go Savage Mace at this point. That's kind of what I'm guessing. Honestly, if you're Soulstealer at this point, I think you have to right click. No, he decides to pick up a Nullstone. Interesting. So doesn't want to get blink sheeped by Midas, for example, but Still, I mean, honestly, if we go through one of these longer duration team fights, I mean, Busno GG has the advantage all the way. I don't see how they could lose if the first cycle of abilities don't actually take them out, because they're going to have follow-up sheep sticks. They're going to have sustained damage from Electrician and Valkyrie. I mean, we'll see exactly how it plays out, but with that Nullstone purchase, that tells me that Soulstealer kind of is looking to front load all of his damage with a well-placed okay, it's already started in the bottom lane actually, as the tier 3 tower is melting and a quick pickoff comes out onto Prisoner, and Lodestone gets sheeped. Lodestone is going to fall as well. Second death on the side of the Legion. He actually is going to respawn with a buyback, but here's the wormhole, dragging him back to the tier 4s now, but all he really caught was illusions. Electrician is not necessarily the target that you want to go on. He is so freaking tanky, as Latius gets picked off by the Midas while the team was actually finishing off the barracks, and now the Moira illusion's going in on the Riftwalker. But all of that pressure onto Electrician under tier 4s, and this dude still lives. Just goes to show you how crazy this freaking hero is with the Staff of the Master. And now there's the 2-man stun. Soulstealer actually is going to get dropped down very, very quickly. Has the buyback available. Opting not to use it. Maybe feeling like the game is already done. Or just no team support means buyback is not really necessary, but actually sold his Shrunken Head. Interesting. So it looks like he sold his Shrunken Head because it was already used and decided that he needed to have buyback ready, but it's the second set of Raxus falling to Busno GG, and so now they're 2 Raxus up, almost 30k gold up, and they just have all of the sustained carry potential at this point in the game. 3-man Lava Surge is just going to secure this last team engagement, and that basically seems like it's all she wrote. Yep. Puppet Soul agrees, calls the GG. The wormhole pulls them into the well of an Electrician. You can see how long he's able to last against the well stream auto attacks. Still not able to be brought down in a timely. I mean, he does fall, but good grief. The stream of fireballs from the well is what it took. I'm actually curious who he gave his Staff of the Master, as I see he has a legacy completed. He actually hasn't given it to anybody because he is dead at the moment. The GGs have been called, but the game has not been CC'd. There's the CC vote. It is going to go to Busno GG, taking out Danava Brigada in the winners bracket finals in a 2-0 fashion, going to be securing their slot into the grand finals of cycle number 4, guys. Tomorrow we're going to see the conclusion of the losers bracket and who's going to be able to take Busno GG on for the point values of trying to secure their way into the grand finals for the $10,000 prize pool of this tournament. Fantastic showing from Busno GG, just really showing that they are a force to be reckoned with. And, you know, it seems like they could probably even take out Doghouse too. If Danava Brigada is able to take out Doghouse, and Busno GG takes out Danava Brigada, I mean, victories are transitive, right? That means that Doghouse is going to lose to Busno GG, right? If they manage to get up there. I mean, just saying, because you would think that Doghouse is the favorite going into this tournament, but you know, they tanked their first loss today, so we'll see exactly how this progresses for them tomorrow in the losers bracket. Guys, I'm Easy Full Clan. This is the last match of the day. Thank you so much for watching the broadcast and hearing me drone on and on about the games and this final best of 3. I want to hand it over to Paradise now so that he can tell you what's up with tomorrow and the rest of the Paradise League.
All right. Thank you, Chris, so much for that. And thank you for the beautiful cast you just gave us. Thank you all for watching. We finished the winner bracket semifinals and winner bracket finals today, and tune in tomorrow for the loser bracket semifinals, loser bracket finals, and grand final, where a team is going to play against Busk No GG. That might be Team Tim, Doghouse, or Brigada. So we will find that out tomorrow, 2 p.m. GMT. So tune in for that. Anyways, thank you all for watching. Hope you enjoyed the show. And good night, everybody.